Everyone has the desire to live. The scene unfolding before his eyes was terrifyingly grim, skulls piled high like mountains. Someone's hand, clutching a red-stained weapon, lay motionless on the heap of skulls. Legs dangled helplessly over the pile of remains. Someone looking like a knight, covered in red, sat slumped against the bones, lifeless, along with the thought, if not. Beside him, another figure, resembling a woman in a red dress, was also stained crimson. A sword lay nearby, having felled countless foes. The narration continued, then I wouldn't have struggled. Another figure, also lifeless, had tattered bandages wrapped around their arm, their sword resting beside its master. Above them, another shared their fate, their sword broken in two, the memory faded like smoke. To get here. The scene shifts elsewhere. Ryuman steps inside. He walks further in, telling himself, after 99 tries, I finally made it here. This time, I'll be able to witness the end myself. The 20th match, the final round. Inside, a legion of golems in gleaming armor appears. Ryuman wonders, guardians of the 20th round are golems, huh? He glances past them, focusing only on the door behind them. This place is filled with giants like these, looks like they're guarding that door back there. Ryuman extends his hand, mana surrounds it, gradually changing form, these sentinels certainly. Dark mana coalesces, forming a weapon in Ryuman's hand, won't just step aside easily. He hefts the weapon onto his shoulder and advances towards the golems. The golems' eyes light up as if entering combat mode. The legion grips their weapons firmly and charges at Ryuman. They slice down nearby pillars, trying to block his path. But Ryuman slips through and quickly circles behind a golem. He's frighteningly calm, coldly stating, death mark. A red skull appears behind the golem. Ryuman flash steps forward, mana flaring intensely. He swings his weapon decisively, slashing. The golem's neck cracks. But it doesn't seem critically injured. Ryuman remains composed. If I inflict death mark on an enemy. He smirks confidently, and successfully land a hit. The skull above the golem now glows brightly. In an instant, the golem's head flies off its body, the damage increases by 100%. The golem's arm slowly crumbles. Having dealt with one, Ryuman leaps up to handle the rest as the guardians charge in waves. Well then. He swings his death scythe powerfully, eyes radiating killing intent. Nightfall. After a series of clangs and crashes, the number of golems dwindles. As the fight progresses, the remaining golems seem to get more serious. The surroundings plunge into darkness, the golems peer through the dim environment. They can't see a thing. Seizing their momentary vulnerability, Ryuman strikes decisively. He takes down two golems with a single blow. He looks up into the wind. Ryuman groans inwardly, damn it. Faced with the threat of a giant enemy approaching, he barely knows how to react. I haven't even caught my breath. He reflexively dodges the surprise attack, exclaiming, so fast. Sparks and chunks of ice relentlessly assault Ryuman. He backs away to avoid the barrage, fire magic and ice magic. They're attacking me with both. In that case, I'll. His sharp eyes glint with murderous intent. Accelerate. In a flash, Ryuman vanishes. He uses his speed to create multiple illusions, surrounding the golem, using speed to evade. The golem draws a bow, pulling the string taut. Myriad flaming arrows shoot out, destroying all the illusions Ryuman created, leaving the real one unharmed. He chuckles softly, pretty hard to hit me, huh? Suddenly, Ryuman freezes slightly as he notices something. A magic circle has appeared beneath him. He wonders, a magic circle on the floor. The magic circle erupts into a tower of ice, trapping Ryuman, caught off guard. He can't evade, only lamenting, I can't dodge it. Ryuman is frozen solid inside, unable to move. Just then, a golem steps forward. It raises its massive blade, preparing to finish Ryuman off. But right at that moment, the ice cracks. He glares with terrifying eyes, destructive moonlight. With a loud crash, the ice block shatters in two. The powerful slash cuts through the thick ice and bisects the golem. As the ice block collapses, the golem falls defeated. Beside Ryuman, a necklace floats mid-air, perhaps the item that saved him. Ryuman sighs in relief, that was close. If I faced that head on, even I would have taken heavy damage. He retracts his weapon, if I block every single attack, this will never end, I have to finish this in one blow. At that moment, the remaining sword golem swings its weapon down. On the other side, the ice golem creates a magic circle to attack Ryuman. He channels force through his legs, cracking the icy ground, activate destructive moonlight. Ryuman rushes forward swiftly, blood moon. With lightning speed, he successfully slices through them. One by one, the golems fall, defeated by Ryuman. Having finished them off, he lands softly, breathing a sigh of relief, finally dealt with all of them. Ryuman casually walks through the next gate. Now then, time to see what the guardians were protecting. Beyond the gate lies a dark, silent place. Ryuman looks up, wondering, what is this place? He thinks to himself, looks kinda like a shrine. Do I have to go through that door up on the platform, or will something suddenly appear here? But Ryuman decides to follow his gut and enters the doorway anyway, might as well go in and see. Light suddenly flares up from the ground. Another magic circle surrounds Ryuman. He looks upwards, questioning himself, can I really end this game? Suddenly, a system notification pops up, boss room entrance, entry requirement met, 1/5 players. Ryuman reads the message, to open the boss room, at least 5 players are needed. He stares blankly at the entry condition, what? Another notification appears, confirmed 1 player has reached the boss room. As entry conditions are not met, the player will be eliminated in 5 seconds, just then, light flares intensely. While Ryuman is still trying to grasp the situation, the light traps him inside, he shouts in panic, what do you mean, the system counts down, 5. He lashes out wildly by instinct, this is obviously a setup, bastard, time keeps ticking, 4. Ryuman is helpless, unable to escape, no way, is it really going to end like this, only 3 seconds left. He looks at his hand, which is starting to disappear, 2 seconds remaining. Ryuman curses as his body fades away, damn it, the system shows the final count, 1. After Ryuman disappears, a notification appears, you have died. You have met the conditions to activate the time reversal ancient script. You will return to the point before round 1. The system interface begins to fade, time reversal ancient script uses, 100/100ths. You have exhausted all uses of the imprinted ancient script, remaining uses will automatically disappear. Commencing 100th regression. The scene changed to a crowded festival space, the host's voice rang out, the time has finally come. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us. MC counted, 5, everyone was chatting and having a very happy atmosphere. 1 person suddenly appeared with a strange blue light. 4, Ryuman with his hair covering one eye struggled to look forward, he silently scolded, damn. He looked down at his body in disbelief, Ryuman thought to himself, I'm back. As if he couldn't believe the truth, his hands were shaking, I was back right before I got caught up in this damn game. He clenched his fists indignantly thinking, even though he had reached the last round, the countdown rang out again, 3, 2. As soon as the counting ended, Ryuman silently wished, if possible, I would like time to stop right now. The system displays a notification, the number of time reversal runes you have used is 100 out of 100. 1, he silently made up his mind, well, after all, this is the last try. I'll finish this game again, thinking about you while adjusting my cap, to do so, I need 4 more people to accompany me to the final round. Taking off his hood, he looked around to see who would be the most suitable person to team up with. A few minutes ago, a bored boy shaved his eyebrows standing in the crowd listening to everyone cheering, we have finally become adults. 1 person smiled and asked, no need to fake it anymore, right? The other person happily replied, of course. Another person sighed and said, what should I do after graduation, should I try delivering food? The 2 of them were laughing and pointing in one direction, hey that girl looks so much like Seo Aaron. The other person immediately replied, actress Seo Aaron, where is it? After sighing, that person turned around and continued, Yongman, what are you going to do? The other 2 continued talking, how could it be Aaron, are you blind? Then the 2 laughed, Yongman replied, He was the one who shaved his eyebrows just now, continued to smile and replied, I didn't tell you, I will become a gangster. The remaining friends asked in disbelief, are you crazy? If you do that, just one mistake could kill you, another person said, so you're not joking, but Yongman was indifferent to that attitude of his friends, he continued to say, hey I told you to leave it alone, you only live once in this world, right, I just want to live the way I want. His friends could only laugh and talk back, really crazy, in their heads, mentally, he's a psychopath, when I graduate, I'll cut off contact with this guy, honestly. A friend continued to ask him, What do you plan to do with the errand boy after graduation? Yongman thought of an image and replied, "Ah, you mean that poor, always gloomy bastard." He laughed and continued to say, "I can't forgive him just because I graduate." His friends also laughed along. "Damn, that's really bad for him. He probably thought that once he graduated, everything would be over. This bastard is really evil." Yongman smirked and replied, "He has no right to decide how this ends. I have to tease him as much as possible." A friend suddenly looked in another direction in surprise and said, "Ha, wait, isn't that your errand boy?" Yongman also looked in that direction curiously. Ryuman was standing in the middle of a sea of people, the sound of the radio still ringing in his ears. "It's finally time, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us." Looking in that direction, he also saw Ryuman, smirked even more and said, "Yes, that's my errand boy." The counting started. 5, 4, 3. Ryuman's body suddenly emitted blue sparks. 2, but sensing that something was different about Ryuman, Yongman no longer smirked but asked in confusion, "Ha, that bastard." 1. The final countdown interrupted his words. Ryuman adjusted his hat. He took off his hood and looked at Yongman. His blue eyes looked very sharp. Everyone around was making a lot of noise. Yongman glanced in confusion and said, "Today, it's just different." The sound of Happy New Year rang out. He shouted in annoyance, "Is he crazy? Why does he keep staring at me like that?" His friends happily and casually said, "Hey, Yongman is on New Year's Eve, leave him alone." Another person said, "Yeah, you still have enough time to bully him." He gradually became less annoyed but still looked spiteful. "You bastard, I'll forgive you today." 4 friends stood shoulder to shoulder. One of them said, "I'm finally an adult, ahem." The other immediately replied, "Happy New Year." He immediately said, "Yes, everything goes well." Suddenly a voice exclaimed, "Humans are so funny, they celebrate the new year without knowing how dangerous a situation they are in." Yongman immediately frowned in annoyance and huffed, "What did you just say?" His friend immediately denied, "I didn't say anything." One person in the group continued to ask, "What? I just heard something." That voice continued to speak. The speaker was an angel with 2 white wings, a white body floating in the sky, looking at them clueless and completely shocked. The angel smirked and laughed mockingly, feeling like he was watching monkeys in a cage. Everyone looked up in bewilderment and exclaimed, "Damn, is that an angel?" The TV station is holding an event for the new year. If they said it was real, I would believe it. Some even said, "She is so beautiful." Male lead Ryuman immediately thought, "She's appeared, even though he's been through it 99 times, it's still really annoying." The angel suddenly raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed. He said, "You trash people, you all seem to be falling for my beauty. But don't think anything strange, I have no intention of hanging out with you insects." Everyone is shocked at Angel's words. He smiled gracefully and continued, "Looking at your reactions, you probably heard my voice." One person couldn't stand it anymore and angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressing up as an angel or something? And what do you mean by insects?" That person continued to shout loudly, "What do you mean, you bitch?" In contrast to that person, Ryuman was very calm and thought to himself, "What a humiliation." The angel with the dangerous smile is still as indifferent as ever. Right after that, Day's face changed, his eyes filled with murderous intent, really annoyed. Immediately, the head of the man who was pointing at the angel exploded, red syrup flying everywhere. A person standing right next to him had red syrup splashed all over him. He trembled and couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't say a word. When he regained consciousness, that person screamed loudly and retreated in fear. Everyone around him also scattered and ran away. Yongman stood by the side witnessing everything and was scared and couldn't believe his eyes and said, "Damn, what the hell is that?" The white angel was very angry, saying with a face full of murderous intent, "How could a lowly human dare speak to a high-ranking species like me with that attitude?" That day continued, "You humans have no right to question me, don't try to act like you're on the same level as me, unless you want your brains to explode like that guy just now." Everyone was confused and scared, whispering, "What is that sound?" That day, standing on high and arrogantly, mockingly said, "Surely you were very confused with the current situation. How could you lowly humans know what was going on? I will explain in a simple and easy to understand way, so listen carefully." Ryuman sighed, having to listen to the explanation again. The angel was very excited and said, "Now we will start a game, we will play 20 rounds, on the first day of every month, the human soul will be taken into a new dimension to play a game." Everyone continued to attentively raise their heads to listen, that is, people only need to do one thing correctly to complete the task. If you complete the quest, you will be able to return to reality with a reward. Yongman still stood there confused. Around there were people whispering to each other. What is she talking about? The other person immediately answered, it seems she will let us live if we complete a few tasks. That day, I heard everyone whispering and smirked in interest. You might think that she would let us live if we completed a few missions, but not everyone can survive just by completing a mission. The male lead listens silently, only half of the participants will be spared. Hearing that, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It's impossible, how is it possible? The angel continued, but don't worry too much, I won't take you all away. One person asked again, what did she mean, but was immediately reminded by someone else. Over there remained silent. Ryuman just bowed his head and sighed. At that time, it was said that only people from 15 to 29 years old had to participate. Ryuman thought to himself, when I got caught up in this game in the new year, I never thought I would repeat it 100 times like this. There were people who were not in the mentioned age group and immediately laughed happily. So I'm alive, I will live. Yongman's friend saw this and glanced at him in discomfort. Damn. That person angrily grabbed the uncle's collar and said grumpily, are you so happy to be alive? Why are you mocking us? The uncle was scared. What? Yongman quickly shouted, stay there, don't you realize the situation yet? Don't you see the person whose head just exploded just now? The angel thought for a bit, let's see, it seems like the total number of participants will be 1,801,029,290. Now that I've finished explaining, let's start the game. The angel smiled and waved his hand. Dazzling light overwhelmed the space. Ryuman stood alone in the light. That soft sound rang out again. Now you are all in a space where you can't see each other. He opened his eyes calmly and looked ahead. Facing him was an entity similar to being reflected in a mirror. The angel gave instructions. Before transferring your soul, you need to create a body. You guys just do as you like. Hearing that, he immediately pressed his hand against the screen in front of him. The illusion on the other side did the same. The angel warned, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. Ryuman thought to himself, well, just do it as usual. He watched the figure gradually fade before his eyes and decided, my nickname will be Black Cow. That illusion has completely disappeared. A space is created which is a green and empty step. Ryuman's new body caught fire, slowly entering that space. With a more mature and sharp face, with the name Black Cow on his head, he thought, this will be the 100th regression. He tried moving his hand. I used the same appearance, because this was the 12th time, so I felt like this was my own body. One by one, people also entered this world. Some were surprised, some were puzzled. What is this place? A plane. Wow, my body really changed. Some people liked it. I tried using a celebrity's face. Wow, damn, it really works. Ryuman thought to himself, everyone is also trying to look their best this time, but if you have a brain and know how to think, you shouldn't do that. He looked at the happy girl in front of him, silently thinking of the truth. This world is the world of those with the strongest ability to survive. If you are too attractive, you will become an easier target. If you die in this world, you will also die in the real world. Well, it's almost time, Ryuman thought and turned his eyes to the side. Here he is, Huang Yanman. He has a strong, muscular body to everyone's surprise. Ryuman laughed. This time he chose a muscular body. Angels suddenly appeared from somewhere. Looking at you like this, you must really like your new interface. I really like seeing your scared expressions. Let's see, there are a total of 1,802,910 people. That's the total number of people in Seoul. Many people looked up in disbelief and asked again, 1.8 million, it doesn't look like it's that much. The angels held their heads and laughed, what a bunch of lowly humans. Then he snapped again, do you think there is only this space? Humans will be divided into different planes with other angels, and conduct rounds, focusing on themselves. Before we actually get started, I'll give you a simple explanation. First, think about the word status window in your mind. A yellow window appeared in front of your eyes that only you could see. Ryuman immediately thought, status window. On the window there are lines of information, Ryuman's name, nickname Black Cow, novice rank, level 1, no profession, no title, strength index +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3, statistics .0. Normal skills not, special skills not, ancient words not, additional skills unlocked at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, 99. Seeing that, Ryuman thought and just wanted to sigh. The angel continued to explain, now have you looked at the status window, you will understand how trash you are if you have played the game before. To Yonman's surprise, the angel continued, become stronger, if you can survive to the end and conquer round 20. Then not only will you be free, but you will also be granted a wish." After saying this, his face showed a bit of cunning. Below there were whispering sounds. "A wish? Really? It's impossible," the angel continued, "however, you must be the first to have it." He continued to instruct, "Finally, say storage and look inside, I have prepared a gift." Yongman thought about the inventory, it immediately appeared in front of him. Any piece of ancient stone, he thought, then he reached out to touch the red stone. The angel explained further, "You see, any piece of rune stone can only be used once, you can only use it when you are at level 1, and it is the only item you are given when you first start, you can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking about using it." Yongman immediately did as he thought, used it, and the stone broke into many pieces in his hand. He cried out in surprise, then looked at the red light coming from his palm. The angel smiled, looking at that expression, "You are not happy, no matter what the result is, you have to accept it, because it is your luck." Finished running the rune mark, "Now let's get started," he snapped his fingers. In front of each person, a board announcing the round 1 mission appears. Each defeated 100 goblins, safe zone, participants 1,801,029,290, eliminated 0 of 900,514,645, area with esks 45 tiles 5, participants 10,286, eliminated 0 of 5,143. Then giant blue goblins appeared, holding shiny weapons. People standing from far away could see the goblins. "Were they goblins?" others said excitedly. It felt like they were playing a game. "Are we really in a virtual world game? Were we kidnapped without knowing anything to experiment on?" The angel saw that and said, "It's still too early to get excited. I haven't summoned all the goblins yet." After saying that, a series of demons appeared. Everyone stepped back in fear. "Wait, all of them? Why are there so many?" The angel with a murderous expression happily said, 10,000 people fight 50,000 goblins, fight to the death." The goblin with a fierce face bearing sharp teeth and red eyes screamed and rushed towards the player. "The player is panicked, it is running towards us, don't come closer, there are screams." But someone calmly walked over. One person suddenly bravely stepped forward. In contrast to the panicked look, Ryuman calmly walked towards the goblin. Everyone behind is worried for him. "Ha, what's wrong with that guy? He's going straight towards the monster. Wait a minute, it's dangerous to get close to that place." Regardless of those words, his eyes exuded murderous intent. He jumped up and turned around. "Give the goblin a straight kick to the head." Ryuman thought to himself, whether in a group, or an organization, the first impression is always extremely important. Right now, everyone was looking at him with wide eyes in disbelief. As he jumped up and kicked the goblin, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, he thought, "I need to engrave my impression in their minds." The goblin took the kick and was thrown back, hitting its head hard on the ground. It didn't even need a weapon and fell, the weapon flew out in a corner. Ryuman bent down and picked up his weapon, thinking, "To keep those annoying flies from bothering me, I need to show off my strength." And the most important thing, he raised his eyes to the sky. Ryuman silently made up his mind, that he needed to attract her attention. The angel above the sky, coughed, let out a cry of pleasure. "So, it seems like I have to try a little harder for this performance." He firmly held his weapon in his hand to face the fiercely approaching goblins. He only needed a few moves, and in the blink of an eye, he used his weapon to pass by several goblins, giving each one 2 stabs in the back. The observer was amazed. "Did everyone see? Who is that person?" Others continued, "Is he a special soldier or something? Black Cow, the nickname sounds cool too." People also talk about these goblins, usually the weakest monsters in games, right? Seeing that Ryuman could easily kill them, they immediately came up with the idea, "We can probably kill it too, although maybe not as easily as Black Cow. If we fight seriously, it probably won't be too difficult." But before he finished speaking, the goblin rushed forward and jumped on the person who had just spoken, surprising everyone. The ferocious goblin pressed the other person down, using a knife to pierce him. Everyone was still in shock. A person shouted in horror, his face pale and sweating. Only then did everyone regain their composure and, realizing what was going on, they quickly screamed in terror and ran, screaming, "Help me!" There began to be many screams around. They were coming again. Ryuman was still leisurely destroying the goblins one by one. In contrast to his calmness, many people were crushed to death by goblins on the ground. Strawberry syrup splashed everywhere. The scene was very desolate. Ryuman observed and thought to himself, with this situation, no one will mistakenly think that this is just a game anymore. Right now in their minds, facing the tragic carnage, they can only think of one thing. Surviving. The girl witnessed the whole scene so scared that her face turned pale. The survival instinct inside them arose strongly, dominating their minds, and then they all ran away. Ryuman thought to himself as he dealt with the goblins, I also chose that method the first time. Only after the second time did I realize that running away in this deserted place was impossible. A woman trying to escape from the goblins suddenly crashed into a yellow barrier. She angrily punched that yellow fence. Ugh, what is this? This attracted everyone's attention. That line of thinking continued, and for those living in modern times, who have never laid hands on any animal, especially the person holding the trembling weapon, they will probably find it very difficult to kill a goblin. Goblins are equally scared, but to survive in this game. The elf suddenly became strangely calm. It rose up, knocked the other man away, picked up its weapon and counterattacked. Ryuman realized, we have to overcome that fear. At the scene of humans and demons fighting each other, there were cries, some people screamed, save me. The angel laughed loudly, ho ho ho, the war between humans and elves, how interesting. He covered his mouth, even though they are only the size of children, if there is no resistance at all, they will be enough to take you down with their bare hands, let alone using daggers. However, the angel stopped for a moment. He excitedly looked at Ryuman who was fighting fiercely with the goblins and thought to himself, what is that human being? He immediately looked at the progress of Black Cow's mission, defeated the goblins 70 out of 100, and recited your name again, Black Cow. The angel was bored looking at the information, this damn system, besides the mission progress, all the player information was hidden. He excitedly exclaimed, whatever, having to instruct these incompetent humans really hurts my dignity, but it seems there are still some pretty remarkable people left, so I'll stay and enjoy it a little longer. Ryuman swung his weapon, cutting the goblin right in the face. System notification, you have defeated the goblin, experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Defeat the goblin quest progress 75 out of 100, activities needed to complete defeat the goblin quest 25 out of 100. Meanwhile, Ryuman nimbly dodged all of the goblins' attacks. A series of 4 goblins were rushing towards him. He held the weapon and gently passed through all 4 at the same time. Each one gives it a fatal blow. The goblin's blood pudding was all over his arm, but he didn't mind, his hand twisted the knife very confidently. The remaining goblin stepped back in fear before his aura. But there was no way he could avoid his attack when he used both hands and used all his strength to stab its body. Strawberry syrup splashed all over his face, his eyes radiated a terrible murderous aura. He looked straight at the challenging goblins. Were there any more? The goblin serum on his knife dripped to the ground. Seeing the scene of his fellow being defeated in such a terrible way, a series of goblins behind him suddenly retreated in fear and cried out. Ryuman wiped the marks on his face. He sighed. It seemed like he could rest a bit. His status window appeared again. There was a slight change. He was level 4, his stats were now 6, he thought to himself. In the blink of an eye he was already level 4. Every time I level up I will have 2 more stat points. You immediately calculate, put all the stat points into agility, think about it and immediately interact with the stat board. In addition to increasing evasion rate, agility also increases attack speed and movement speed, he thought. In the early stages of the game, agility is the most important stat. He brandished his weapon. With progress this fast, maybe I've attracted the angel's attention, now let's end everything. Ryuman threw his weapon into the face of a goblin in the distance, grazing one's ear, causing it to freeze. He coldly challenged them, come here. Faced with that challenging attitude, they were angry but still stood still, not daring to rush forward. He sighed, ha, don't you dare. Ryuman jumped quickly. There was no need for them to rush up, he proactively moved forward. With one jump he went straight to the goblin whose face he had slashed with his weapon. He picked up the knife and growled, then let me come to you. Being outsmarted like that, the goblins became crazy and turned their heads backwards. But before they could do anything, the slash was so powerful that one swing of his caused 3 or 4 of them to turn into 2 separate pieces. The notification sounds continuously, experience 4%, gold 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunting Quest 100 out of 100. Complete mission round 1. A circle of golden light surrounded Ryuman. He stood proudly in the middle of the circle, which was a safe zone for those who had completed their tasks. He thought leisurely, that's the end of round 1, after defeating these goblins, I will definitely receive the attention of the angels. Notification system, congratulations on completing the first round 1 mission in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round 1 mission in all regions. The leaderboard appeared. He reached top 1 in the region and the entire server in 10 minutes and 21 seconds. He smiled with satisfaction. He achieved first place. The higher the completion rank, the better the reward. The top 3 ranks are the best rewards. The system announces, congratulations on completing the first round 1 mission in this area. You will receive an optional weapon. Unique rewards for this area and the entire area. And the reward for the entire area is, congratulations on completing the first round 1 mission in all the areas, you will receive a treasure chest. He immediately thought, the reward he received was probably the biggest compared to everyone. First, choose the weapon in the reward area. Ryuman thought about it and immediately clicked on the weapon. Notification system, you can choose one of the following weapons. A long sword, a short sword and a spear. He hesitated a bit. Ryuman lingered and decided to think, even though it's not a big deal, I'm lucky I got this so early. After that, he quickly made a decision. The system reported, short sword received. Weapon classification, rarity level, attack 15, attack agility effect plus 1.15, durability 150 out of 150, equipment limit for rookie level and above, description of the best daggers that rookies can use. He immediately threw the weapon he had stolen from the goblins on the ground, thinking, throw this trash away. Then he pressed exit from the weapon information panel. Now I'll temporarily keep the choice chest that I got through the special reward. Ryuman turned on the status window. He looked very relaxed while around people were writhing and fighting the goblins. He looked thoughtfully at the status window. Now that I think about it. He silently calculated, the title I had before, The Last Traveler, this is something I have never seen in the past 99 regressions. At this moment, Ryuman pulled out the ancient stone, placed it in his hand and said, using it. You use the broken rune randomly. The broken tablet emitted a red light on his palm. The system informed that, congratulations, you have received the time reversal rune. The received rune will automatically be engraved into the player's body. He clenched his fists, his gaze pensive. Traces of this rune were present in the player's soul. Due to the rune's special properties, the engraving failed. Ryuman immediately thought, the result is obvious. If I carve one more time, it means I can regress countless times. Based on the ancient traces in your soul, you have been recorded as a time traveler with 100 travel times. Hearing the announcement, Ryuman was startled. That voice rang out again, having received the title of traveler for the last time. He was shocked. What? In this game, the title is something even better than the ancient runes. The status panel appears, the title of the last traveler. The unlock condition is to receive 100 time reversing runes. The effect after death will maintain the soul state at that location for 1 minute. If you want, you will be reborn and recover all your vitality. The ability is disposable. This title will disappear after revival. They are much more powerful than runes, and also more difficult to obtain, Ryuman thought to himself. Furthermore, resurrection is a skill that belongs exclusively to priests. And even that skill only restores 30% of maximum health after reviving. Ryuman smiled happily. So this title allows me to revive with all my vitality. Looks like I just got a huge title. Ryuman smiled excitedly thinking, I just got something great. He glanced at the system board and thought, having this card in hand is always a good thing. Right now the system board is displaying, title, traveler, last time of travel, public index, public or private. Title will not be displayed under it when selecting private mode. The effect still works. Ryuman stretched, silently guessing in his heart, the others must have finished their mission. I don't know how Yongman is. He looked to the side and saw Yongman fighting the monsters and exclaimed in his heart, oh, there he is. Ryuman smiled with satisfaction and thought, it seems he survived. Large pillars of light appeared in the sky. The angel above observes in sarcasms, no wonder it's getting more and more boring. He looked at those fighting humans, you poor humans, will gradually be destroyed to match the remaining goblins. Sorry, it's my fault. Angel spread her wings, stir things up again. If a normal person hears that, they are startled, stirred, moved. She looked down at the person she was holding in her arms. He was gradually disappearing. She was panicking, the body was disappearing, the others were also confused. What was going on? The angel from above made loud sounds. Many people created by him appeared on the ground. Bloodthirsty monsters are coming in more and more numbers. When people see that, they get scared. Damn it. The angel with a strangely satisfied expression spoke in a sinister voice, I have given you 50,000 more lives, surely you have more than enough power to kill. Immediately, below, humans and monsters rushed in to start a new killing spree, killing. Humans are constantly fighting monsters, blood is constantly pouring out. Monsters keep coming and attacking without stopping. Both sides tried to finish each other off. The system displays a notification, mission requirements completed, 1021 out of 5143. It started to happen that people used each other as shields. But humans are not weak, they and monsters are still equal. The system continues to notify, mission requirements completed, 2120 out of 5143. At this moment, Ryuman was sitting with his eyes closed, resting inside the light pillar. Someone else reached out and touched the light column with a bloody hand. He watched in pain as his side fought monsters in a sea of blood. The system is still reporting, mission requirements completed, 3532 out of 5143. The angel happily clasped his hands together to observe the fierce battle below. Ryuman raised his head and stared at him, not saying anything. There are more and more pillars of light in the sky. Notification system, mission requirements completed, 5143, 5143. Suddenly the goblins disappeared, making everyone confused. The goblins disappeared, where did they go? The angel looked at the system notification board, mission requirements completed, 5143 out of 5143, only half completed the mission, now it's done. He looked at the remaining people, the others would have to die, after all these were the rules of the game. Everyone heard that and panicked, death, wait, angel, I only have to kill one more, please, no. The people inside the light column witnessed the scene of everyone outside gradually disappearing and were extremely frightened. The angel raised his voice and asked them, why are your faces so gloomy? Shouldn't you be happy to be alive? It's okay, you survived, you can go back. He smiled slightly but looked a bit creepy. Congratulations on passing the first stage, I hope you will try harder next time. Now let's announce the rankings before leaving. The system displays the results of round 1, all regions, Blackfish, level 5, 10 minutes 21 seconds, Idiots, level 5, 16 minutes 15 seconds, Devil, level 5 17 minutes 7 seconds, Current area, ESCs 45, 5, Black Dragon, level 5, 10 minutes 21 seconds, Life is a Movie, level 5 23 minutes 55 seconds, Black Dragon in Hand, level 5 24 minutes 43 seconds. The system records that Black Goo ranks first in the entire region and current region. Reward, ranking reward, lowest level rare weapon voucher, given, special optional reward chest, given, mission completion reward, 1000 gold coins, not given, you will receive the mission completion reward after a few minutes. Ryuman read the information sent by the system. You have received 1000 gold coins for completing the mission, congratulations, you can use the gold you receive to buy items at the store, the equipment buying feature will be unlocked when you reach level 10. Only then did Ryuman notice the surprised eyes of the people around him. He turned his head, smiled and thought, surely everyone knows he's ranked first. The angel also spoke in admiration at this time. Unexpectedly the number 1 position in the entire region was in my area, it's unbelievable, it's a joke, isn't it, answer me. Ryuman calmed down, please talk. The angel voiced his question, why are you so strong, did you get a special ancient language or something? In the middle of speaking, he suddenly stopped, bit his lip and cursed silently, damn. Ryuman calmly replied, just look at my status window and you'll know. Angel is confused, well. He tried to act calm, of course it was okay, an angel like me couldn't see that information, I was just testing you. Ryuman smiled fakely, thinking to himself, stop making fun of me. He spoke up, this angel, he replied, what's wrong? Ryuman asked, can I make a request? The angel was surprised and requested. Ryuman frankly, it seems, the reward for the first place winner is a bit sketchy. Yongman and the others were surprised to hear that. They opened their eyes wide and looked towards Ryuman. The angel also frowned angrily, what did you just say? Ryuman crossed his arms over his chest and said without fear, I hope you can give me something nicer. The angel seemed angry, his voice carried a hint of danger, you, say it again. Ryuman continued, I didn't like my reward, so I wanted you to give me something better. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The angel gritted his teeth and flashed an evil smile, how dare an ordinary person make demands on me? In his heart, he secretly thought, I kept an eye on him because he was very energetic at first. But after only killing a few goblins, you look down on me, Zen God, immediately reach out your hand, I will make your head explode. He remembered what happened before. Damn it, I killed someone with a disposable ability, you arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you? Suddenly Angel stopped. Wait. He smiled and thought, yes, I know what to give him. The angel raised his voice and asked, do you want a better reward? He landed with one foot on the ground. I usually refuse such requests immediately, but... He stood in front of Ryuman. I thought about it, let's talk in private, the others wait a moment. Seeing that, everyone was in an uproar. Was she really planning on agreeing with him? I didn't expect to be able to bargain with an angel. Should I give it a try? I also want another reward. I'm pretty sure it's because he came first. They started to have a different view of Ryuman. How precious the reward must be for sending me away like this. I'm so jealous. But Ryuman was not happy at all and instead looked in one direction. It's hard for Yongman to be stared at by Ryuman. At this moment, Ryuman smiled and turned to walk away. He followed Angel into the forest. He turned around and asked, why don't you come closer? Are you planning on making me keep turning my head? Walk next to me. Ryuman replied, yes. The angel gritted his teeth and was secretly angry in his heart. Stupid humans who had to be given orders to obey, a species that did not know how to be obedient but was too greedy. He turned his head forward, frustrated, and besides, why should I change what the system gives him? I mean, even if we could do it, he wouldn't be the only exception. The angel's expression gradually became cruel. He glanced at Ryuman standing behind him. He should accept what is given to him. I will show him the consequences of greed. The angel continued to walk, calculating in his head, I will kill him as soon as I step over that rock. He thought about it. Of course there will be a high possibility of trouble. If I kill a player out of personal vengeance without touching the disposable ability, what if later on the player complains unfairly and rebels? In that case you guys have the right to hold me responsible because of my actions, the game will be broken. The angel gradually walked towards that rock. He was still immersed in his thoughts, so I need a place where no one is. He smiled smugly in his heart, you stupid bastard, if you keep your mouth shut, no one will know what will happen. The angel happily turned around and asked, what reward do you want? Tell me, what do you want? Before he could finish his sentence, he had to watch Ryuman's fist swing forward. The angel was punched straight in the face by Ryuman without having time to dodge. The sudden attack caused him to stumble and fall backwards. When he fell down, Angel was a bit stunned, not expecting this scene to happen. The angel was punched in the face by Ryuman and cried out in surprise. He lay on the floor while he stood calmly. The angel was beaten by the player until his nose bled pure yellow blood and was confused. What is this? Did that damn human just hit me? He turned around angrily, damn human. However, after looking around, Ryuman was nowhere to be seen. The whole scene was silent. He was still thinking to himself, he had disappeared, while he was waxing the angel from behind. Ryuman immediately grabbed his wing tightly. Realizing this, the angel was extremely surprised. Ryuman tried to pull his wing with force. The angel, frightened, reacted violently and shouted, wait, what are you going to do? Stop. He didn't care, but with a cold expression, he tore off one of the wings, causing pain to the angel. Because of the pain, he lost consciousness for a moment. Ryuman was behind him holding the wing with blood pouring out from the angel's back. He still said coldly, don't be so crybaby. In such pain that he could no longer stand, he was grabbed by Ryuman with his other wing, his foot stepping on the angel's back to stabilize him. He plucked the remaining wing and calmly said, now he can't run anymore. Ryuman even mocked him, what, it hurts? Angel was angry, it hurts so why not? You already knew everything in your heart, Ryuman calmly said, if I had waited 5 more minutes, you would have been the one to ask this obvious question, and then laugh that despicable Kiahei laugh. The angel raised his voice, are you crazy, human, what are you talking about? He picked up one of the wings he had just plucked off. Behind the feathers a dagger appeared. You were planning to use the knife hidden in the wing to kill me, right? The angel was exposed and speechless. He continued, knowing right away, he still tried to make excuses. What do you mean by killing? I never intended to do that. Ryuman is now in the angel's belly, there's no use lying, I just need to look at your face to know everything, Burial. The angel was now confused and bewildered. What's wrong? A human knows my name. Ryuman pulled out the dagger from his inventory. Even if you knew it, it wouldn't do anything. The angel saw the panic. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out the weapon? He looked at the dagger as if checking the weapon before the execution, still not understanding why. At this moment, Angel still spoke loudly. Do you want your head to explode to the point of going crazy? I just need to snap my fingers and you will. Ryuman already knew what he was capable of. He didn't have the ability to kill anyone else. The angel's tricks were exposed, so he became speechless. He turned to, threatening you to save your life. Do you think you can get away with it? My companion probably won't sit idly by. Ryuman already understands the nature of angels. What the hell are their companions? Angels are all a bunch of selfish people. They don't care about other people's problems. Whether you die or not, they don't care at all. Angels listen to what you say and stutter. Nonsense. Ryuman doesn't want to waste any more words. That's enough. Let me send you on your way. The angel is afraid and backs away. Wait a minute, you won't gain anything from this. You're still calm. Yes, but anyway you don't know. The angel replied, if you kill me you will regret it. You won't be able to return. Ryuman is cold. This system will let me return on my own after resolving everything. The angel thought, damn, how come you know this? The angel could no longer maintain a noble tone. He turned from threats to negotiations. Ah, that's right. I will give you any information you want. Give me a chance. Ryuman doesn't care. No need. If I needed information, I would have tortured him to get out everything I wanted. The game environment that I am is because of him. And the fact that he is just a chess piece acting as a guide. The angel didn't have time to absorb the information he just said. What? The angel was surprised when he knew everything. Before he could finish speaking, Ryuman stabbed him in the chest. The angel lost consciousness as your cold blade pierced his heart. The angel's fallen body fell to the ground while Ryuman still stood there indifferently. A series of system notifications appear. You have defeated an angel. Confirmed, you are the first player to defeat Angel. You have been awarded the title of First Angel Slayer. You have been awarded Blood Angel and First Angel Kill. Ryuman held the reward in his hand and thought to himself, this time I am indeed the first. The message continues to appear. You have been awarded the Slaughter Rune for your First Angel Kill. The ancient language that has just been acquired is automatically imprinted on the player's body. The golden aura from the angel killing rewards surrounded his body. Ryuman remembered his past life. The current rewards were given to the player who killed the first angel. The system's notice board appeared. Title, First Person to Kill an Angel. Conditions to achieve. Become the first person to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting with divine creatures, all stats will double. He remembers, the first time I heard about this reward was when I took revenge on an angel for the 13th time, probably because this was a reward limited to only one person. Assassin Rune. Effect, every time a target is killed, all stats will increase by 1%, maximum 100%. Each reward can be compared to a unique item. Ryuman smirked. If the angels found out that he had found an ancient language, they would be very surprised. He looked down at his prize with full intent, and Ryuman looked at the bottle and thought, the biggest reason I killed an angel. The system board appears. Blood Angel, type, consumable item, level, uniqueness, effect, can change your profession to a god of death, usage limit, from level 10 and above, explanation, reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only the first player to kill an angel has the right to change his/her profession to the angel's natural enemy, the god of death. Ryuman thinks, starting from level 10, all players can own a profession. There are a total of 30 different professions, and changing professions is also very easy. You must obtain a job-changing item. Usually this item will be obtained through hunting or completing some simple conditions, but there are exceptions. That is when changing to a special job, when the job is only given to the player under special circumstances. The image of the symbol of the Reaper job appears along with the vial of angel blood. And of course these special jobs are on a completely different level than normal jobs. The bonus stats, level up runes, skill system and so on, are all good to the point of being almost perfect. Analyzing for a while, he looked at the inventory, and speaking of which, he hadn't finished the first round yet and was already back. Then I will use the reward earned for being first in every region. The system notification appears. You can choose one of the rewards below. A list appears. Reward, touch the reward you want. 1, X3 experience effect, lasts for 2,000 gold. 3, information about round 2. He silently calculated that the important thing now was to quickly reach level 10 and change his job. After thinking about it, he chose the reward. Notification system, you have selected X3 experience effect, round 2 starts and the effect will automatically be applied. Ryuman looked down at the angel's body without being moved. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. I have to be stronger at any cost. At that time, Angel's body gradually lit up and disappeared. Announcement system on the area court. Round 1 ends, all areas, number of survivors, 900,514,645, current area ESCs 45 tile 5, number of survivors, 5,143, souls will be transferred to the body in the current dimension. February 1, 2023, round 2 is starting. We will see you in the next round, congratulations on surviving. The scene switched back to the real world. Yongman woke up after exiting the game. The sun had begun to rise. Yongman looked at the people who were also gradually waking up and realized that it was no longer midnight. This was the ringing of New Year's bells. He was sweating profusely and thought, what's going on? Looking around, he discovered, is everyone collapsed like me? Everyone around was confused, saying at the same time, did I just faint just now? I just had a super realistic dream. My head wanted to split. Yongman thought to himself, my dream just now was so strange. He looked at the time on his phone. 5:20, did the time here pass like in his dream? His two friends also woke up. Oh, my head, arms and legs are all sore. Yongman asked the other two, are you guys awake yet? One guy asked again, Yongman, did I just faint? He answered, yeah, not only you but everyone here too. The other two asked in turn, did we just fall asleep for a while? What happened? I was just about to say that I just had a very strange dream. Yeah, I was the same. Yongman, did you dream? He looked and replied, yes, but I don't think. At the same time, he looked at everyone around confused. Are we back yet? Back from that hell? I'm alive. What? But it must have been a goblin. My head. After observing he finished, it was just a dream. The other two were confused. So all of that was real, the goblins and the breasts, everything. So will we be teleported back there again early next month? Damn it. At the same time, Yongman saw that one person in the group was still unconscious. Another person asked, hey, why doesn't this guy wake up? The other two also turned, I'm also wondering, hey Kim Taishik, wake up. A guy came out to shake people, hey, wake up. Taishik's face is now pale, his eyes and nose are purple like the phenomenon of blood rushing down due to gravity in a corpse. The other guy raised his hand to his face and was surprised, it couldn't be. His hands were shaking as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He shouted in fear, damn it, it's not breathing anymore, I can't feel its pulse either. Yongman was shocked, is Taishik dead? The other guy mumbled in panic, no, did he die because he couldn't survive in the game? The other person looked incredulous, there was no way it was possible. He looked around in panic, so, all the people here who didn't wake up. Are they all just corpses? The three of them looked around and saw dozens of people lying around, the scene was so terrible. In the group of three, Taishik was the calmest, but his hands were still shaking. One person was so panicked that he was nauseous, the other was confused, it was unreasonable, only half survived, the next round was also like this. Yongman's face now has a mixture of fear and excitement, it's true, he's crazy. Yongman excitedly flashed a crazy smile, doesn't that mean that even if they were born at the starting line, everyone has to live equally, now there's no need to cry about how unfair life is anymore. Then, he turned to look at his two panicked friends, oversimplifying everything, calm down you bastards, now we just need to survive, why do we have to worry so much? One person couldn't get a word out after listening, it's so unfair, having to die without even having a chance to try. Yongman continued to say, it's not just us, everyone else is also caught up in this situation, what's there to complain about the injustice? The other two listened to what he said but couldn't accept that thought, this guy is not crazy. One person objected, damn it, you've simply lived your whole life as a thug until now, so of course you won't see anything lost even if you die here, I'm different, I still have many things I want to do. Seeing that Yongman didn't pay attention to what he said, he asked, what are you looking for? Yongman replied, I don't see that damn guy anywhere, who is your errand boy? Yongman thought to himself, where is that damn kid? I'm pretty sure I saw him in that direction before he passed out, could it be that he couldn't even get through the first round and died in some corner? He's complacent, that's probably it, how could a weak brat like him survive? Suddenly Yongman saw something next to him. He noticed a person wearing shoulder armor in the middle of the street and couldn't help but be curious. Yongman thought to himself, what's wrong with that guy? Besides, where the hell did he find all that armor and equipment? It can't be. It seemed he had realized something and was doubting his own thoughts, then silently called out in his head, status window. At that moment, the status window lit up before my eyes. Yongman couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that a status window appeared. The other two also seemed to hear everyone around them, status bar, there's no way something like that could happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the status window appeared. He exclaimed, "This is real." The three of them looked at each other and felt strange. What the heck, why are you staring into space like that? Aren't you doing the same thing? It probably only shows up for each person. Isn't this something that can also be applied in real life? The heck, so we can also use both stat points as well as items. Having finished speaking, Yongman bent down and picked up a stone. He used force to squeeze the stone, shattering it into pieces. Seeing the rest of the stone in his hand crushed into powder, Yongman was also surprised. His face now shows a smile with eyes full of cunning. This is so great. Moving on to the news, today, at dawn something truly unbelievable happened. In the square right in front of the Jongro New Year Bell area, right before the New Year, more than 10,000 people suddenly lost consciousness. Now, I would like to take everyone to the scene of the incident. An unidentified woman wearing an angel outfit appeared before the New Year's bell, she later told the people below. Not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a citizen pointed at the woman and said something. The person who said the words in question was immediately killed. After that, the woman extended her arms towards the people, causing more than 10,000 people to suddenly lose consciousness. According to police reports, the majority of the people who fell were between the ages of 15 and 29. We have confirmed that this phenomenon happened not only in the country but on a global scale. On the internet, there are still many people who are skeptical about this news. What the heck, did the reporter stop doing drugs or something? Why did he suddenly release this nonsense news so early in the morning? Today is April Fool's. More than 1.8 billion souls have been kidnapped. It's really unbelievable how much the scale of fake news has increased. The reporters also cooperated very well. Going back to Ryuman, he read the news and comments on social media and thought, it's already started.
And this is just the beginning. The announcer continued to report, at about 5:20 a.m. today, about half of the unconscious people regained consciousness, while the other half were still in a vegetative state at the scene of the phenomenon. They were all diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead in the square. This is the first time that more than 11% of the population has died in a crisis. Ryuman was pensive, while news of the death continued to be posted.
The real problem lies in another aspect. He carries his backpack and looks into the distance. The news reported that the survivors are now called players and the reason behind this incident is still being investigated by the agencies. Ryuman soon knew the real problem. That problem was that the abilities that players had were brought to the real world. He silently calculated, there are still no players with really high stat scores, so it doesn't have a big impact right now, but the higher the level of the players, they will gradually advance to become powerful entities. No matter what modern weapons are used, or even an entire army is sent, those players cannot be suppressed. Weapons that are humans themselves, that cannot be controlled will be born. But I don't intend to just watch the world sink into a series of chaotic events. If I leave things as they are, the world will probably end before it even reaches the 20th round, he thought as he walked away. There is only one solution. Ryuman believes that he needs to control all players, with a power that surpasses them all. Of course I will have to use a different method than the previous regressions, he thought as he remembered the previous memory that he had to stop in front of the boss room, the notification system. To be able to open the door to enter the boss room, you need at least 5 players. He silently made up his mind, I need to have a few potential people in mind, and I already have a few ways to recruit them. But now is not the time to act hastily. Right now, there are more important things to do. Ryuman returned to his house at dawn. He entered the dark, silent apartment. Ryuman looked at a spot in the room. He noticed a familiar scene. This kid, he had eaten cup noodles for dinner again. Ryuman opened the bedroom door slightly and looked in. He saw his younger brother still sleeping. Ryuman chuckled, can he still sleep well even though his brother hasn't come home yet? Ryuman, this person is my younger brother. Next year he will be a third-year high school student. My house is nothing special, however, my parents passed away after a traffic accident. Just like that, a lot of things changed overnight. One of the most notable changes is, when I became one's sole guardian, you notice the bandaged wound on one's hand. Ryuman touched the wound on his brother's hand. He felt a little pain in his heart. The light in the room turned on, causing Ryuman to wake up. Ryuman next to his younger brother, it's time to wake up one, he's still confused. Ryuman called his younger brother up. It was morning. Ryuman looked at the clock and felt confused. What? It's only 6 a.m. Without a word, Ryuman snatched my blanket. He urged, we don't have time to continue sleeping. Ryuman confused. What's wrong? Ryuman just talked quickly, I'll explain later, so change your clothes first, then we'll go. Ryuman is still yawning, where are we going? If you're going to say we're going to watch the sunrise, I'd rather sleep in. Ryuman was surprised to hear his brother being serious, listen to your brother. Ryuman said seriously, now is not the time to relax or sleep, the world is in chaos. Ryuman wondered, didn't you say you were going to see the New Year's celebration? What happened? Ryuman replied, just come with me first, I'll tell you while we're going. Before it was even dawn, the two of them left the apartment. Ryuman saw something strange about his brother, so he was a little worried. He secretly thought, why did he have to be so serious? I don't know what happened. Ryuman finally spoke up, 1. You don't know what the global situation is, right? Ryuman was confused, why did you say that? You scared me, did something happen while I was sleeping? He just replied, check the top searches. Ryuman nervously opened his phone to see. He was confused, what does this mean? An angel suddenly appeared and kidnapped people to another world, Ryuman corrected, to be more precise, their souls were taken away. Hearing that, Ryuman felt worried about him, no way, even him? Ryuman calmly replied, that's right, only after he hunts 100 monsters called goblins will he be able to survive again. Ryuman panicked, what, is that true? Are you injured anywhere? Ryuman is calm, don't worry about me. He saw his brother carelessly raising his voice, how could I not feel worried? He remembers his parents' funeral, so this is family. The only person I have left is you. Ryuman was still just a boy looking at his brother, of course, I know. To fill the void left by my father and mother. He must have a very strong mentality for himself, he kept thinking as he looked at Ryuman's huge back. Even thinking like that, Ryuman still understands that his brother is also human, but, having a strong mentality and killing 100 monsters are two completely different things, he must also have a weak side. Ryuman interrupted his younger brother's thoughts, I know you are thinking about something, Ryuman was surprised. He continued, they have a system called stats like in games, so my physical skills really aren't that important, so you don't need to worry. Ryuman listened to him comfort but still didn't feel reassured, if that's the case, but. Ryuman is confident, if you see me in the future, you probably won't think like this anymore. Ryuman doesn't understand what you're saying, what do you mean? Ryuman still refuses to explain, if you want to know then just follow me. Ryuman is stubborn, I don't want to, until you tell me where we're going, I won't move on anymore. He was determined, so please, tell me. Ryuman looked at the wound on his hand. He couldn't hold back his discomfort a bit. Suddenly Ryuman said the name that made Ryuman freeze, Bang Taegu. The atmosphere suddenly became serious, Ryuman was eloquent, we will go to Taegu Bang's stronghold, the place of that thug who bullies me. The atmosphere suddenly became serious, Ryuman was eloquent, we will go to Taegu Bang's stronghold, the place of that thug who bullies me. Ryuman asked straight to the point, is Bang Taegu threatening you? Ryuman was targeted with a black heart, how could it be? You already know everything? Ryuman calmly, why do you think I don't know? Ryuman felt sorry that his brother had to know, but I didn't want to show him, he was already having a hard time. At that time, Ryuman reminisced about his past life, I'm sorry. He thought to himself, honestly, I didn't know. I only know the truth. A few hours after returning from round 1, the scene flashed back to Ryuman's memory, Ryuman was still sleeping in the room. Ryuman was still natural, brother, I'm going out for a while, he thought, my brother, where were you going that day? Ryuman was sleeping when the phone rang to wake him up, it was so loud. He picked up the phone, hello, on the other end of the line was a stranger's voice, hello, is this the number of student Ryuman's guardian? Before he could say more, the person on the other end of the line continued, I need to go to 20 hospital immediately. Hearing that, Ryuman was surprised. He quickly put on his coat and rushed out of the house. By the time it was all over, Ryuman was beyond repair, Ryuman was filled with regret and anger, he went blind after Bang Taegu beat him, because he was stupid and weak. Ryuman clenched his hands and blamed himself, I couldn't protect her, sorry, I'm sorry, Now Ryuman has made up his mind, no one will bully him anymore, no one. The scene moves to an abandoned warehouse, with unusual noises emitting inside. There was a person who was kicked and hurt. As soon as the yellow-haired guy stepped on it, he was furious, you guys wanna die, didn't I say each of you brought 200,000 won here? While the other person was lying on the ground moaning, he still raised his voice, don't answer, don't you dare ignore me. He continued to brutally beat the other person. A few of his accomplices stood outside watching the play and laughed. It's true, Bang Taegu. Yeah, he's cruel to even his subordinates. That's right, but they still avoid him. Even the seniors from other schools don't want to get involved with him. No matter what happens, I don't want to go against him. After the fight, Taegu went back to his accomplices. Motherfucker, I was planning to buy a car today, you useless people, this makes me unable to do anything. He suddenly had a thought. Hey, do you guys know where to make money? After hearing this, a guy was afraid that I would become his cash machine. Where to make money? He ordered. Yes, think quickly, those guys also have to rack their brains to not be the target. A name suddenly popped up. He said, there's a guy, the guy who runs errands for you, Taegu. Taegu probably didn't remember because he forced so many people to run errands. The other guy continued, the guy is tall, short hair, why don't you call him? Taegu finally realized, Ryuman, that guy, I was going to call him today, I was going to beat him to celebrate the new year. The quick-thinking accomplices pushed all over Ryuman, so they could get money from him. Yeah, sounds good. Taegu boasted, hey, that guy isn't actually home. That guy was surprised. Why? He continued, he can't bring out any money even if I kill him, there's nothing left in his house. The other guys heard that and felt a little relieved. Really, Taegu is still calm, and that guy doesn't have any relatives anymore. He lives with his older brother. Before he could finish speaking, he looked into the distance. The other guys also turned around in confusion. What's wrong, Taegu, what's going on? It turned out that by this time the two brothers had arrived there. While Ryuman seemed afraid, Ryuman was still confidently standing there. Taegu sneered. The other two were relieved. Isn't that Ryuman? Damn it, you suddenly scared me. Bang Taegu got on his face, talking about crap. No, you're not a crap, you're just a dog. He shouted loudly, Ryuman, you son of a bitch. Ryuman saw that and trembled and clung to his brother. What's wrong? Seeing that Ryuman was with Taegu, Taegu felt strange. What, who is that guy? His face makes me so uncomfortable. He asked, hey, who is that dog next to you? Did you bring another errand boy here because you were lonely? Ryuman was so scared that he couldn't speak. Ryuman smiled devilishly. I'm one's brother. Taegu strangely wondered. He pretended to be cool and cracked his fingers. Look at this guy, didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut, and now you disobey me, today you died, and your brother too. After breaking his fist, he thought Taegu was going to attack, but instead he turned to look at his accomplices. Hey! The other two confidently walked forward. The sun was rising in the west, now an errand boy dared to go against Taegu. Hey one, are you good at fighting? A guy put his ugly face closer. You dog, do you want to run away? Before he could do anything, Ryuman punched him in the face. Seeing him lying on the floor, a guy behind him was surprised. He brutally rushed forward and tried to swing his fist. Son of a bitch. It's like that, but Ryuman easily dodged it. So he was punched in the jaw by you. He flew into the nearby pile of barrels, the sound echoed throughout the warehouse. Those two guys rushed in at the same time. You son of a bitch, you dare die. Before they could do anything, they punched Ryuman twice in the face. Seeing his accomplices lying on the ground, Taegu laughed and trembled. He thought to himself, trash. Taegu is still confident. It seems like he learned boxing from somewhere, but do you want to fight me with just that little skill? He finally agreed to go into battle. Oi, one's brother, it seems like you think you're very good just because you know a little martial arts. Even though he was so fat, he stood in front of Ryuman and was a head taller than him, so he was very arrogant. But haven't you learned that physical strength is very important in boxing? Ryuman doesn't care. Haven't you seen the news? Taegu didn't understand what he was saying or what he believed. Ryuman saw that and smiled lightly. He saw that you despised him and tried to punch you. What do you believe, son of a bitch? Ryuman immediately dodged the attack. He still gently dodged while Bang Taegu continued to attack and scream, smooth as a bastard, bastard. After a while, he was tired, his vision blurred, his breathing began to be heavy, something was wrong. He wondered, why can't I hit it? Ryuman's fist shines brightly, if you see the news. He delivered a fatal blow straight to his face. You will never dare, against a player like me. Ryuman unleashed a frontal blow on Bang Taegu's face. Receiving a punch from him, he still stood there, only pausing for a moment. He was surprised, then regained his composure and rushed straight towards you, you bastard. Suddenly there was no one in front of his dress. Where did you run? He turned back, it couldn't be. Before he could see his face, Taegyu received another left hook. He had dents on both cheeks, so he was so angry that he lost his wits. You dare to hit me. He was even more surprised when a tooth ran down along with a bloody nose. Taegyu shouted fiercely, "I will kill you." He ran straight in again and died. Of course Ryuman turned around and dodged. He used his left hand to grab his hand to hold him back. His right hand repeatedly punched Taegyu's recognition device. The two accomplices standing outside saw Taegyu suffer a terrible beating and couldn't believe their eyes. He was being beaten all this time, so he was bitter. Damn it, he kept hitting me in the face. Seeing Ryuman's relaxed appearance, Taegyu thought to himself, this bastard, if I hit him once. He was determined to rush in. Just one punch please, please. But not only did he not get hit, Ryuman's foot was still close to his face. He took a shot straight at Taegyu's throat. Being kicked by Ryuman, he was so fat that he flew several meters before landing. While Taegyu was holding his throat and lying in pain, he came closer, banged Taegyu. Ryuman's face was cold. It didn't hurt, bastard. Deep inside he was very excited, no matter how many times he was revived. I'll never forget that feeling, he thought while remembering Ryuman's blindness in his previous life. Ryuman is determined. In order to not repeat that hell, the arrogant bang Taegyu just now has to lie on the ground in fear. Don't come any closer, stop. Ryuman gently held his hand. He gave a smile full of murderous intent. That's why, don't you dare touch my brother. A clicking sound rang out. Taegyu still couldn't figure out anything. He then screamed loudly in pain as his fingers were broken all at once. While Taegyu was struggling in pain, Ryuman grabbed his other hand. Taegyu knew what he was planning to do, so he panicked. No, it hurts. Just hearing his screams makes you understand that he can no longer raise his fist. The other guys saw that and ran away in panic, quickly getting out of here. Ryuman saw Taegyu screaming in pain and turned away, not daring to look. Ryuman stood tall and coldly said, "Bang Taegyu, if you dare to touch my brother again, do you know what will happen? He now has no will to fight." I know, I won't do it again." Ryuman smiled cruelly again, "Yes, but I'll also teach you a good lesson, just in case you do it again." As he said that, he grabbed his hand. Taegyu was scared. "No, don't." He then shouted so loudly that even outside the warehouse could be heard clearly. A while later, on the way home, Ryuman was confused. "Honey, how could you do that? When did you learn martial arts?" Ryuman was calm. "Didn't you notice, players can also use skills in real life?" Ryuman wondered. "How?" He said as he took the item from the inventory, "Like this." The dagger appeared, surprising Ryuman. He was impressed. A knife appeared from thin air. Ryuman continued, "Cool, isn't it? You can also summon the weapon you received like this." Ryuman remembers the fight. "So, just now you were moving extremely fast, was that the same? That guy didn't hit you with a single punch." Ryuman explained, "Yes, his agility index is 11. Ryuman continued asking, "Index, do you mean the index in the game?" He replied, "Yes, a normal person has 3 points, a gymnast can have up to 10 agility points." The two brothers walked and talked. "What would happen if I leveled up? How would I know? I'm not at that level yet." At this moment, Ryuman was remembering the situation in his previous life where he had to lie. "I didn't intend to reveal that I was a fake regression. When I did that for the 11th regression, one was kidnapped by another player. Even though I got revenge, I don't want her to be humiliated because of me." Ryuman looked towards her with determination. "I have to prepare, to protect it in the upcoming battles, I have to." Without thinking anymore, he asked Ryuman, "Do you want to eat? You're hungry, aren't you?" Immediately his eyes lit up. "Yes." The two brothers went to the convenience store. Ryuman saw him go to the cash register. He asked out of habit, "Where are you going?" "Instant noodles are here." Ryuman answered quickly, "Yes, wait a minute." He inserted his bank card into the machine. Ryuman looked at the ATM screen. "This is the amount of money I have saved until now. 133,201, he immediately withdrew 100,001. Ryuman was surprised. He withdrew so much money, he replied, he needed to buy some things. Ryuman turned to the prepared food area. "From now on we will eat this." Ryuman wondered, "Are these things?" "Honey, everything here costs 5,001 or more." Ryuman replied like a boss, "It's okay, you can get whatever you want." Seeing that his younger sister was regretting money, he had to come up with another plan. For New Year's he was planning to eat only ramen noodles. Ryuman was still cautious. He knew that, but eating like that would cost a lot of money. Ryuman still didn't mind. it's okay, choose quickly. Ryuman turned 180 degrees, then, eat this, beef dipped in chili. His face looked so hungry, I want this too, it looks so delicious. Not stopping at supermarket food, Ryuman also goes further, sometimes we go to restaurants to eat, Hanu beef is delicious. Ryuman is shy, there's no need for that, this is too much for me. Ryuman thought to himself, just wait a few more days and I'll feed you meat until you're sick of it. Ryuman scoops a piece of canned meat into a bowl of rice. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he looked very happy. Ryuman exclaimed, it's so delicious. Ryuman sitting next to him is also happy, really, eat more. Seeing his brother calm down, he asked, brother, thank you very much, where are you going? Ryuman just replied quickly, wait a minute. Go find something. A moment later, Ryuman slammed the pen on the table. Ryuman looked at the pile of lottery tickets his brother bought and couldn't help but be surprised. Wait a minute, he withdrew all the money just to, do he plan to bet on it all? Ryuman was confident, perfect. Ryuman asked, wait, how many sheets did you buy? He calmly replied, 20 sheets. Ryuman was angry, what, why did he use 100,000 won for the lottery? He didn't know what he would get. Ryuman is still calm, just wait for me to see. Ryuman wondered, what are you doing? But why do you only choose the same number over and over again? Ryuman replied, I asked why. You are confident, these are the winning numbers. At this time, the two brothers are waiting to see what number is drawn, lottery number 1049, we will start drawing today. Ryuman panicked, we're screwed, we wasted 100,000 won. The results are starting to be revealed, here's the lottery, Ryuman is regretful, we could have bought better food with that much money. Ryuman is still calm, can you stop biting your nails? The numbers appearing made Ryuman's facial muscles gradually relax. Now, the first lucky number is 3, the second lucky number is 18. Third lucky number is 9, fourth lucky number is 38, fifth lucky number is. Summing up the results, we will announce the numbers of the 1049th lottery again, 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, 1, the additional number is 5. Ryuman couldn't believe his eyes, this is crazy, we won first prize. He was so happy that he couldn't hold back his tears. Ah, pinch my cheeks, Ryuman sees that I'm so emotional and it's awkward, just do it yourself. Ryuman still doubts reality, this is not a dream, right? Ryuman asked teasingly, do you prefer it to be a dream? Ryuman shook his head repeatedly, no, do, what, yes. He reassured, don't worry, it's not a dream. Ryuman still has to ask again, it's not a dream, right? Ryuman laughed, he said it wasn't. Ryuman happily stood up, we won the lottery. Ryuman remained as usual, lowering his voice, the neighbors could hear. He gently asked, do you like it that much? Ryuman was extremely excited, of course, aren't you happy? Ryuman just nodded, of course yes, he's actually been through it too many times, well, I was like that the first time too, I even screamed. He remembered that life, at that time he was still excited, we won the lottery, Ryuman was still the same, me, not like that, he thought now, but after repeating it many times, it became a normal thing. I have to quickly make money after each regression, because more than 900 million people died, the economy went into recession, and items exchanged between players, which will become valuable in the future, must be purchased with money. Ryuman was curious, I didn't expect to win the lottery, I don't know how much it is worth, Ryuman answered lightly, who knows? In his heart, he already knew how big the amount of money was, winning the lottery this much was enough to shake the world. The scene changes to Manhwa Bank. Ryuman is going to the bank to receive his prize, I don't have to worry anymore after winning the lottery countless times. You come to the front desk, I'm here to redeem the winning ticket. The receptionist replied, yes, congratulations, sir. In his mind, he was secretly doubting, did he win the lottery? He looks like a student. He asked for information, can you tell me where to buy lottery tickets? Ryuman answered quickly, QS24, Yonhui branch. The receptionist was startled when he heard that, what? He thought, QS24 Yonhui branch is, and at the same time remembered talking back and forth with his colleagues, have you heard, there are 115 winning tickets this time, what, 115, that's a lot. Yes, it's crazy, but the craziest thing is that those hundreds of tickets all belong to the same place. Don't tell me one person bought all those tickets. Never mind, if anyone says they bought tickets from Yonhui branch, call the president immediately, it's a VIP customer, Ryuman interrupted his reminiscence. Sorry. The receptionist is in a hurry, I'm sorry, but can you wait a bit? Ryuman replied, okay. A moment later, an uncle in his 40s came to respectfully meet Ryuman, thanking him for waiting. I'm Gwon Junho, president of Nanhwa Bank, please introduce yourself quickly, Ryuman. He continued, so you are the lottery winner, congratulations, Ryuman briefly, thank you. The chairman offered to talk privately, why don't we go somewhere quieter, please follow me. He took him to the lottery business office, here. When the receptionist saw the president coming, he quickly stood up and said hello. She was curious in her heart, who was next to the president, his son. He introduced, he is a VIP guest to receive the award, please make sure he is as comfortable as possible. The receptionist was surprised to hear that, VIP, so he is the winner of 100 tickets, polite president, now, feel free to visit, Ryuman replied, yes, thank you sir. She reassured herself, to stay calm. When the president left, she started to greet you, welcome sir, please sit here. Would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, juice. Ryuman won't let you introduce the whole menu, I'm fine, but more importantly, I want to receive a reward. The receptionist was also a bit awkward but still did her job, is that so? So first, I want to confirm the winning ticket first, sir. He handed out a thick stack of lottery tickets, here. Her eyes widened in surprise, I can't believe he bought all the same number, did he see the future or something? After a while, she finally finished checking, I completed the confirmation, everyone won the first prize. Ryuman asked directly, how much will I receive? She calculated with a cold sweat, and yes, sir, the reward is, about 22,5 billion won. The tax collection was so cruel, after taxes, I had about 15 billion won left, everything happened quickly after I received the reward. With that amount of money, Ryuman has planned his future strategy, the first thing is to find a new place to live. And that night, I opened a stock trading account, Bitcoin will increase about 500% next month, so I plan to invest in stocks after increasing the amount of money thanks to Bitcoin, and today. Returning to the two brothers' apartment, he asked his younger brother, Won, how the new house looked, did you like it? Ryuman was excited, of course, it's very beautiful, I've never seen a house this big and beautiful, I guess I'll have to take a photo. Ryuman continued, this is the best place we can move into immediately, the security is also good. Ryuman wondered, but hey, why did you pay the rent, with that much money, should we buy it back? Even though he had just won tens of billions of won, Ryuman said that Ryuman was confused, he didn't have much money left. I have invested more than 14 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryuman froze, what's wrong? Ryuman remained calm, I know what you're going to say, but I won't do anything crazy, okay? I can always make more money from the lottery, I saw 4 more numbers in my dream. Ryuman is easy to fool so I'm admiring him so much, I've only heard rumors about people dreaming about winning numbers before. He shook his brother until he was shaking, you remember everything, don't you? Don't forget it, remember? Ryuman smiled lightly, you're okay, you're dizzy. In his mind, he was thinking, there's no way I could forget after doing it so many times. He changed the subject, well, let's go have dinner, let's get ready to go out. Ryuman wondered, when we go out, where are we going to eat? Ryuman calmly said, you haven't said it yet, we're moving today. Scene changes to a person punching a wall. Turns out it was Yongman. He looked at my fist with excitement, I knew it was right to increase all the stats for strength. He was about to continue punching, moreover. I also have a power rune that can double my strength, I was lucky with the random rune, thinking, he kept punching the wall. Seeing all the cracks, Yongman was complacent, I bet even Tyson was jealous when he saw this punch. Yongman smiled like a psychopath, that's enough testing, why don't you try a real battle? There was a loud banging sound in the neighborhood, Yongman stood outside the apartment and kept banging on the door and calling loudly, Ryuman. He suddenly stopped banging on the door, clenched his fists to straighten his joints, and muttered, maybe that bastard isn't dead yet, but he didn't even answer the phone. He frowned and glared, clearly angry, he thought of Ryuman, that arrogant bastard. Do you think I will forgive you? Yongman rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, making his face turn murderous, after you look at me like that, I will kill you. One hand continued to pound as if he wanted to destroy the door, the other held the doorknob and wanted to open it, even though we are both players, a loser is still a loser, I have to teach you a new lesson. He banged on the door and wondered, It was obvious that that bastard was hiding in the house. Why didn't he come out? Suddenly he stopped for a second, then. His face turned cunning as he spoke, as if he was intentionally letting someone hear. Ah, that bastard probably isn't there, there's no other way, let's go home. He pressed close to the door waiting for Ryuman. Try breathing, I will destroy this door, and suddenly a voice rang out, hey student. A bald uncle came over and asked, what are you doing in front of someone else's house? He defiantly asked his uncle, ah, why do you care, are you the owner of the house or something? He was surprised, huh? The uncle adjusted his glasses and said to Yongman, I'm the landlord, you're surprised, huh? He questioned him, what are you doing, did you come here to see your friend? He stammered and said, friend. He immediately answered vaguely, ah, yes, a friend, can you open the door for me? I lost contact with my friend, if you could open the door, the uncle exclaimed, oh my god. He told him, it seems like he was left behind by his friend. Yongman was stunned. He said that now that room was empty, the student who used to live there had moved to another place. Yongman couldn't keep calm and kept asking the uncle, what, when did he go, where did he go? He answered, he just moved today, I don't know where. Yongman clenched his fists, silently cursing, this bastard. He ran away without saying a word. Elsewhere, Ryuman stands in front of a luxurious skyscraper. He looked at it and exclaimed, so tall. The first time he came to this place, he admired everything everywhere he went. When he entered the door, he was surprised that the entrance also had this revolving door. When he saw Ryuman checking in with a card, he also had an A word in his eyes, they even had access cards. He watched Ryuman pass by the security guard, his identity had been confirmed, he silently admired, there was also a security guard. He excitedly told Ryuman, this place is really great. Ryuman took him to the 43rd floor and asked him to follow, let's go, yes. Ryuman led him into a luxury apartment, the space was very spacious and fully furnished. Ryuman curiously asked him how big this place was. Ryuman calmly said, about 330 square meters, he gasped in surprise, 330. Ryuman wondered, wouldn't it be a bit too big for just the two of us? Ryuman complacently told him, we have a lot of money, we should be at least this big. Ryuman asked again, how much is the contract fee? He calculated and answered, the deposit is 500 million won, 22 million won per month. After hearing the number, Ryuman's head hurt, 22 million won, the monthly rent was 22 million won, he remembered, just a few days ago I was worried about whether spending 5,000 won at a convenience store was too wasteful. He worriedly discussed with Ryuman, brother, I think this place is too expensive, wouldn't it be better for us to move to a cheaper house? Ryuman, you still leisurely go to look at the house, it's clean. After listening, he flatly refused Ryuman, no, at least he had to spend this much money, the more expensive it was, the higher the security. On the first day of every month, all the players fall into a deep sleep. At this time Ryuman is falling asleep while Ryuman is sitting next to him anxiously clasping his hands and constantly praying for him. And this is the most vulnerable time for players, vulnerable to natural disasters such as fires or earthquakes, and assassins hired by other players. Therefore, the players must prepare to go to another world in the safest place possible. The image of Ryuman appears with an expressionless face, no matter how good he is in that other world, everything will end if he dies in the real world. Ryuman asked Ryuman, don't you like this house? Ryuman replied, the house is beautiful, but why do you ask that? Ryuman didn't answer his question but smiled and said, yeah, luckily you like it. Ryuman looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant by that. Ryuman turned away, his face showing sadness and worry. He looked at Ryuman and said hesitantly, I'm sorry. Ryuman looked at him with a questioning expression. Ryuman sadly blamed himself, next month I will be dragged into another world to fight again. But you sit here enjoying everything as if nothing happened, you're so useless, I'm sorry. Ryuman patted Ryuman's shoulder. He asked to reassure Ryuman, why are you so moody, don't you think I will win the next round? Ryuman hesitantly looked at him, well. Not letting Ryuman finish his sentence, he quickly brushed it off and invited Ryuman out to eat. Don't think about it anymore, let's go eat something, I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is delicious. Ryuman listened, yes. Suddenly Ryuman's phone vibrated. He took it out to look. He smiled and realized it was Yongman looking for him. He knew he had moved away, just let him go, I didn't plan to meet him in real life anymore. He ignored the vibrating phone and put it straight into his pocket, but who knows, he might meet him in another world. One day after moving house, Ryuman woke up, yawned and walked out of the room. He saw Ryuman changing his clothes, holding his bag and preparing to go out. Ryuman asked him, "One, where are you going?" He looked at Ryuman and asked, "Are you awake?" He said, "Yes, I ordered some rice cakes, so I was going to get them." Ryuman was bewildered. Rice cakes. Ryuman looked at the excited Ryuman. He pondered, rice cakes, it seems like this has never happened before. Of course, regressing to the past does not guarantee that everything will be the same as before, but it seems like this is the first time he went out to buy rice cakes, right? He asked Ryuman, "Why did you buy rice cakes?" He explained, "We just moved in, you have to give them to the neighbors, isn't it polite to do that?" Isn't that right? He thought, well, being a good neighbor isn't bad, that's a good idea, he's my little brother. He said, "I'm going to go check on the neighbors, so you should rest." Ryuman suggested, "We should go greet them together, let me go change, wait." Someone rang the doorbell. Someone in the house asked through the walkie-talkie, "Is there someone?" Ryuman enthusiastically introduced, "Hello, we just moved into the room next door, we came to say hello." A woman opened the door and greeted the two people, "Ah, hello." The woman looked at the two of them and complimented them, "You two are so similar, you two are brothers." Ryuman replied friendly, "Yes." He gave the rice cake to the woman and said, "We brought some rice cake to you, it's best to eat while it's still hot." She looked at the two brothers affectionately and said gratefully, "Oh my gosh, thank you both, I will eat deliciously." Ryuman politely bowed to her, "Thank you, see you later." They went on to other houses. After Ryuman introduced them, "We just moved to room 4302 yesterday." Then it was Ryuman's turn to give rice cakes with a bright smile. "Here are some rice cakes." Ryuman greets and gets to know the neighbors. "Please help me." Ryuman gave the cake to the neighbor mother and daughter, smiling and saying, "Eat well." The mother reminded the son, "Say, thank you." The boy bowed his head politely and said to Ryuman, "Thank you." The two brothers went to greet each other and finally arrived at the last family. Ryuman was almost exhausted but still encouraged his brother. There was only one house left, "Let's go further, don't be tired." He happily agreed, "Yes, finish the greetings and then go home to rest." On the way to the last house, Ryuman told his younger brother, "One, did you know, this floor is a penthouse, they bought both the 44th and 45th floors." Ryuman admired them, "That means they are super rich, right?" Ryuman went to ring the doorbell and Ryuman answered suspiciously. He didn't know exactly, but it was probably someone rich or famous. The two waited for a while but no one answered. Ryuman wondered, maybe they weren't home. He rang the bell again. Still didn't see any movement, so he turned to Ryuman. It seemed they weren't home. Just, while they were talking, suddenly the two of them were attracted by something. Ryuman turned his head, his eyes looking back in surprise. The two brothers looked surprised. Ryuman stammered, "That person." In front of them, a beautiful girl with blonde hair, wearing a designer dress came out of the elevator, actress Seo Aaron. The girl looked towards the two of them, looking quite surprised. Ryuman couldn't help but exclaim, "She's so pretty, like an angel." Suddenly, there was an arm blocking the two people's faces. Sangchul stood up in front and questioned the two brothers with a serious expression, "Who are you, fans?" Ryuman didn't know how to answer, so Ryuman calmly expressed his attitude, "Ha, we are the people living downstairs." Ryuman came forward to give the rice cake, making Sangchul stunned. "Who lived downstairs? Ah. I thought it was someone else." Ryuman quickly invited him, "Do you want to try eating rice cakes?" He coldly refused him. There was no need, and she wouldn't eat those things either. The two brothers were a bit shy. Sangchul proceeded to swipe the card. He invited the girl into the house. She came in. The girl replied, "Ah, okay." She slowly walked inside, not forgetting to glance back. Ryuman seemed annoyed with Sangchul's attitude. He complained, not knowing who he was and being so rude. He told Ryuman, "Don't pay attention to that bastard." Ryuman was still bewildered. When he heard what he said, he was startled. "Ha, it's okay, more importantly." His eyes lit up. He excitedly complimented the girl, "Did you see, she's really pretty." Ryuman felt confused, so he asked, "Why?" Ryuman was surprised by his brother's question. He asked again, "What do you mean, what, I just saw her." Ryuman still didn't understand what his brother meant. Ryuman grabbed his brother's shoulder and said, "It's Seo Aaron, it's Seo Aaron." Ryuman was still confused and asked me, "Who is Seo Aaron?" A series of news appeared on social networks. Actor Gong Jijuk had his fans' hearts crying at this shocking news. Gong Shojin, Shim Hwaeun, etc. The tragic deaths of big actors were a big shock to the film industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo passed away forever. The survey showed that only 58% of the stars were left alive. Another news site showed an article that because actor Kwang Minho suffered from panic disorder and anxiety disorder, the filming process, Urban Crime, was stopped. The actress sat in the living room reading the news and sighed, "Ha." She seemed tense, her face a bit scared and wondering how the world was working. On the phone, suddenly there was a text message from Hongsun. "Aaron, have you heard the news?" Hongsun sent a text message. "Gong Shojin passed away." She immediately composed the message. "Yeah." The two of them texted back and forth and invited each other to visit the actor's funeral. "Are you going to pay your respects tomorrow?" "You have to go. He took care of us a lot, so let's go together." "Yeah." Aaron put the phone down on the chair. She was still in shock after reading the news. She couldn't believe that someone more successful than her died on her first round. She seemed afraid. "If I didn't get a good ancient language, my name would already be in the newspaper." Aaron closed her eyes to reassure herself. "I've grown a lot. I thought there would be an article written about me, I couldn't believe it." She thought back about what she had. If it weren't for the company's sponsorship, would she have been able to grow to this size? This penthouse was also bought by the company. Sangchul went to ask her, "What are you thinking, Aaron?" "You secretly told him." "It's nothing." He sat down next to her and calmly said, "It's okay, I told you, it's okay if you just tell me everything." Aaron also took off her guard and expressed her worries to Sangchul. "I'm just wondering why the world turned out like this. How will I survive in the next round? That's what I'm thinking." He gently encouraged her, "Don't worry about the next round, I'm here, what are you worried about?" He turned away and reminded Aaron, "You're too worried, just trust me and rest." She turned around, smiled at Sangchul and affirmed, "Of course, who else could I trust?" Aaron looked at Sangchul for a moment and thought, "When the company assigned me to be an assistant and bodyguard, I was very cautious because it felt like they just wanted someone to watch over me." She remembered when she fought with him. If it wasn't for him, she would have died in round 1. Sangchul turned to comfort her, "I will protect you at all costs, so don't give up." She seems to have been soothed and somewhat more reassured. Thank you very much." She quickly changed the subject. "About this time, they brought me rice cakes, so they must have just delivered it. It also looked delicious." Sangchul seriously reminded her, "If you eat that, you will gain weight again." Aaron said to help the Ryu brothers, "They also worked hard to come and greet us. They must be very sad." Sangchul firmly dismissed it. "Just ignore it, it's just a greeting." He started to doubt them. They just wanted to take advantage of her. All she had to do was agree and they would keep bothering her. She remembered how the two brothers looked when they gave them cakes. They didn't seem like bad people. She saw that the two brothers were young, so she judged that, our neighbor seems to be over 15 years old. They must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right? Sangchul answered lightly, probably so. She admired them. It was so interesting. People who had also gone through such a dangerous situation could act like nothing happened. Sangchul said smugly, "Do you think killing 100 goblins is difficult for them? Only idiots lose." Aaron was not satisfied with that attitude. She thought to herself, it was because his skills in the other world were extremely outstanding, but still. She remembered the brave boy at that time, then compared Sangchul to that boy. He was not as good as that person, Hawk Cow. He almost made me feel sorry for the goblins. She suddenly became curious about that guy's background. He probably has a job in real life. I wonder what he does. She calculated that she would be able to survive the second round if she cooperated with a good person. She unconsciously hugged her arms, remembering her first round, the last time she survived because of luck. Will she still be able to survive next time?
Tuesday, January 31st, at 11 a.m., at the Ryu brothers' house, the sound of a vacuum cleaner rang out.
Ryuman was vacuuming and heard a noise. He looked towards the door. Ryuman walked through the door and greeted Ryuman. "You're home." Ryuman happily greeted you. "You're home." He stopped the vacuum cleaner and stopped to ask Ryuman, "Did he earn anything?" Ryuman answered the phone while answering. Yes, this time he didn't earn much, probably 15 billion won, last time it was 17 billion won. Ryuman was surprised, so he asked him, "Are you kidding? The bank didn't say anything. This is the 4th time you've won." Ryuman calmly replied, about that." He thought back to when he was at the bank. The bank staff looked surprised to see him come again. "Are you back again? Lucky customer." Noi curiously asked him, "What is your secret?" Ryuman told the employee as always, "I told you last time, I was warned in a dream." He looked admiring and a little jealous, really impressed. "I wish I could have been warned in the dream too." Ryuman was speechless with his brother's story. He wondered and asked Ryuman about something else. "Well, that's it, this time you're planning to pour all your money into Bitcoin, Ryuman confidently said. Yes, it's already reached 150 billion won. But Ryuman seemed worried. He advised his brother, shouldn't we pull out now? I'm afraid we'll lose everything. Ryuman refused the offer. Not yet. You comforted me, don't worry too much, I'll handle everything. You invited Ryuman out to eat, let's go get something to eat. The two brothers went to a Western restaurant and had dinner together. Night fell and the two of them finished shopping and returned home together. Tuesday, January 31st, at 11:55 p.m., in the bedroom, Ryuman was ready to fall into a deep sleep as usual, and Ryuman was also sitting next to him, watching over him as always. He held his brother's hand. He reminded him, his eyes full of fear and expectation, he had to survive and return. Ryuman soothed me, don't worry, I saw you beat Taegyu, right? Ryuman still doesn't feel secure, that's true, but... Ryuman patted my head and affectionately told him, don't worry, just go to sleep. He promised Ryuman, when you open your eyes, I will wake up with you, I'm leaving. Ryuman followed the golden light into another world, appearing in a combat suit. Around him, other players also appeared in the forest under the overcast sky. They cried out in panic, are we back? Everyone was confused. Immediately, really, there was a woman clutching her head in fear. Ah, here we come again. Another person looked around, where are we? This place is not like round one. Another woman turned her head to look and then exclaimed in surprise, ha, that person. Attention is focused on Ryuman with the name Hawk Cow, who ranked number 1 in the previous round, Hawk Cow. Everyone looked at him and whispered loudly, he was the one who massacred the goblins, right? Number 1, Hawk Cow walked while paying attention to the eyes of the people around him, looking at the way they didn't dare to come close to him. It seemed like most of them recognized him. He looked at the crowd, it seemed like they were all gathered. When will it appear? His red eyes turned cold. An angel appeared before everyone with a sparkling halo. All players who saw the angel were surprised, right? What happened? The angel announced to everyone that the angel in charge of the first round had an accident and would not appear again. Everyone was surprised. Accident. He spoke calmly, don't panic, human. He smiled seductively and said, I will guide you carefully from now on. The angel looked down at everyone and announced, since you're all here, I'll just announce the second round's mission, right? A beam of light shined, brightening the whole sky. A pair of huge white wings appeared. In the air, a floating angel spoke, if there are enough people, I will reveal the round 2 mission. As he finished speaking, the system board appeared in front of everyone. Everyone attentively read the notice board. On the system screen is displayed, round 2, main mission, regional representative selection in 3 hours, entire region, number of participants, 900,514,645, number of completed, 0 of 900,514,645, current area, ESC 45, 5, participating, 5,143, completed, 0 of 5,143. One person was surprised, choosing to represent the area. What the hell? Looking at the announcement, the other person put his hands on his hips and rubbed his chin. I guess they will ask us to write some monsters. Before he could finish his sentence, another person panicked and pointed at the system board. Wait, look at what's been done. The people next to him were surprised, meaning this time everyone can live well. The angel curled his mouth and smiled, his face full of interest. You all look confused, I will explain. The angel pointed his finger and began to explain, you see, this level has nothing to do with fighting, you just need to choose a representative and that's it. The angel crossed his arms and continued to say, the representative of the area can use his authority to order others. If they tell anyone to crawl, they must crawl. If they force someone to die, that person will lose their life. He said with a voice full of excitement, isn't this power great? The people below crossed their arms and pondered. One tattooed guy frowned in contempt. The angel looked at the crowd in front of him and reminded, 3 hours later, everyone will receive their votes. In the ballot, you only need to write down the name you want to be elected as the regional representative. One person raised his hand and asked in question, that's it, are there no other rules? The angel smirked, yes, you just need to vote and you will complete your mission, and you will be able to go home, just consider it a break. The people below heard that and started to stir with joy, just need to vote and that's it, I'm alive, I don't have to fight anymore, it's so easy compared to the previous round. Ryuman stood behind, his expression a bit thoughtful. A sparkling light began to appear around the angel. Before leaving, he reminded him, so in the next 3 hours, Let's discuss who will become the regional representative. Remaining discussion time is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. A girl smiled and turned her head and said, "Really, if you just do that you will survive, it's as easy as pie, and if you become a regional representative you will also have power." At this moment, Yongman crossed his arms, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, he spent so much time preparing to fight." The person next to him heard that and turned their attention to him. He quickly ran to the side and said in a flattering voice, "Yongman, leave, it's okay to survive by election votes." Yongman replied angrily, "I put all my stats into strength, but I didn't have a chance to show it off, that's what I'm upset about." Ryuman stood behind him, looking at Yongman's back and thinking, he is so focused on strength. This time the ancient language of strength also appeared. He turned his head, both Huang Yongman's ancient language, and this situation too, were happening exactly as he remembered. Ryuman looked at the group of people in front of him, they would debate to find the chosen one within 3 hours. But that's not important, thinking, he turned around and walked towards the forest. Ryuman held the sword in his hand, his eyes were cold. When there is a main mission, there will be side missions and hidden missions of round 2, level up, get a profession. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, for what purpose? Ryuman was still deep in thought, he had to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, when from behind a goblin approached, holding a bone in its hand, its eyes full of ferocity. Ryuman looked at the goblin, he waved his hand at it, "Come here." The goblin saw that and growled and rushed towards him. Ryuman did not hesitate and ran straight towards goblin. He passed by the goblin's body, the sword in his hand quickly passed through a line causing the goblin's blood to splatter. The notification screen displays, "You have defeated Hobgoblin. Current kill count 1 in 100. Used buff 3 times experience plus 9%, gold plus 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher rune effect." Ryuman turned around and continued to sink into thought, going deep into the forest to hunt was the right decision, besides. Ryuman tightly held the sword covered in the blood of the goblin from earlier, wherever a goblin appears, there must be a group of others. Just as he predicted, from the bushes, countless goblins stepped out, holding sharp swords in their hands and fierce eyes. Ryuman grinned with satisfaction. He looked at the group of goblins gradually coming out from behind the bushes. A moment later, Ryuman's face was now covered in goblin's blood, he waved his hand and violently knocked the goblin aside. His knife was once again stabbed through the goblin's body, the knife was now as well as Ryuman's face covered in goblin's blood. The notification sounds again, "You have defeated Hobgoblin. Current kill count 50 out of 100. Ryuman looked at the goblins lying on the ground. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher rune effect. You have leveled up. Remaining discussion time is 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds. Ryuman raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face, he was a bit surprised, it had only been 30 minutes, the status window. After saying that, the status window appeared, name, Ryuman, nickname, dark sentence, rank, beginner, level 9, profession, 0, title, last time traveler, hidden, first to kill an angel, hidden, stats, strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 18, luck 4, stat points, 8. Ryuman looked at the information on the board, he was level 9. He raised his hand and chose to upgrade his agility. At the beginning of the game, just choose agility, if you want to imprint the power rune like Huang Yongman. Enhancing your strength will be more effective, but if you put all your stats on strength, it will be very difficult to survive. Thinking like that, Ryuman continuously pressed on the agility section, so it instantly increased to 24, no matter how strong, if you can't avoid a fatal blow, you will die. The player has 4 stats, strength, intelligence, agility, luck, strength that increases physical damage, stamina and defense, intelligence that enhances magic damage, will and acumen, status window, name, Ryuman, nickname, dark sentence, rank, beginner, level 19, job 0, title, last time traveler, hidden, first angel slayer, hidden, stats, strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 30, luck 4, stat points 0, skills, runes, bonus, agility increases speed, attack, movement and dodge rate, luck enhances critical rate under items and bonus gold. Ryuman squinted and thought, there is no index that can be removed. Ryuman remembered the scene when he held the spear in his hand and swung it down with strength and cold eyes, especially against the god of death, because they used both physical damage and magic damage, increasing the stats evenly is the most ideal. Ryuman felt eyes looking at him. He turned his head and his eyes flashed with murderous intent, looking to see if someone was following him. I didn't pay attention because I was hunting, but it seemed like I was being followed. I didn't send anyone to follow me. Ryuman pointed the bloody sword towards the hiding person. He said loudly, I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't tell your intentions, you will lose your life. The whole forest will remain silent without a single sound. A person stepped out. His foot stepped on a small leaf, making a noise. The person who just walked out was Aaron. She raised her hand and hesitantly said, It's me. Ryuman looked at the person in front of him and wondered. That person was actress Seo Aaron. Was Seo Aaron following him? Aaron spoke up, Sorry for following you. A guy came out from behind Aaron. Excuse us. He raised his hand to signal that he wanted to explain. We have no bad intentions, please don't be angry. The person standing in front of him was Nsangchul. Ryuman was a bit surprised. Nsangchul. Ryuman glared. If it was Nsangchul, wouldn't he be Ma Gyeonglok's right-hand man? In a space filled with mysterious blue, Ryuman's thoughts gradually revealed that Ma Gyeonglok is the eldest son of the largest company in the country. The player is nicknamed Tien Ma. Appearing powerfully in the dim light, a giant black snake writhed in the burning night, signaling approaching danger, and one of my goals. The green light emitted strongly, as if signaling an even bigger plan than that. Luring Ma Gyeonglok would help me a lot, but my real goal was to recruit a priest to link up with him within 20. Ryuman was full of thoughts. He didn't expect to meet Ma Gyeonglok's right-hand man so soon, but why did Nsangchul go with Seo Aaron? Wait, or is he? Ryuman remembered that he had seen Nsangchul with Seo Aaron before, a bodyguard for Seo Aaron. He looked at Aaron and thought, thinking about it and remembering that there was a rumor that Ma Gyeonglok was sponsoring a star for work purposes. More importantly, the future changed in an unexpected way. Ryuman asked, Since when did you two follow me? Aaron immediately replied in a slightly worried voice, From the beginning, when you set off, I saw you enter the forest and followed. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Ryuman asked uncomfortably, Why are you following me? Seeing that, Aaron awkwardly replied, It's not a bad intention, we just want to suggest something. Ryuman wondered, Suggested. Aaron clasped his hands and smiled, Yes, you won first place in round 1, so. Aaron looked at Ryuman's face as if he was about to lose patience and was confused, wondering if we could cooperate. Ryuman raised his mouth and smiled mockingly, Cooperation, isn't this word only needed when both sides need each other? Aaron crossed her arms and hesitantly replied, Yes, that's it, Ryuman calmly said without much concern. But what do I need from you guys? I can fight alone, don't waste my time anymore, go back. Ryuman turned around and left. I have no intention of forming a team with you two. Aaron and Nsangchul could only silently look at Ryuman's back as he retreated. Nsangchul angrily cursed, What's wrong with that bastard? How high is his ego? Suddenly Aaron fell to the ground. Nsangchul turned to look at Aaron. Ms. Aaron. Aaron let out a breath. She raised her head and said, It's not like he suddenly became the top. The pressure from him was very intense. Nsangchul wondered, What pressure? He glared at her. It was normal to be afraid. Aaron's face looked a bit sad. I wanted to form a team with a top-ranked player, but this didn't go as I planned. Nsangchul turned his head to look at her. What can I say? Someone like him is too arrogant, so he doesn't need allies. Aaron agreed and replied, Yes, a bit regretful. Looking at the group of goblins lying on the ground, Nsangchul said, No, it's a waste of time following someone like that. Aaron stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes and replied, But I didn't know there were these monsters in the forest. We'll just go hunting for the rest of the time, right? Nsangchul replied, Not bad. The two quickly left. Aaron was happy again. Let's go, bodyguard. Deep in the forest, extremely quiet without a single sound. A goblin was moving, alertly looking left and right. Ryuman quickly rushed forward from behind. He reached out towards the goblin. He thought uncomfortably. He was already busy. Why would he ask for cooperation? No need to think. Ryuman quickly crashed straight into the goblin. Now the top priority is to level up individually to gain experience quickly. Goblin lies on the ground. The system notification sounds, You have defeated Hobgoblin. Current kill count 60 out of 100. Overall stats increased by 60% due to Butcher Rune effect. From the bushes, countless wolves with strange shapes stepped out, holding weapons in their hands. Ryuman cried out in excitement. Ryuman curled his mouth. 5 gnolls at once, I was lucky. The gnolls immediately rushed towards him. They rushed forward, each one preparing to deliver a powerful blow to Ryuman's body. Ryuman just looked at the group of gnolls in front of him, his hand tightening on his sword. As fast as lightning, His sword passed through the 5 gnolls. Ryuman stood still and the gnolls fell one by one. The system sound rings again. You have defeated the gnoll. Current kill count 65 out of 100, overall stats increased by 60% due to Butcher Rune effect. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10. Ryuman raised his eyes, his gaze full of coldness. You have met the promotion conditions. Notifications continue to appear on the bulletin board. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10, you are eligible for promotion. Currently you can use the store's functions, there are hidden missions. After all the hard work, Ryuman was rewarded and finally promoted. He looked at the rules of the game again on the bulletin board. The second round of leveling up side quests before the voting time would get level up items and professions. If successful, you would receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. At the same time, Ryuman immediately thought of everyone. Everyone who saw the side quests for the first time would be confused. Just as you predicted, everyone on the other side was confused when they received the information. Leveling up items, leveling up isn't enough, where am I, it doesn't tell me my profession. Notifications continued to appear quickly. Everyone knew that having a profession was a good thing, but the problem was that no one knew how to get level up items. Level up items were usually only available when special conditions were fulfilled. Information showing the rules of the game appears. Warriors need to increase their strength index to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters during that time to receive level up items. The rules of the game remind that the crazy person must also hunt and shed blood within the specified time. Additional notes in the game rules appear. Assassins need to successfully assassinate monsters many times, meaning each person must complete activities related to the profession to receive level up items. On the other hand, Ryuman recalled the past when he actually fought against the goblins who were injured and were hiding behind trees. At first, he also continuously hunted monsters, then hid in the forest, so he got the job of hunter. But now with the strange glowing thing in his hand he affirmed with certainty, but after learning about the death job he chose. The mysterious, glowing thing in his hand floated and he commanded and used it. It seems that the system immediately displays, you have used an item to level up your profession and cannot be changed, so choose carefully. The notification continues to remind Ryuman, do you want to upgrade to the death job, yes or no? He didn't have a single thought and was sure of his decision. I didn't even need to think at the same time as I touched the button, yes. The strange glowing object continued to shine brighter in Ryuman's hand. At the same time, the notification is displayed again, you have been promoted to the death job. By now, that object had turned into a red light that covered Ryuman's body and the surrounding space. At the same time, the warning messages appeared again. Your level up reward was the death rune. Death rune effect: when used during the day the weapon's attack power doubles, when used at night the attack speed increases by 50%, when resting at night the rate of being detected by enemies is sharply reduced. The received rune is automatically imprinted on the player's body. The system displays information on the bulletin board. Your promotion reward is the death scythe. When he received this item, he couldn't hide his joy. He had both the ancient language and the weapon. The notifications continued to appear one after another. You received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the side quest. Your level was upgraded from beginner to novice. The joy continued. Your level also increased. In addition, the bulletin board also displays Ryuman's stats information. The status window is Ryuman's name, nickname Black Cow, apprentice level, level 10, job, death god, title, last hidden time traveler, first to kill the hidden god, strength index 4, intelligence 4, agility 31, luck 4 points, index 6, bonus ancient skills. Players are divided into 6 levels: master level 99, master level 60, expert level 40, common level 20, novice level 10, novice level 1. Just like other games, when you increase your level, your bonuses increase and you gain new skills. You have learned the skill of the death badge job. The system updates new information. Profession skills: deadly badges effects create badges and the caster sees the target's remaining stamina will be displayed. The target will take 100% additional damage every time the caster attacks. At the same time the effect only works on a single target. Can also equip higher level items. Death Scythe rare level weapon, attack 25, effects +1 attack per swing, maximum +5 durability 225 out of 225, novice limit and above. Description: giant scythe said to be used by Death God is difficult for beginners to pick up. Ryuman stood proudly in the middle of a pile of salt-selling monsters lying on the ground, thinking about the rules of the game that had been set to determine the goal. If you don't level up, you will forever be a new player, so if you level up faster, the system will not stop the stream of notifications. You have been identified as the first player to level up. Your reward is a random bag of gold. Still the subject of Ryuman's speculation, and the first to level up, but the system's work continues. You have learned the neutral skill of monitoring. When he received this information, he reasoned further, they would learn this and they would receive a neutral skill he predicted to be hit. The system showed an additional note. The neutral skill tracks the effect of detecting the location of the desired target. However, the face and nickname must match to be considered a valid target, costing 20,000 gold. Ryuman smiled and looked at the system board and decided, if you have a skill of 20,000 gold, you should try it, right? Suddenly a face appeared on the system board, Huang Yongman. Matching names and faces are tracking the target's location. The instruction message appears, the location of player Huang Yongman has been determined, 190 meters from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. Rays of light surrounded Ryuman. He looked ahead, 190 meters, so that meant he had also entered the forest. He propped himself up and speculated, from the moment he was 2 kilometers away to now only 190 meters away, should he secretly follow him? Elsewhere, despite the urgency in their breathing, Aaron and Sangchul were still trying to escape from this forest. Perhaps at the limit Aaron couldn't stand and fell to the ground. She hugged her knees and gasped, saying, I can't run anymore, my legs won't let her finish. Sangchul interrupted and encouraged us, we need to keep going, Miss Aaron, if they catch us. Sangchul worriedly helped Aaron and comforted her, even if her leg hurt, she had to endure it. She trembled as he supported her and continued, I'm sorry, the area where the arrow shot was so painful. Sangchul was a bit angry and gritted his teeth but still explained to Aaron, it was just a hypothesis, but people said that even if she was injured in this world, her body outside would still be okay. If she could somehow survive out of here, she would be able to return home. Aaron tried to endure the pain and tried to stand up. I understand, I will try to endure the pain. Suddenly someone's voice sounded, where could I run with that injury? Both Aaron and Sangchul looked behind in surprise and panic. Yongman, who led his accomplices, smirked and teased contemptuously, probably not painful enough, right? Sangchul gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. He looked at Aaron, who was confused and blamed, this bitch moved too slowly and now they all got captured. Sangchul reluctantly held the dagger, now the only way was to fight. Why did Yongman whistle when he saw that? Sarcastically, oh. He smiled and tilted his head, filled with arrogance and provocation, you want to fight with us? He confidently pointed towards his 3 accomplices, one of them prepared his bow and waited for orders to shoot the other 2, holding 2 knives and smiling complacently, opening his eyes wide to see if he saw how many guys wanted to fight. Sangchul shouted and asked, why did you do that? What did we do to you? Hearing this, they stopped to think for a bit. But Sangchul didn't let Sangchul wait too long and Yongman smiled arrogantly, of course he didn't do anything. Sangchul stammered and tried to retort, so why did he suddenly attack us? Yongman immediately replied, he just wanted this thing, so he hesitated, arousing Sangchul's curiosity, what is it? He pushed Aaron, making her a bit surprised, she was with her brother. Yongman smirked and continued, we are all men, there is no reason for me to care about my brother, we want Seo Aaron. One of his accomplices wondered, is that girl really Seo Aaron? The other guy looked at his accomplice like an idiot and answered, I don't even know. By looking at her face, I immediately knew that this was indeed Seo Aaron. Then another guy couldn't bear to give in, it could also be that someone wanted to be like her so they copied her appearance. They kept spouting dirty words that made Aaron turn pale and her soul left her body, so how could she look the same, am I right? Yongman compromised, if you let Seo Aaron stay, I will let you go, what do you think? Sangchul struggled with his thoughts, if the target was Seo Aaron, he should have said it from the beginning, but if that were the case, I would have just left him behind. He turned his head to look at Aaron with a troubled conscience, I have no intention of dying for that girl, but there is one problem. Sangchul was both worried and afraid, if he couldn't protect Seo Aaron, director Ma Gyeonglok would be very disappointed in him. Suddenly he stood in a position ready to attack Yongman. Yongman was a bit surprised and smiled contemptuously, what does he mean by standing there, brother, do you want to fight? Sangchul threatened, do you guys know that what you are doing now is a crime? Yongman asked as if he couldn't believe his ears, it's a crime. When they heard that nonsense, they burst out laughing like teenagers who had just won a free fire match to the embarrassment of both Sangchul and Aaron. He continued to raise his voice, if it's good then try it, but what does your brother have to prove? This face might not even be my real face in real life. Sangchul angrily cursed under his breath, he was right and was really upset. He's thinking about how to make peace with Yongman, maybe just talking won't be enough to make him retreat and he'll have to drag his ruined body to fight with them. Sangchul seemed to realize something and looked towards the tree in surprise, causing Yongman to turn his head to look. Are you a black fox? At the tall tree, Ryuman was standing with his arms folded, looking at everything. Ryuman walked out suspicious of Sangchul, and Aaron asked, "What are you two doing here?" Ryuman walked out suspicious of Sangchul, and Aaron asked, "What are you two doing here?" Yongman didn't know anything but still liked to crow. "Why don't you mind your own business? You're not afraid," and responded directly. "I asked someone and that person answered. What's going on?" Sangchul said frankly, "Those guys' target was Seo Aaron, so they ambushed us. If you help us, I will never forget your favor, big guy." Ryuman looked at Yongman with a murderous aura and seemed dissatisfied. He asked coldly, "Was what he said true?" Yongman responded like a guy who didn't understand human language, whether it was true or not. Ryuman walked towards Yongman threateningly, "This is none of your business." Suddenly a red beam appeared around Ryuman, meaning why did Sangchul next to him not hide it? "I know these people." Yongman was a bit panicked. "What do you want to do?" The red rays of light still surround Ryuman, making him look cool. "I won't let them get hurt." Yongman gritted his teeth, his eyes looking at him fiercely. Aaron and Sangchul were so happy that they found their benefactor. "Ryuman, thank you." Ryuman clicked his tongue and thought, "Well, if I do that, I will also benefit." He glanced at Sangchul and secretly thought, "If I help, Ma Gyeonglok will have a good impression of me, if a corporation like that owes me a benefactor. Then the reward will increase a lot and I will be rewarded handsomely." Ryuman stared at Yongman and the others. "Besides, I don't like those bastards either." They backed away in fear while scolding Ryuman. "What are you planning to do, you bastard? Get out, I will kill you if you come any closer." Hawk Cow still looked cold as ice, not paying attention to what they said. "You raised your voice to provoke them. What's wrong? You don't want to fight with me anymore." Yongman glared at him in annoyance. "Damn, what are you talking about? You tore apart the goblins in the blink of an eye, last time you were in the top one. If it were me, would you want to fight a monster like that?" Suddenly he was startled. Ryuman frankly told the crowd, "If you don't want to fight, just say so." Yongman shyly asked, "If I tell the truth, will you let me go?" Ryuman crossed his arms smugly and said, "I'll consider it, if you kneel down and beg for your life." Yongman was speechless. It seemed he realized Ryuman's intention. "So, you were asking to humiliate yourself?" He looked at his teammates and worried about his own dignity, while my friends were watching, and right in front of Aaron. Yongman smirked looking at Ryuman. "If possible, I don't want to fight with him, but you're making me angry, you dog." Suddenly he remembered something. Wait. He remembered the last time he went to Ryuman's house. Wasn't he strong enough to break the wall with just his bare hands? If I was lucky, I could even knock it down with just one punch. Yongman curled his lips and smiled disdainfully. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and arrogantly threatened Ryuman. "You've gone too far, you bastard." He rolled his shoulders and challenged Ryuman. "What do you want me to do? Kneel down and beg? Do you want to die?" Yongman happily imagined the prospect of punching Ryuman in the face. Yes, he would get this close, then punch him straight in the face. Even he couldn't survive that. Ordinary people can't withstand a punch that can destroy a wall, right? Ryuman used his power to make the scythe disappear. Yongman asked in surprise, What are you doing? You threw your weapon aside." He said while teasing Yongman, "If you fight me with your bare hands and I have a weapon, it's a bit unfair, isn't it? It's boring to win so easily." After listening to Yongman, he felt like his ego was being touched. He said with anger, You're such a ridiculous bastard." Ryuman immediately rushed forward. Yongman was stunned. Ryuman rushed like lightning to attack Yongman. Yongman also threw a punch at Ryuman in an instant. "You stupid son of a bitch, you threw your weapon aside and exposed your head like that." He pointed his fist at Ryuman's head. "Die." But in just a moment, Yongman did not see Ryuman anywhere. He was as quick as lightning to dodge the punch. He used his knee to kick Yongman in the middle of the stomach, causing him pain. The kick was so fatal that it sent Yongman flying hundreds of meters away. Yongman writhed and knelt on the ground, moaning and screaming, "Ugh, you son of a bitch." He raised his head to look at Ryuman. Ryuman said contemptuously, "Stop swearing." He said while kicking Yongman again. It sounded so dirty, Yongman could only cry out, "Ugh." He was scared and kept crawling backwards. "Ugh." Ryuman grabbed Yongman's collar. "Lift him up." He continuously punched Yongman in the face without any mercy. Yongman was in so much pain. This wasn't, it was a punch. Ugh, ugh. It felt like I was being hit in the face with a hammer. He looked at Ryuman like he was looking at a cold-blooded demon. This bastard, is as strong as me, he doesn't have the power rune like me. He couldn't believe it, how strong it was. Ryuman looks cold but also cool with blood-red eyes. Yongman's friends trembled and held up their bows and arrows, wanting to shoot Ryuman. Shoot that bastard. A name flew straight towards him. Aaron saw that and shouted, Ryuman, avoid. He immediately leaned to the left. Yongman's friend cursed him after failing to hit him. Ryuman turned around in a second and rushed towards him. It was as if he had the superpowers of Sonic the Hedgehog. He quickly approached that friend. You criticized that guy and provoked him. Maybe it was just luck that you hunted monsters and received a bow. He looked at Ryuman with a bloodless face. Ugh. He excitedly used the power of the ancient language to take out the scythe and slash it at his friend. Unlucky for him. You swing your red scythe, now you meet me again. He slashed the other guy's arm. He collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain, my hand. Even though the rest were scared, they still tried to raise their weapons and show aggression towards Ryuman. You bastard, you think you can pick a fight with us and just leave? The bald boy risked his life to rush towards Ryuman. Die you bastard. Ryuman smiled faintly and said to him, do you think so? He recited the incantation, Tu Hui. There was a red symbol on his back. Ryuman tightly grasped the scythe, the ancient power gathered. He raised his scythe. Ryuman stood firmly, swinging his scythe to attack. Before the other guy could attack, his foot was hit right away. His legs were cut and he screamed, causing his teammates to panic. The other guy's face was pale, his legs. Before he could recover, Ryuman rushed towards him. You appeared next to me, daring to attack me with a weapon, you must have some bravery, right? He panicked, his arm was slashed, and he cried out in agony. Ryuman turned his head to look at the other side, silently exclaiming, it's true that Tu Hui is different, it has X2 damage effect so all it takes is one slash to destroy the armor. Looking at them in pain before his eyes, he gloated, it was so easy. Ryuman pondered, but I can't end everything like this. The other guy became more afraid when he held his weapon tightly. I have to deepen this fear, to make them no longer dare to come close to me. The guy whose leg was cut groaned. The bald head trembled, struggling. The guy with long hair and bloodless face, begging, please stop, I'm about to die, please forgive me. Ryuman swung his scythe and scared him, just say a little, just vomit a little blood and you won't die yet. Once it was resolved, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was the end of the group. Next was. Realizing something, he turned his head to look, his eyes sharp. Yongman, who was hiding, was startled and startled. Ryuman spoke up, there was no use in hiding. The scythe was held high again by him, no exceptions. The attack was like wind cutting into his arm. His right hand was cut off, he screamed loudly. Ryuman's face was cold, stop crying like a child, you still haven't had enough, that's nothing. Remembering those infamous faces that used to bully him. You cut off the other arm, compared to the pain you caused me. Two people stood by, worriedly watching the way he tortured. Sangchul was terrified, he mercilessly cut his opponent's arms even though they had lost all will to fight. To some people that seems very cruel, but I like that type of person with a cool head. Sangchul's face became more serious, that was the black guy, the one who dared to go against the president. Suddenly Ryuman turned around and asked, are you two okay? Sangchul regained his composure and replied, yes, thanks to you. He pointed at the other group, you don't need to worry about them anymore, as you can see, they're all disabled, so it's best we vote gradually. The two bowed their heads in gratitude. Aaron said, thank you very much for helping us. Sangchul also said, thank you very much, hee hee. Aaron still feels a bit apprehensive, even so, aren't they going to die soon? She was surprised by Ryuman's indifferent attitude. So what, they weren't even as good as animals. Ryuman glanced at Aaron's unbelievable appearance, she was so soft. He thought to himself, why should he care about the lives of these bastards, as if she were a saint, probably because she had to maintain her image because she was a famous person. His thoughts were interrupted by Sangchul's call, you blackmailer. Sangchul raised his hand a bit shyly, can I ask, I hope you don't mind, Ryuman asked, what's going on? Sangchul wondered because of his actions. Why did he spare them? In this world it wouldn't be such a big deal if he killed them. Hearing these words, Yongman panicked, his eyes were empty. Ryuman was calm, the reason, but in his mind he was praising, it was Ma Kyung's right-hand man. Seeing their frightened appearance as if they were facing death, Ryuman replied, simply, killing them won't gain anything? Sangchul wondered, won't gain anything. Ryuman glanced at them while Sangchul worried, after all, leaving them like that could cause trouble in the future. Looking at them lying on the ground scared, Ryuman looked indifferent and troubled. He smiled with some disdain. Could they do that? Only now did he seriously explain, moreover, reducing the population is not good because the number of successful participants will also be reduced. Sangchul suddenly understood. Ah. Sangchul thought carefully, as he said, if the number of successful participants decreased, the number of places to live for those who pass the stage would also decrease. He even takes these aspects into account. His understanding of the game is exceptional. He's really impressive. Sangchul sighed. Listen to Ryuman, I understand, we will stop paying attention to these trash. Ryuman turned around, about to leave. Then I'll go. Sangchul stopped him. Wait a minute, he asked. Sangchul hurriedly said, if you give me your account number, I will send you gratitude in the real world later. Ryuman didn't pay attention, turned around and left. Never mind. The two of them looked at Ryuman's figure as he walked away. Sangchul silently exclaimed, he helps others without asking for anything in return. Sangchul's face was full of surprise. I will report this to the president immediately. Yongman's painful groans made Sangchul pay attention to him. Even though he really wanted to kill them, he had to hold back, because like Black Cow said, killing them wouldn't do any good. Yongman bit his lip unwillingly. Sangchul couldn't do anything but spit at him. You bastards. He called out to Aaron. Let's go, Aaron. She replied, understood. In another place, full of fighting voices, please give me all the votes, please vote for me. If everyone votes for me as a regional representative, I will do my job well. A lot of players are gathering, and there's one more person vying for the representative position. No, instead of him, I'm confident I can do better. Between the two of them being aggressive, arguing, preparing to fight, the smaller guy grabbed his shirt. Ha, you, this fat pig. The fat guy got angry. What did you say? What do you dare call me? One person spoke up to advise, both of you, don't fight each other. Even if we get together, we're still too weak. What's the point of fighting? The other person is gay. That's right. Another guy jumped into the picture. People who are easily excited are not worth being represented. Let me do it. Suddenly another guy raised his hand to interrupt. Wait. Another guy pointed at himself confidently. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Wouldn't I be more suitable to be a representative? Everyone around pointed fingers, doubting him. Ha, your father is a member of parliament. How can you believe that? A voice interrupted. Everyone. Everyone turned their heads to look towards the voice. The mint chocolate boy spoke up. There are only 2 hours left until the voting time ends. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly. Some people wondered how to decide who to vote for. Others asked for his ideas. Do you have any suggestions? He confidently answered, yes, very good. Everyone was talking loudly. Really, who it was, interspersed with a reminder, everyone, please be quiet. He smiled strangely. These people listened to every word he said. His eyes lit up, his mouth smiled sinisterly. As expected, they were covered in his ancient language of persuasion again. He still clearly remembers when he held that sparkling turquoise magic stone in his hand. The first thought was, what is this? That immediately appeared in his mind. According to known information, this stone is an ancient word of persuasion, with the effect of increasing the ability to persuade the subject you are talking to. The effect does not apply to subjects higher level than the caster. Standing in the middle of a vast land surrounded by people and demons, the mint chocolate boy secretly wondered, how could the ancient language of persuasion be effective against monsters that cannot be talked to? Even so, he still reassured himself that he had soon found a way to use it properly. Suddenly, there was an unexpected noise behind him, causing him to quickly turn his head to see. In front of the mint chocolate boy's eyes was a very dramatic scene. The group of humans were dominating as they continuously used knives to slash many demons, delicious, one at a time, pressing them down to stop them from moving immediately. But when his eyes fell on the image of a girl being surrounded by 3 demons, he awkwardly turned around and told everyone, that woman over there is in danger, leave those trolls behind and help her. Under the control and persuasion of the ancient language's magic, the half-hearted young men had to obey and change direction to save people. Okay, come now, let's help her first. Seeing them together hurriedly running to work, Mint Chocolate Boy immediately regained his frantic appearance, stood up straight and wickedly thought to himself, I repeated this method to rob the nearly dead trolls, and easily killed 100 of them. He smirked, if I'm lucky, I will easily become a regional representative. How smart. After everyone finished dealing with the demons together, like a leader, Mint Chocolate Boy proactively stood up and spoke up to lead. Everyone, we should choose a candidate first. We should reduce the number of choices to about 5 people to make it easier to vote. Because this proposal is very reasonable at the present time, plus he has the ancient language of persuasion, no one objects. It's not a bad idea, it's also reasonable. We won't get anywhere if we keep asking people to vote for us. Mint Chocolate Boy continued, so let's reduce the number of choices first. If you want to nominate someone, please raise your hand and point out that person. As soon as he heard this, the fat guy couldn't wait for the right moment and excitedly raised his hand. Who would have thought that? Mint Chocolate Boy continued, well, of course he can't nominate himself, otherwise everything will be the same again. So the fat guy could only sadly click his tongue and put his hand down. Hearing the people around him agree with him, he was right, there was no other way. Mint Chocolate Boy immediately covered his mouth and chuckled, it's easy to convince these low-class people, ha ha. In the end, that's it, but nominating someone causes many difficulties for everyone. But no matter who to nominate now, I don't know anyone, and I don't want to see anyone other than myself being represented. Probably only the Mint Chocolate Boy curled his eyes and smiled, thinking, as expected, it's really quiet, at this point only those who stand out can be nominated. Just as he predicted, he was lucky, when someone asked, I wanted to nominate Mint Chocolate Boy as the representative. He explained further about the reason for choosing. After all, the representative should still be a rational person and capable of leadership, even though he was very excited inside. On the outside the Mint Chocolate Boy still seemed a bit reserved. Me. The other person nodded and turned to his teammate and continued, yes, he is still controlling the situation very well right now, right? You also agree, right? The teammate also nodded, and so Mint Chocolate Boy was able to think to himself, ha ha, another idiot. He placed a hand on his chest and smiled and replied, thank you for speaking highly of me like that. Is there anyone? But before he could finish his sentence, someone else interrupted him, saying, I want to nominate Hawk Cow. The Mint Chocolate Boy had to stay silent, not angry but just smiling and thinking, it's reasonable, there's no way the person who won first place last round wouldn't be nominated. At this time, a few people have started to compete with each other to nominate other candidates, so I want to nominate the person who ranked second in the previous round. Life is a documentary. I want to nominate third place, Black Dragon in the right hand. Mint Chocolate Boy asked, so we have 4 candidates, 1 more left, is there anyone else? Seeing no one respond, he clapped his hands and continued, then let's finalize the 4 people. Before voting, can each person give a speech one by one? With the confidence that convincing these pathetic people is easy, of course he will be the first to volunteer, me first. Just as I opened my mouth to say, if I could become a regional representative, I would, I was suddenly interrupted by someone who stopped talking nonsense. Mint Chocolate Boy turned around in surprise and looked at him. It turned out that the troublemaker was none other than the second-ranked Life is Documentary, also known by his real name Jaong Zeke, a rough man with a scarred face. He finished twirling his ear, gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to listen to the nonsense you say anymore. Mint Chocolate Boy frowned and asked, what are you doing? But he just raised his chin and called, hey, Mint Chocolate Boy. He raised his eyebrows and bared his teeth as he continued, do you think this world is that simple? Everyone will completely follow the few words you spit out. Unexpectedly, the other person would grasp his font. Mint Chocolate Boy's eyes widened in horror, thinking, what? He discovered his skill, it can't be, he was probably just talking nonsense. Jaong Zeke asked angrily, who do you think you are to decide who will become the regional representative, you ragtag instigator? Being scolded with such harsh words, Mint Chocolate Boy still maintained his composure and continued saying, you have gone beyond the limit, there is a saying that shows your face and personality, do you have to say such abusive words? He even encouraged himself that, yes, it's probably okay, it's just a pity that Jaong Zeke wouldn't let him go so easily, this bastard. He gritted his teeth and said, you dare to lecture me, are you tired of breathing? Realizing that his persuasion ancient language was completely ineffective against Jaong Zeke, Mint Chocolate Boy couldn't help but take a few steps back in surprise. The skill had no effect on him, let alone, it was impossible. Jaong Zeke didn't fight at all, but just turned around and shouted to the surrounding young people, hey, you guys, ignore whatever candidate and vote for me, otherwise I'll kill all of you, oh no. Faced with his terrifying threat, no one dared to say anything, only Mint Chocolate Boy sighed and said, I'm really beyond help. Even though he felt as scared and insecure as anyone else here, he still continued, do you think people will listen if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and step back. Jaong Zeke bowed his head silently. Then, without saying a word, he quickly grasped the knife in his hand and swung it towards Mint Chocolate Boy, blood immediately splashing out. Mint Chocolate Boy stood still for a moment, his mouth spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His trembling hand reached up to touch the deep wound in his throat. At the same time, the perpetrator's gloating words rang out in his ears. I told you, if you mess with me, you'll just die. Perhaps he had reached his limit, so Mint Chocolate Boy's eyes rolled back. Then, with a thud, his whole body fell to the ground. Ignoring the crimson blood that gradually seeped into his clothes and stuck to his face, Ja-ong-zik arrogantly declared that if he didn't vote for me, he would just dig a grave and lie there. A human life just disappeared in a few short seconds. Many people couldn't bear it and screamed in fear. He's dead, that person killed the Mint Chocolate Boy, crazy, murderer. Holding the knife that was still bleeding profusely, Ja-ong-zik pointed the sharp knife at them and coldly provoked, so what, the idea is to swim in here. Not everyone here is as evil as him, so one person boldly stood up, pointed his finger straight at him and shouted, you crazy guy, you must be mentally ill. Ja-ong-zik grinned and replied, if you don't swim here, I'll pick you up right away. Said and done, he was like a maniac, with the advantage of speed, agility and physical strength, he crazily killed everyone one by one. Despite the pitiful screams and painful groans, Ja-ong-zik still tightly grasped the handle of the knife and it was stained with dark red blood. Feeling the strong and sticky smell of blood on his face and body, he became even more excited and thought, great, there are no police, reporters or cameras at all. Freedom has made him reveal his more human nature, he can kill people innocently. After killing nearly a dozen people, Ja-ong-zik finally calmed down. He pointed the knife at the remaining people and continued to threaten, if you don't vote for me, it will be your turn in the next round, understand? After witnessing the scene of Ja-ong-zik killing someone, needless to say, many people turned pale at this moment, so scared that they couldn't say a word. Seeing that, Ja-ong-zik immediately grinned with satisfaction. Because they were afraid of being killed, they would vote for him. If possible, he could become a regional representative. In his mind, the image of Ryuman, or the extremely famous Black Cauldron in this world, flashed in his mind. He was determined, I will kill that annoying bastard first. If I kill him, I will become number one. Also at this time, somewhere, sharp slashing sounds were resounding continuously. Along with that were the system announcements that Null had been defeated, with 265 lives out of 100. All stats increased by 100%. Thanks to the Butcher rune, the third beneficial experience buff was applied. By the time you see the notification, you have leveled up. You are currently level 16, Ryuman just stopped, I just became level 16. Looking back at the pile of bodies scattered in the forest, which were also his own achievements, Ryuman partly understood that the higher the level, the slower the leveling up speed. Even though he had killed more than 200 monsters in 2 hours, he had only leveled up 6 times. Although he was quite tired, he also thought more positively. On the positive side, hunting monsters was easier, obviously because he possessed both the Death rune and the Butcher rune. The benefit of having these two is double weapon damage and double stats. Thinking that maybe it was time, Ryuman picked up a stick. Then he used magic to destroy it. It was time to leave. The moment a dazzling yellow light shone down around Ryuman, the system's mechanical voice rang out. The remaining voting time was no. It's time to vote. Summon players in the area to the starting point. According to the system's signal, players in the area have been summoned to the starting point. When he reached the empty land and saw strange people wearing the same clothes as him, they couldn't help but look at each other in surprise and ask, what is that? But the scene that attracted their attention the most was the scene of Ja-ong-zik standing in the middle of a pile of bloodstained bodies. One person couldn't hold back his horror when he exclaimed, the corpses of the players. What the hell happened here? Aaron hesitantly asked with a trembling voice, don't tell me, that person killed all of them. Only Ryuman immediately understood that something had just happened. It seemed like this time Ja-ong-zik was in charge. Looking at Ja-ong-zik's appearance full of arrogance, even though it was a bit annoying, he had to remember his information. Ja-ong-zik was the leader of the Ja-ong-zik gang, and the second strongest warrior in his district. Too bad, his personality was extremely trash. When encountering Ja-ong-zik's eyes and that very cruel smile, Ryuman sighed in frustration. It was best to defuse that bomb before it exploded. One thing he knew clearly, but now was not the time. Ryuman didn't need to approach Ja-ong-zik, because he proactively walked up to him and started a conversation. Hey Black Cow, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. This friendly appearance of his really makes others suspicious. Ryuman frowned and asked directly 3 words, what do you want? Ja-ong-zik smiled and replied, it's nothing, I just want to ask one question. He smiled confidently and continued, I'll get straight to the point, come back under my wing. Ryuman wasn't surprised at all, he coldly asked back, returning under his command. Jaong-zik twirled the cleaver and nodded and replied, yes, I will spare your life if you do that. Who would have thought that Ryuman's only response was a sneer? He had one hand in his pocket, looking leisurely and at ease. Without any hesitation, he frankly asked, do you want to start fighting? Next, he smirked and commanded, knelt down and begged me to leave. If so, I would forgive you. I didn't think Ryuman would be so bold, especially after Jaong-zik himself offered to recruit him, so Jaong-zik started to grip the hilt of the knife and angrily said, gosh, look at this psychotic bastard, it seems like he still doesn't grasp the situation, but... He had just mentioned the sentence, if I became the regional representative, when Ryuman interrupted him and said, is it really difficult to understand what I'm saying? He opened his palms, or... Then he used magic to create a sharp scythe and arrogantly asked if he would rather die here. Even though he already knew that Ryuman was very strong, this action was still beyond Jaong-zik's imagination, so he gradually felt more insecure and afraid. Sweat also poured down on his disheveled face, clearly revealing his emotions at that time. What was that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn, I messed with the wrong person. Ryuman narrowed his eyes and asked, what's wrong, did the cat take away your tongue? Jaong-zik clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. After a few seconds of pondering, he spoke up and said, hey, I'm Cho Jaong-zik, the leader of the Jaong-zik gang, do you think I would kneel before someone like you? It seemed like he couldn't bear to be despised in front of the world, he angrily challenged, picked up that weapon and came up here, you dog. Ryuman calmly sneered, he was still stubborn as always, TSK, that's enough joking. You know, if you show off your strength and get voted, things will be quite complicated. A plan has been drawn up in Ryuman's head, I have to make Cho Jaong-zik my representative so I can take advantage of him in round 3, more. His blood-red pupil shrank slightly, it was time for the angel to appear. Reality did not disappoint Ryuman, when less than a minute after his thoughts, the angels actually appeared, you are all gathered, humans. While everyone was so admiring that they couldn't take their eyes off the angel, Ryuman only said 3 words to Jaong-zik, luckily, causing him to wake up. Next, he waved his hand, then said in a teaching tone that next time, before challenging someone, remember to check who they are, if you don't want to pay your respects early. Looking at Ryuman's tall, thin back that was getting farther and farther away, Jaong-zik could only grit his teeth and endure. He thought angrily, damn, I almost had a heart attack, this time I will forgive you, just wait and see, if I become the representative, I will make him pay for this insult 100 times over. Returning to the angel, he smiled and asked, have you chosen a representative yet? Seeing no one answer, he immediately understood the problem and continued, I see, it seems like for the past 3 hours, you guys haven't just been talking, right? Of course, if you trash die, I don't care. The angel raised his index finger and asked with a smile, let's start the voting, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, a board appeared in front of each person below saying, the voting for the representative will officially begin. You only have 1 vote, and the player with the most votes becomes the representative. Look at the person you want to fight and think about voting. The game rules also specifically emphasize that players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be removed from the round and disappear. When the running timer began to display, the remaining time was 0 hours, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Everyone didn't make an appointment but looked in the same direction, looking at the person they wanted to vote for, so. That's right, the person they looked at was Jaong-zik, probably due largely to his abilities and threats just now. Jaong-zik crossed his arms over his chest, thinking proudly, just as I thought, everyone was looking at me. When he raised his head to look around, he was startled to discover. A girl didn't seem to want to vote for him, so he pointed his finger and called loudly, hey, that chubby steamed bun girl. The girl confusedly replied, me. When Jaong-zik questioned, do you want to die, why don't you look at me, the girl painfully explained, no, I voted for you. Ryuman, standing not far away, heard it and didn't bother to say it. No different from a crazy person, Jaong-zik threatened again, if you don't look at me then you will definitely die, then every time anyone shows signs of taking their eyes off him, he will snap, who just turned their head. When the remaining time on the screen reached the 0 digits, a beep rang out, signaling to everyone that the voting time had ended. The angel also announced, time is up, luckily you stupid humans were able to vote in time. Feeling the unusually quiet atmosphere, he happily continued, let's compile the votes, then clap twice. Immediately a giant screen opened in front of everyone's eyes, on which the voting results were displayed. First place was Life as a Documentary with 2,412 votes, second place was Black Cow with 2,077 votes, third place was Black Dragon in My Right Hand with 249 votes, fourth place was Chubby Steamed Dumplings with only 6 votes, and fifth place was last, Adorable Baby Bird with a meager 5 votes. After seeing the results, even Jaong-zik himself couldn't believe his eyes. He was number 1, but only got 2,412 votes. Hawk Cow was also second. He turned around to look at the 2 names that were avoiding him and then thought with hatred, "These bastards, I told them to only vote for me, but they voted for Black Cow too." After letting everyone discuss the results for a while, the new angel once again took off and said, "The results are here. Life as a Documentary as the regional representative." Then he smiled and declared, "I will give you command so you can give orders to everyone." A few seconds later, the system's mechanical voice rang out, "You have become a regional representative. As a representative, you will be given command." Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Jaong-zik was extremely pleased and chuckled, "Hee hee, I will make you regret not killing me, Black Cow, if I command everyone to kill him." While Jaong-zik was still engrossed in his cruel thoughts, the system suddenly gave him a slap, a temporary command skill. The effect is that you can order players and control them. Players cannot resist your orders under any circumstances. The usage limit is 10 uses in total, currently 10 out of 10. You can only order 1 player at a time. This skill does not apply to other players. Level A. So Jaong-zik was shocked. What is this? It can only be used 10 times. He panicked when he realized the harsh truth that, and it didn't work on A-level players, it meant that all A-level players could ignore his orders. Not paying attention to Jaong-zik's eyes widening as if he wanted to wonder why, the angel smiled mischievously and asked, "Now, dear people, you probably think the voting is over, right?" No need for anyone to answer, he continued to say, "That's not true, this round also has a hidden mission." Hearing that, some people couldn't help but whisper, "What does that mean, hidden mission?" The second round is popularized as follows: Side quest, level up before voting, level up to level A and find a level up item. You will receive a 50% off coupon for today's item if you succeed. Aaron's group finished reading and wondered, what is this, a level up item, level up? The angel grinned and continued, "The mission window was set up to appear like this at level 10, but you didn't realize it, right?" One guy scratched his head tiredly and replied, "Without monsters, how can we level up?" The angel said displeasedly, "What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters." Seeing the other person bow his head in silence, it seemed like he wasn't lying, so he didn't force it too much, but just clicked his tongue and reassured him, "Don't be too gloomy about it, there are only a total of 100,000 people who can be promoted to level A in this round." Listening to what he said, "By the way, someone in this area has also been promoted to level A," this shocking news made everyone stir. "Has someone been promoted to level, who is it?" The angel continued, "Let's look at the results of the side quest and find that person, then snap his fingers." The screen immediately switched to the results of the side quests in round 2. In the ranking test of all regions, the top position was Black Cow, a level 16 Grim Reaper, time was 39 minutes, 42 seconds, second place was Heavenly Devil, level 10 Dark Knight, time was 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds, third place was Idiot, level 10 Mage, time was 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds, still in the area ESK 45 years, there is only one person named Black Cow, level 16 Death God, time is 39 minutes 42 seconds, there is no one else anywhere. Now everyone knows, the first person to level up is Black Cow. With the same surprised question of, is he the first person in this area to level up, everyone turned their eyes to Ryuman. Looking at the handsome young man, perfect from hair to physique, calmly putting his hands in his pockets, looking into the distance and not caring that he was the center of attention, they could not have imagined that, moreover, he was also a Grim Reaper. As soon as they learned that Ryuman was a Grim Reaper, many people whispered to each other, "What kind of job is that? He seems to be very powerful. Is that why he carries such a big scythe everywhere?" Having Ryuman's attention accidentally stolen, Jaong-zik couldn't help but feel annoyed and thought to himself, "Damn, I was planning to use the command power to make Black Cow fight back, but who would have thought Black Cow would change his profession at this time?" At this time, the angel was pointing his hand towards the notice board and smilingly saying, "In round 2, rankings were awarded according to the order of completing the side quests." After looking through the board, he nodded and continued, So the person who changed jobs in our area is the Black Goo player." Suddenly realizing something, The angel was a little surprised and interested and asked, "Not only have you achieved the top position in the current region, but also the top position in all regions." Then he bowed his head to look at Ryuman and praised, "Impressive, Black Goo, your death job is very unique, and even your nickname matches it." Answer, "How did you come up with that nickname?" He also asked, "Did you know in advance that you would receive a profession from me?" Ryuman raised his head and coldly replied, "I don't know if I will receive a job that matches my nickname." When asked by the angel, "Maybe becoming a Shinigami is destiny?" Ryuman nodded and replied, "Yes." The two of them kept talking to each other in private, making a few people start to panic. Realizing that the angel's curious look was not an act, Ryuman smiled and thought, even angels don't know how to receive the death job, they only know it as a special job. Not feeling as bored as he thought, the angel happily covered his mouth and laughed and exclaimed, "Is this fate? Really interesting." Then he asked again, "But in this area there is a person who changed profession, so you are the only one who will not be affected by the command authority. This question also attracts other young men. Will he not be influenced by the power to give orders? What does that mean, angel?" The angel smiled and explained, "Since we're talking about this, let me also explain, the right to give orders does not apply to humans with professions, so the representative of the area cannot order Black Goo to do what he wants, that's how it is." He also revealed that, moreover, there are only 10 opportunities to use the command power, so, just because someone is a regional representative does not mean that person has unlimited power. Ha ha. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other and laughed. Can it only be used 10 times? Aha, so that's it. Originally, only Jaong knew this secret, and he was planning to keep it a secret, but who would have thought that the angel would make such a preemptive strike, making him hate him to no end? Damn, that damn angel, how could he tell them that? Sadly, the angel didn't even care about Jaong's hostility, he was still very calm and smiled, "So we have to reward Black Cow, the one who received the job the earliest, right?" After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Then the system sends a congratulatory message, "Congratulations, you have completed the mission as first class in the current region. Congratulations, you have completed the mission as first class in all regions." Seeing the display screen, "You receive the first place reward in the current region. Select the low-level rare armor. You receive the first place reward in all regions. Select the special reward." Ryuman immediately clicks on the reward. Next to the notification system, "Please choose one of the following rare armor types." Where the reward board says, "Choose the reward you want," and below are 3 items appearing one after another: the metal armor of a medieval warrior, the leather armor of a professional hunter, the breathable cloak of a magician. Without any hesitation, Ryuman raised his finger and pressed the professional hunter's leather armor. There was no need to think, the first option was too heavy, the third option had almost no defense at all. Once you've made your choice, the system will switch to other options. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Still the same reward title, choose the reward you want, but this time the 3 choices are: third benefit experience effect, note only applies to the third round, the second is 3,000 gold, and the third is information about the third round. Ryuman frowned and calculated, because round 3 had many monsters. So with the thought that, of course I need 3 experiences, he chose the second one. When he saw a halo of yellow light surrounding Ryuman's body, the angel spoke up and said, "Okay, now the rewards have been distributed." He continued, "Everyone can go back, next round, round 3. Happy to look at the faces filled with frustration and unwillingness, the angel said with a smile, "It will be very interesting." Before that light took everyone away, he cunningly affirmed 3 words, "I guarantee." At the same time, a table summarizing the results of the second round was displayed. All areas have 873,500,205 survivors. The current area ESKS 45 years has 4,988 survivors. The soul will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. March 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will see you again in the next round. Congratulations on living left. The soul will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. After these repeated mechanical voices, in the real world someone has awakened. Yongman seemed to have just escaped from a scary nightmare. His arms were still stretched out in mid-air, his breathing was rapid and heavy. His eyes looked down at his hands in fear. Yongman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he realized that his hand was still intact, just as he predicted. As long as he didn't die, his body would still be intact when he returned. He also told himself that he would never make trouble with Black Cow again, never. Damn it, I don't want to have anything to do with such a heartless bastard anymore. At the same time, on Aaron's side, in the cozy living room, Sangchul was standing there looking at her and saying, You've worked hard, Aaron. Aaron sat on the sofa, bowed her head sadly and replied, "What have I done? You're the one who suffered it all." Then she raised her head to look at Sangchul and gratefully said, "Thank you for protecting me." Sangchul felt a bit uncomfortable and looked away, adjusting his tie while clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, I'm your manager and bodyguard, so it's only natural." Aaron hesitantly asked, "And, I also want to thank Hawk Cow again, is there any way?" This also makes Sangchul equally worried, because the reason is, we don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find him. It seems that Hawk Cow also doesn't want his identity revealed. Aaron asked in surprise, "Doesn't he want to?" Sangchul replied, "Did I ask him for his account number to make up for it? However, look at the way he immediately refused." He also speculated that Black Cow knew that using the account number could find out his true identity. Hearing that, Aaron turned away in disappointment. Not being able to look at her like that, Sangchul proposed an idea. If she wanted to thank him so much, why not wait until the next round to find and give him the item? Aaron nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. I have to think of a way to repay him properly." Sangchul smiled and said, "So today you rest, see you tomorrow?" Aaron waved, "Yes, goodbye." As soon as he stepped into the elevator, Sangchul received a call. He picked up the phone, and Chairman Ma, who was called Chairman Ma, or his full name, Ma Gyeonglok, replied, Department Director in Sangchul. Noticing that the time was now late at night, Sangchul asked, "Are you not sleeping yet?" Gyeonglok replied, "I just came home and drank some whiskey." Suddenly remembering something, Sangchul immediately reported, "Oh, I've seen the summary of the results, Mr. Chairman, congratulations on changing your profession to become a shadow detective." Gyeonglok smiled and replied, "There's nothing to congratulate. Did something happen on your side, just when the elevator stopped at floor B4? Letting the elevator door open automatically, Sangchul still focused on answering, "Seo Aaron and I only reached level 8, during that time we were still injured and couldn't hunt anymore." Gyeonglok asked worriedly, "Injured?" While walking in the basement parking lot, Sangchul continued, "I was actually planning to report to you about this incident. Is it convenient for you?" Listening to what he said, it was related to Black Goo. Gyeonglok immediately requested, "Come to the hotel, I will listen live." Sangchul respectfully replied, "Yes, I will be there within 20 minutes. Waiting for the other end to hang up, Sangchul opened the car door and sat inside, completely unaware that he was being followed. The car was quickly started and rolled out of the basement. Ryuman just stood behind the pillar and watched with his eyes open. As expected, he was going to Ma Gyeonglok, "Go back 10 minutes ago." Leaving his friend who had fallen asleep on the bed for an unknown amount of time, Ryuman still attentively turned on the system. When the system displays the request, please think about the target you want to look up and say their name. Ryuman immediately thought of Sangchul. The system received and responded, matched the name and face, and was looking up the target's location. Seeing that it said, the location of Sangchul's target had been found, the target's location was 9 meters away, Ryuman immediately nodded and thought, he's quite close, isn't he still on the upper floor of the penthouse? Suddenly the number 9 meters showed signs of changing to 23 meters. And 56 meters made him curious, is the position changing? He also speculated that if the position changed so quickly, he must have been using the elevator. Where was he going so early in the morning? A very possible thought suddenly flashed in Ryuman's head. Could it be possible to go to Ma Gyeonglok? He couldn't just stand still and doubt this and that, so Ryuman decided to confirm it first. Then he quickly grabbed his jacket, put it on and ran out of the room. And up until now, Ryuman has felt very lucky and proud of that decision. Fortunately, I investigated him too. Not long after, under the dim moonlight, Gyeonglok was deep in thought, the darkness obscuring the light. He knew well, tonight was the perfect night to track someone down. Feeling that he had had enough of looking at the moon, he immediately turned around and told himself that he would endure for now. Let's see the report first. Holding a glass of wine and sitting on the sofa, Gyeonglok continued to think, Hawk Cow, which player doesn't know him? The one who achieved first place in both the first and second rounds. He frowned and tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair. Something related to first place, this didn't give me a good feeling. Thinking about the situation, if he ever caused trouble with his subordinates, Gyeonglok paused. Suddenly there was a feeling of sadness welling up in his heart. If that was the case, then I wouldn't be able to sit still and take the fight. Picking a fight with my right hand would be no different than challenging me. Gyeonglok crossed his legs, one hand resting his chin, the other shaking a glass of wine. His appearance was relaxed but also exuded an unpredictable danger. He secretly determined that he would not leave alone the person who stood in his way. no matter who it was, even if it was first class. Gyeonglok was sitting and sipping a glass of wine when suddenly there was a knock on the door. It's the familiar voice of Sangchul. "Are you in there, Mr. President?" "I'm Sangchul, I'm here at the right time," Gyeonglok replied. "Yes, please come in." Then he proactively stood up and continued, "Unit Leader An, nice to see you again." Sangchul walked closer and respectfully replied, "Me too, Mr. Chairman." Listening to him politely say, "It's all thanks to the chairman," Gyeonglok humbly denied, "I didn't do anything. We're not even in the same area anymore." Even so, Sangchul still bowed once and continued, "Just having you here makes me feel full of enthusiasm, thank you." Gyeonglok motioned for him to sit down and said, "You are good at saying flattering things, Unit Leader An, please sit down." Sangchul didn't just sit down but instead smiled honestly and replied, "There's no need to flatter, it's the truth, even though it's a bit late, congratulations on surviving." Gyeonglok sighed dejectedly and said, "What's the point of surviving? The second round is like a baby's game of winning candy." Sangchul congratulated him again. I also wanted to congratulate him on his level increase, but Gyeonglok still replied with a calm attitude, "No, I was just lucky." Sangchul cleverly said, "People say luck is also a kind of skill, besides, being second and third in all regions is not easy." Listening to him constantly flatter me, "This is my greatest honor, to serve someone like you, Mr. Chairman," Gyeonglok just gave a meaningful smile. Putting the glass of wine on the table, he said, "Hearing you flatter me like that, I guess you want to get something from me." He even asked frankly, "Tell me, you have something to ask me, right?" Being guessed right, Sangchul didn't intend to hide it anymore. He hesitantly replied, "Well, if that's the case, can you tell me where to find level up items?" Gyeonglok slightly closed his eyes, did not answer that question but just smiled and briefly explained, "Oh, it's nothing, it just fell out while I was hunting monsters." Only he knows the truth. Actually, it's all thanks to the random piece of ancient rune, the Dark Knight ancient rune, that I got. Gyeonglok still clearly remembers when he was playing with the name Tianma, the angel appeared and said, "The last thing, say the item warehouse and look inside, I have a gift for you." It was also from that warehouse of items that he found the Dark Knight rune. This rune has the effect of increasing all stats and a dark halo will cover your weapon. This halo can damage enemies. You can automatically become a Dark Knight with a special job when you reach level 10. At that time, even Gyeonglok himself couldn't believe that he could become a Dark Knight when he reached level 10. The feeling at that moment couldn't help but make him fall into contemplation. I was lucky in round 1, when my random rune was an almost cheating item, but the reason why Gyeonglok did not reveal this to Sangchul was because according to him, even with subordinates that he trusted like family, he could not reveal all the information. Anyone could change in the blink of an eye, that's human nature. Because he didn't want Sangchul to ask more about things related to this issue, Gyeonglok switched to another topic, "Unit Leader An, let's get back to the main topic, who injured you?" Seeing Gyeonglok asking the question, "Is it Black Cow?" with an extremely dangerous look on his face. Afraid he would misunderstand, Sangchul awkwardly waved his hand and replied, "What? No, actually, he was the one who saved me." But Gyeonglok doesn't seem to believe it. "Save me, tell me the details." After listening to Sangchul narrate everything specifically and clearly, Gyeonglok asked, "So because of the thugs targeting actor Seo, did you almost die?" Sangchul nodded and replied, "Yes, if Hawk Cow hadn't appeared, we might both have died." As for Aaron, he added that Aaron may survive, but she will suffer psychological trauma and will not be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. Hearing that, Gyeonglok frowned and thought, not only did I almost lose a valuable subordinate, but I also almost lost my business. Relieved somewhat, he asked about something else, "How were those guys, were they dead?" Sangchul replied, "Even though Hawk Cow let them taste pain rather than death, he actually didn't kill them." Gyeonglok asked, "Why is that so?" He replied, "He said there was no point in killing them. If the total number of people decreased, then the number of people who survived the round would also decrease." Gyeonglok somewhat agreed and nodded. What he said was not wrong, but who knows what tricks they will do in the future. He raised the glass of wine and took a sip, feeling the spicy taste on the tip of his tongue. He thought to himself, "But, thanks to Black Cow, my subordinates and possessions are still intact. It seems like I owe him this time." As soon as he gave the opinion that I should compensate him, Gyeonglok heard Sangchul add that, "Well, I also mentioned this, but he said it wasn't necessary and then left immediately." This makes Gyeonglok quite worried. Is he refusing to accept compensation as thanks? Is it because he is afraid of having his identity revealed? He is also cautious. Everything you need to know, you already know, so Gyeonglok stood up and said, "If you meet him in the next round, Please thank him on my behalf. I'm truly grateful to him for saving you too. Sangchul saw that and stood up too. I will definitely let him know, Mr. Chairman. Gyeonglok carefully reminded him, and keep an eye on him to see if we can help him. You know I don't like being in debt to others. Sangchul respectfully replied, of course, I will do as you wish. Suddenly remembered something, Gyeonglok stopped and said, I forgot to ask another important thing. He had one hand in his pocket, the other holding a glass of wine, and coldly asked, those thugs, what are their nicknames? At the same time, right in front of Gyeonglok's hotel, Ryuman was hiding behind a nearby tree. Noticing that the electric light in Gyeonglok's room was still on, Ryuman thought to himself, what a loyal dog, it was this late and still ran straight to Gyeonglok right after returning to reality. Chasing him here is considered a gain, so Ryuman has decided to leave. I should go home. In any case, we have confirmed his destination. If he continues to hang around here, it will only cause suspicion. He took off his hood and waved to hail a taxi, continuing his train of thought. A celebrity sponsored by Gyeonglok lives in the same apartment complex as me. I should thank my younger brother. Remembering the time when Ryuman dragged him to the neighbor's house to give him things, he had a theory that if the two of us didn't go give rice cakes to get to know the neighbors. The moment he met Aaron and Sangchul, Ryuman felt very lucky and thought, I wouldn't have met Aaron, and I wouldn't have known the relationship between Sangchul and Aaron. He opened the taxi door while calculating his next plan. If he uses the excuse of being a neighbor as leverage, it will be easier to gain Gyeonglok's trust, but he still has to consider whether he should bring Gyeonglok with him in round 20 or not. The reason why Ryuman was so hesitant was because according to the information he found out, Gyeonglok's Dark Knight rune was so great that it was like cheating. Great is great, but there are still opposites, but there are also disadvantages, such as no rune leveling rewards, and being forced to become a Dark Knight, but the biggest disadvantage is. Ryuman shuddered a bit when thinking that in order to use the Dark Halo, a type of Dark Knight's power, one must accumulate a separate type of mana called Dark Mana, and this Dark Mana cannot be obtained by normal means. And he has to admit that, in some ways, this skill is very suitable for people with perverted hobbies like Gyeonglok. Actually, Ryuman feels quite insecure. Being a teammate with such a psychopath is very dangerous. After sitting in the car, the boy said, for now, just consider him a candidate and then I can use him however I want. Anyway, besides him, there are many talented people, especially a certain girl. Looking at the hotel that was getting farther and farther away from his sight, Ryuman silently decided that as soon as it was dawn, he should get to work right away. Early the next morning at the convenience store branded as QS24, someone's heavy sigh was heard. Inside, the convenience store owner was face down on the cashier desk and whining, what should I do? Just as he mumbled the words, if this keeps up, sales will drop by half, someone pushed the door in. Sadly, it wasn't a customer as expected, but that person was Julie, the daughter of the owner of this convenience store. As soon as she peeked her head inside, she happily called out, Dad. Seeing his daughter, the convenience store owner immediately regained his melancholy expression in confusion, and forced his voice to say hello. Oh, hello, Julie. Julie obediently smiled and replied, hello Dad, why are you sighing so deeply? Not thinking that his sigh would be able to resonate so far, knowing that he couldn't hide it any longer, the convenience store owner sadly told him, this is it, lottery tickets have been completely stopped being sold. Julie asked in surprise, why so suddenly? He explained, the government had found an excuse that sounded good, but they said it seemed to be because of the players. Hearing what her father said, they didn't know what skill the player would use. Julie let out a small gasp, because she had just remembered the KMS news that she read early this morning. The headline on it was, the man won the first prize in the lottery 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. Then below was the interview news, the secret to winning 4 times, I dreamed of it. Lottery tickets stopped being sold due to consecutive wins. The convenience store owner couldn't hide his worry when he said, due to rent and labor costs, it's very difficult right now. What should you do? Julie gently reassured him, don't worry. She curled her eyes and smiled and said, you're about to graduate, from now on I'll help you. As if to prove that she could help, she seriously asked, but wait, would it be better if I found a part-time job to increase the family's income? Although he was happy that his daughter had grown up and knew how to take care of the family, he did not want to affect her studies, so he refused, saying, Julie, let me take care of the money, you focus on studying. He also mentioned Julie's dream, your grades are good, don't you plan to go to college? Your dream is to become a doctor. Who would have thought that Julie would indifferently reply, Dad, I've given up that dream. In this situation, what's so important about school? Needless to say, The convenience store owner felt so guilty, like a failed father. He bowed his head and continued, "You're right, money isn't important right now. If something bad happens, you could die in the next round." It seemed like he couldn't bear it any longer. He covered his face and sobbed. "Lately, I've been thinking about it all the time. I'm sorry, Julie," Julie called out in pain. "Dad." Gently holding her father's calloused hand, she gently comforted him. "There's nothing for him to apologize for. This isn't his fault, even so he's still confused somewhere, but..." Julie smiled and said, "I'm okay, I promise. I survived the second round and even got another job." I saw Dad wondering about the job. She didn't answer but just pointed her palm towards his forehead and said, "That's right, Dad, wait a minute." A dim green light emanated from Julie's palm, gradually surrounding the convenience store owner's body. Feeling something change inside him, he bewilderedly raised his hand to touch his head and asked, "What was that just now?" Julie happily boasted that this skill called blessing you got from your support class. It will help increase all the stats a little. They say it will have the effect of increasing the vitality of ordinary people. The convenience store owner seemed to have just been filled with energy. His whole body was full of vitality. He stood up, massaged the muscles on his arms while happily praising, "This skill is great." Dad felt full of energy. Knowing he had succeeded, Julie was even more happy and continued, "I will use this skill for Dad often." She smiled and said, "Dad, please cheer up." As a father, he really felt deeply moved. "Okay, I will be happy." As soon as someone pushed the door open, he immediately turned around, smiling and welcoming. The moment he saw Ryuman, he was stunned. That was the guest. Seeing that her father seemed to know about Ryuman, Julie immediately asked in a low voice, "Dad, you know him?" The convenience store owner also whispered back, "He's the winner." He further said, "The winner guessed the same number for 100 tickets." Ryuman walked up to the cashier and said, "Hello, do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won in lottery tickets." The convenience store owner nodded and replied, "Yes, I still remember, but what are you doing here?" Ryuman suddenly bent down and said with a sincere attitude, "First of all, I want to apologize," making the other person feel embarrassed. "Ha, why are you suddenly apologizing?" Ryuman replied, "I saw the news, because I won the first prize consecutively, so the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets." Then he bowed his head again. "I'm sorry for accidentally causing damage to the store." It could be said that this was Julie's first time seeing Ryuman like this, so she didn't know how to intervene. The convenience store owner waved his hand and smiled, "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not being able to sell Noto lottery tickets anymore won't make me starve." But Ryuman still felt very sorry. He rummaged through his bag while continuing, "Even so, I still felt sorry because you were influenced by me, that's why." Finding the envelope of money, he immediately pulled it out and gave it to him. The other person asked, "What is that?" He replied, "I want to compensate, even though the amount is not too big." When they heard the number 10 million won come out of Ryuman's mouth, both Julie and her father were extremely surprised. The convenience store owner waved his hand, wanting to refuse. "You don't have to do that, you can take it back," but Ryuman did not agree to take it back. "Please take it, because it is true that I caused trouble." As if afraid that he would hold on further, you immediately turned around and left. "I'm leaving now," even though the middle-aged man confusedly called back, "Ha, hey, so-and-so." Looking at the envelope containing such a large amount of money in his hand, the convenience store owner still couldn't believe it. "Oh my God, how could I receive such a large amount of money?" Julie, after a few seconds of hesitation, called her father. Then she said, "Let me run after her and give it back." Hearing that, he quickly gave her the envelope of money and replied, "Yes, give it back to them." Fortunately, Ryuman hadn't gone far, so Julie soon caught up with his footsteps. As soon as she saw his familiar figure, she waved loudly, "Waiting for me." Ryuman stopped and turned around as if to ask what was going on. Julie panted as she raised her head and asked, "Ryuman, is it you?" Seeing that she knew my name, her attitude seemed like she knew her, but Ryuman couldn't remember who this girl was, so he raised his eyebrows and asked, "And she is?" Seeing that he didn't recognize her, even though she was a bit sad, Julie still smiled and replied, "You don't know me, it's Min Julie, we're in the same class." Who would have thought that? Ryuman just coldly asked back, "In the same class?" Julie was stunned for a few seconds, then hesitantly asked, "Don't tell me you don't know we're in the same class." On the surface, Ryuman gently replied, "I'm sorry, I'm not very good at remembering faces," but on the inside he was thinking, "Of course, that was me lying. How could you not know, Min Julie? She's in the same class as me and is the daughter of a convenience store owner. You also know, she also has a special job, buffer, which specializes in buffing support effects for teammates. So when Ryuman found out that Julie was in the same class as him, he thought, back then I also knew that she was in the same class, and I was really surprised. That was also the first time he believed in destiny, that this kind of destiny existed. In short, Ryuman had his own purpose. The reason I used the excuse of meeting Min Julie by chance, was to bring her to my side. Julie couldn't have known all of this, and for example, right now she was still convinced that Ryuman didn't recognize her, so she had no choice but to extend the invitation, let's go somewhere and talk. As expected, Ryuman smiled and replied, okay. Instead of going to a cafe, the two chose to sit on a wooden bench, right underneath the dry trees in a nearby park. Julie gave the money envelope back to Ryuman and said, here, take it. Ryuman asked in surprise, isn't this the money I just gave? Julie nodded and continued, we can't accept such a large amount of money, so take it. Hearing her say that, Ryuman of course also understood that reason very well. He smiled and thought, well, receiving 10 million won feels a bit heavy, I know they won't take it anyway, because she is the type of person who, no matter how difficult it is, doesn't like living in debt. Seeing that he just smiled at her without saying anything, Julie felt a little embarrassed and urged her to take it back quickly, my hand hurts. Who knows, Ryuman is still determined not to take it back. No, I just said it, it's the money I want to compensate because I feel guilty, at least if I do that, my conscience will be at peace. Julie said, but the amount of money is too big. Ryuman shrugged and replied, no matter how big it is, I want you to take it, otherwise I will feel guilty and keep thinking about it. Julie tried to persuade, but even so, this amount of money is too much, I feel very heavy. Ryuman curled his eyes and smiled thinking, that's why I gave it to you. Sighing, Ryuman smiled and said, tell the boss too, it's not much money for me, feel free to take it. Julie helplessly turned away, are you always this stubborn, what's wrong with you? It seemed like everything was resolved. Ryuman immediately stood up, we're done talking, right, I'll go, Julie said startled, wait. She opened the envelope and counted the money while awkwardly saying, 10 million won is really too much, I'll only take 1 million, so that's okay, right? Ryuman laughed and said, you have the right to decide, you should go ask the store owner. Julie replied cautiously, but, Dad will definitely not be comfortable with this amount of money. Only then did Ryuman notice the way the two of them addressed themselves. He asked in surprise, Dad, is the owner of the convenience store your father? Hearing a yes from Julie, he immediately excitedly exclaimed, oh, I go there often, it's really interesting. Julie forced a smile and replied, I also found it interesting. The person who won the first prize in the Noto lottery was a classmate. The word friend she often used really made Ryuman pay attention. Not realizing your somewhat strange expression, Julie continued, but don't you really know we're in the same class? I recognized you as soon as you entered the convenience store. Ryuman still kept the same answer, sorry, but I'm really not good at remembering faces. He asked further, besides, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? Although she was a bit surprised, Julie also nodded and replied, yes. Then she bowed her head sadly, so this is the first time you've heard my name? Ryuman smiled and admitted, yeah, sorry. The two suddenly fell into silence. Julie's face suddenly turned red, it seemed like she herself felt it, so she turned her head away. As for Ryuman, he just stood there silently smiling at her and thinking to himself, even though I felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her, I had to do that to make her interested in me. Unable to stand this ambiguous atmosphere, Julie decided to stand up and say, I told you just now, my name is Min Julie, I'm in the same class as you. She suddenly pointed at her blushing face and said loudly, and this is my face, do you remember now? Ryuman almost laughed out loud, he smiled and replied, I will remember. Realizing that she had gone too far, Julie immediately turned around and shamefully blamed herself, saying that reality suddenly hit her in the face. What the hell was she doing, introducing herself to her classmates when she was about to graduate? With his sharp hearing, it was obvious that Ryuman didn't miss a word. He clicked his tongue and smiled and said, at least now I know, it's not like we won't keep in touch after graduation, right? Faced with Julie's shocked expression, he proactively asked for a way to contact her. By the way, can I have your number? I don't know if it was because she was too happy or not, but Julie's voice suddenly became hesitant when she asked again, what's my number? Ryuman took out his phone and calmly replied, yeah, what, it's not weird to ask for a classmate's number, right? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Julie held out her hand, yeah, give me that. I didn't expect that just by dialing the phone number, her face could still clearly turn red. When finished, Julie immediately gave it back to Ryuman. Here. For the sake of serving the purpose, Ryuman freely continued, it was fate that we met each other like this, so let's keep in touch from now on. Julie agreed, okay. Having Julie's contact phone number was actually beyond Ryuman's expectations, so he was even happier as he said goodbye. Then I'm going, I have urgent things to do, Julie replied with a yes, even though she still wanted to talk to him more, but there was no other way. Just keep looking at Ryuman waving goodbye until he had gone quite far. Then Julie stupidly realized that she had not returned the envelope of money to him. Wait, the envelope, it. She was depressed and thought to herself, I still haven't been able to return it to him. Thinking back to the moment Ryuman proactively asked for the phone number, Julie's heart started pounding again. It was really strange for him to ask for the phone number. I was dead, my heart was beating so hard. Especially when I think about it, even though I know he only sees me as a friend, I like Ryuman, and she can't help but feel excited and shy. Actually, the first time the two met, Ryuman probably didn't know. At first, the two accidentally met. When Julie suddenly witnessed the scene, a thug was continuously kicking Ryuman's body with his foot while cursing aggressively, bastard, I told you to bring money, do you think we were joking? At that time Julie was very scared, to the point that she had to quickly cover her mouth to stop her screams. No. Next, she very quickly called the police. Hello, police. As she unconsciously followed Ryuman's back, Julie wondered, was it because I felt sorry for him, or was it because I was the one who called the police, so I felt responsible? And then she followed Ryuman just like that to make sure he got home safely, but Julie still remembers clearly, when she saw Ryuman go to work part-time as if nothing had happened. She suddenly realized one thing, I understood that he was much stronger than he appeared. From then on, Julie knew, from then on, I started to be interested in him. It's a pity, but I don't have the courage to talk to him. And the heart cannot deceive people. Julie felt what she was like towards Ryuman. After that my feelings for him increased a lot. I didn't even dare to get close to him anymore. Returning to reality, Julie clutched the money envelope in her hand, her eyes closed out of gratitude. No one thought we would meet here again. Now I am brave, this is an opportunity given by God. Next, she told herself that she couldn't pretend like she didn't know him after receiving 10 million won. Then a bold idea suddenly appeared in her head. Julie couldn't hold back her happiness as she smiled and turned to look in the direction where Ryuman had left. Well, then, should I invite him out to eat? In the room, Ryuman was typing on the phone on the bed. There's a text message coming in, have you eaten anything yet? I have something to say, can we meet in Area 1? I'll invite you to a meal, Ryuman replied, okay, I'll pay. The other party responded just let me pay. Then he jokingly texted back, haha I have a lot of money. The other side also chimed in, but I don't like to eat like that, what do you like to eat? Suddenly, Ryuman thought to himself, sure enough, she felt like she owed me money, and suddenly invited me to lunch, that's a good sign. He continued to look at his phone thinking, if I become friends with her naturally, it will be easier to turn her into an ally. Right after that, he jumped up and thought, I will help Julie and take her to round 20. Ryuman was sitting on the sofa when he was surprised to see Ryuman walk out. He asked, where are you going? He casually replied as he walked, I'm going to see my friend. After listening, Ryuman's curiosity immediately arose. He inquired, friend, isn't that a girlfriend? Ryuman replied, why, can't you go meet some girls? After that, he also happily advised, I will eat out, don't skip meals, remember, Ryuman obediently replied, yes. Then Ryuman blankly watched Ryuman walk out. Suddenly he was stunned, confused and said, no way, he's going, on a date, ah. At the steakhouse, a voice rang out, do you like steak? Julie didn't hear clearly, so she asked again, gee, what? At this point Ryuman asked again, do you like steak? Hearing the question, Julie happily answered, oh, yes, I like this dish very much. Then he continued to say, so eat more. Julie gently wiped her mouth and said, well, inside she was thinking, I didn't expect that I would be able to eat alone with Ryuman, what a lucky day. After that, the two continued their meal in a luxurious space with melodious music. Julie felt that the atmosphere at the meal was too quiet. She thought to herself, the atmosphere was getting too awkward, I had to say something, come on, be brave. Thinking about it, she asked, how come you win the lottery so continuously, 4 times in a row? He calmly replied, that's it, it's thanks to the dreamers, I'm really lucky. Listening to him, Julie started to think of the image of a god appearing with a piece of paper in his hand saying, remember these numbers. Then she looked incredulous, in a dream, Whoa, so how much did you earn from that dream? Ryuman spoke brightly, it seems like I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, even though I still have to worry about keeping alive. Julie continued the story, oh, that reminds me, I'm curious, how was your first level? Killing goblins must have been very difficult. Ryuman replied, yes, it took a lot of time. She asked again, what area are you in? At this moment, Ryuman raised his glass of water to drink and answered, I don't remember anymore, I just remember the last number is 5. Then Julie smiled slightly and said, well, mine's last number is 7, what a pity, so we won't get to meet each other. In another scenario, Ryuman was thinking, there's no need to despair, my friend, we'll meet again, because the regions will merge when the number of living people starts to decrease. The story was continuing. Julie curiously asked, what level are you? Ryuman hesitantly answered, level 10. Julie suddenly looked surprised, I'm also level 10, do you have a job yet? Ryuman responded, not yet, what about you? At this time, Julie happily replied, luckily I already had the job conversion item, it's called, buffer. Ryuman was surprised after hearing that, he asked again, buffer. He wondered, does that mean he can give teammates buff effects like in the game? A thought flashed in his mind, luckily, this time she was also a buffer. Julie raised her voice excitedly, do you want to check it out? There is a type of effect called, blessing, that will enhance all the stats. You replied in response, oh, really, let me see. She then showed it to Ryuman. Immediately, the system showed up as, blessing, has enhanced all your stats by 50%, blessing, time limit, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. After witnessing that effect, a thought occurred to him, as expected of a special job, the effect is really good. After thinking about it, he immediately praised, oh, that's impressive. Saying that, Ryuman continued to think, the effect of the skill will double if she reaches the maximum level, so at that time the stats will increase to 100%, but only if she reaches the maximum level. For a moment, he looked at Julie with a thoughtful smile, but fortunately she buffed him. This was his main goal from the beginning. Recalling the past, the image of a bag with a phoenix wing pattern appeared in Ryuman's mind. He pondered, the reward he got from the side mission of his first job transfer was a random bag of gold, meaning in words, it was a bag that would give him a random amount of gold, and it could be affected by luck. After that, he confirmed in his heart that the higher the luck index, the higher the amount of gold he would receive. Returning to reality, Ryuman proposed to Julie, the effect was really good, thank you Julie. She replied brightly, if you need a blessing, just say it, I won't waste any effort using this skill. As soon as Julie finished speaking, he spoke up, understood. Suddenly Ryuman remembered and asked, didn't you say you had something to talk about? Julie suddenly woke up and quickly replied, oh yes, I was planning to talk about it first. Julie continued what she was saying, thank you very much for the 10 million won, my dad also asked me to convey his thanks. Finally, she spoke firmly, and, I will try to return it soon, no matter what. As for Ryuman, he calmly said, that's all you want to say, I told you not to worry. However, Julie still felt guilty and said, if you don't need money, maybe you want something else. I know. Then, she conjured something up and gave it to him and said, take this. Ryuman asked in surprise, what is this? At that time, Julie replied, I got it while hunting. If you don't need money, then I should at least give you this. This is my heart, so don't refuse anymore. The meal ended, the two of them walked out of the restaurant together. Julie spoke up, the meal was great, so we'll see you later. Ryuman replied with a reminder, okay, be careful at the next gate. She smiled, cheerfully said, okay, we have to live to see each other again. After saying goodbye to Julie, Ryuman immediately returned. Suddenly, the system appeared. He looked at it wonderingly, inventory. The system that first appeared was the image of the purple stone that Julie had given him, then a series of information about it, low-level purple magic crystal, classification, properties, description, a beautiful purple stone. The subtle mana inside could be felt, simply understood as gems used to graft into items to increase stats. After reading it, he was surprised. Who would have thought that he would get this from her? Ryuman lifted the stone and continued to ponder. Just looking at this brief description, it was difficult to know its use. Then, he held it up to compare it with the sunlight, thinking to himself, but once you reach level 20, you will realize how rare this item is. In theory, the combo feature will be unlocked when the player reaches level 20. Next, the image of the axe with the purple stone appeared. The theory mentioned that, when using it, we can combine a weapon with a magic crystal, and we also have the option to upgrade. Next is the symbol illustrated by stones of similar shapes with different colors. Theory says, magic crystals have a total of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. The meanings of those colors are explained as follows: red is damage, orange is strength, yellow is luck. Besides, the theory also adds that green enhances diligence, blue enhances intelligence, etc. Indigo helps reduce damage received. After remembering everything from the theory, Ryuman thought that, in the end, purple magic crystal is the rarest of all. It has a very low occurrence rate, and helps enhance all stats. Ryuman's eyes flashed with joy. I was so lucky to suddenly get one. He looked incredulous, thinking, my luck index in reality is really high. Ryuman said to himself, I will use magic crystals when I reach level 20. The system shows up again: blessing, time limit, 30, 58, look at the time passing, start planning. Now I should open the gold bag first when the buff ends. Slowly. Thinking about it, Ryuman put his hand in his pocket while searching and thinking, I need to increase my stats with the butcher's ancient language first. He took out a small package from his bag and thought to himself, 100 mealworms. Ryuman said to himself, the butcher rune will increase his stats by 1% for each target he kills, and also counts insects. As long as they are living creatures, they count. After that, he dropped the bag on the ground, thinking to himself, there are no insects in another world, so I am forced to hunt monsters. Luckily I am now in reality. Immediately, he lifted his foot and uttered 3 words, sorry. Immediately, the system pops up, the number of kills, 45 out of 100, all stats will be increased by 45%, due to the effect of butcher rune. Kills 67 out of 100, all stats will be increased by 67%, due to the effect of butcher rune. 100 kills per 100, all stats will be increased by 67% due to the effect of butcher rune. At the same time, the system displayed another page. Ryuman thought in his mind, the effect window, because the system said, name, Ryuman, nickname, black sentence, rank, apprentice, level, 16, profession, death god, title, last traveler, hidden, first god slayer, hidden, stats, strength +9, intelligence +9, agility +63, luck +45, stat point 0. Ryuman was happy in his heart. His 15 luck points had increased to 45, so he could expect a positive result. Transfer system, inventory. Information about the Phoenix Wing pattern bag appears. Random gold bag, classification, consumption, rank, rarity, effects, gives you a random amount of gold from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirements, must be used before the next round begins and the rank is above rookie. A limited item is given to the first person to change positions. This item automatically disappears at the start of the next level. Influenced by luck stat, Ryuman feels achievements. My luck stat has increased to the highest level possible. Now. He picked up the bag and thought about using it. Suddenly he was stunned, wondering how much he would earn. Even though he had the same stats, it was normal to receive different amounts of gold. Ryuman hesitated. Based on his luck so far, he should get about 3,000 to 6,000 gold. Suddenly, Ryuman stiffened. He raised his voice, The system board displays the text, you used a random bag of gold. Ryuman was momentarily surprised when he saw the second line of text appear. The next notification from the system is, you have earned 9,999 gold. He asked again to confirm, 9,999 gold. After confirming, Ryuman secretly smiled in his heart. I received the maximum amount of gold, and receiving blessings was also very valuable. After that, he smirked and continued to check his gold, so his total gold was 16,249 gold. This is enough to buy epic items. Ryuman turned off the system screen and silently reminded him that the item he wants will be available in 2 weeks, so keep it carefully for now. Now the sun is high in Ryuman's apartment. As he entered the house, he took off his jacket and said, I'm home. Ryuman, who was on the phone, heard his voice and looked up to call, brother. Ryuman happily ran up to Ryuman and asked, how was your date? Ryuman looked at Ryuman in confusion and asked again, date? Seeing his brother looking puzzled, Ryuman asked again, aren't you going out on a date with your lover? Ryuman helplessly sat down on the chair and said, stop talking nonsense, I'll eat something for lunch. Ryuman sat down on the chair, a happy face said, I ordered black bean noodles. Ryuman put his chin on his chin and looked at him with loving eyes and said, I should order something delicious. Ryuman puffed his cheeks and said, how about black bean noodles? do you know how much I want to eat that dish? Hearing him say that, Ryuman immediately thought of the small amount of money in his account before. He thought to himself, that's right, just last month our situation was very difficult. He looked at the TV thoughtfully and continued to think, and by the way, his Bitcoin investment capital had increased to $150 million, just like the previous times. In the next 2 weeks it would most likely decrease significantly. At that time it would be just right to leave. Ryuman sat next to him and enjoyed watching the TV. When Ryuman saw the car on TV, he immediately had a thought, before that, I should get a driver's license. In the driver's license theory exam room, everyone is very focused on doing the test. Ryuman sat in front of the computer thinking, how many times have I participated in this contest? Let's just do it and leave here. A man sitting not far from him looked confused as he stood up and left. He stood up and looked at Ryuman, who was leaving the exam room, silently asking, what's wrong with him? Then that man walked towards the computer where he did the test, looked at the computer screen displaying, your score was 95, you passed the theory test to get a commercial driver's license. He was surprised and silently exclaimed, with just that little time, he got 95 points. On the other hand, Ryuman was imagining showing off his driver's license to Ryuman, and Ryuman's car was blinded when he saw his license. Ryuman calculated the time. The result was obvious, but it only took me 4 days to get my driver's license. I have more driving experience than anyone. Ryuman suddenly stopped and thought, wait a minute, how many years have passed? How old am I? Ryuman wished that after getting his driver's license, he would immediately buy a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. It didn't take me long to choose because I had driven this car several times before. At the car buying place, Ryuman was working with the manager. He asked, how much time does it take to import directly? The manager replied, if you order today, you will receive the car within a month. Ryuman looked at the tablet and said, okay, let me sign now. After hearing this sentence, the manager was happy, rubbed his hands together and said, sir, you are so stylish. Ryuman looked helplessly at the manager, who was happily laughing out loud. 2 weeks later, Ryuman silently resolved, it's time. He looked at the phone screen happily thinking, it's time to part with his Bitcoin pile. Ryuman saw his brother laughing like an addict, so he came to ask, did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryuman sat cross-legged and replied, I just sold all my Bitcoins. Ryuman held a glass of water and sat down on the single chair next to him, looking at him and asking, really, how much has the price increased? Ryuman replied, $300 million. Ryuman suddenly almost dropped the cup and said, $300 million. He said confusedly, my entire lottery winnings were only $60 million, how could that increase to $300 million? Ryuman calmly replied, nothing more. Ryuman thought about the scene where he advised his brother a month ago and said, when I wanted to invest in Bitcoin, you wanted to stop me, but I earned this much. Ryuman smiled and said, he didn't know it would increase so much, but in his heart he thought, last time it was at most $280 million. Ryuman asked again, so are you planning to stop now? He replied, of course. Ryuman smiled with relief, raised the glass of water, prepared to drink, and said, that's good. But when he heard the sentence, it's time to invest in stocks, he choked on his water. Ryuman worriedly complained, brother, you don't know anything about stocks, what are you planning to do? Ryuman replied gently, don't worry. Then he very confidently said, I had a dream. Ryuman was surprised by that statement. He said, I had that dream of predicting the future again, what stock should I buy this time? Ryuman confidently said, yes, in my dream I saw that if I bought it now, it would make a lot of money later. Ryuman sighed and said, that's it, just do whatever you want. He smiled slightly looking at his younger brother and thought to himself, I can't blame one for being so worried, but I know the future. Ryuman looked at the phone screen and thought, the company I will invest in is. His finger hovered over the phone screen, a company ranked 85th on Kosdaq, worth about $900 million, Tianma Consulting Company. Heavenly Demon Consulting is a company owned by Gyeonglok, although it is not very popular yet, but after round 4 it will introduce a special system and develop quickly. He thought, if he knew this company would become famous, there was no reason not to invest. If he could own a lot of shares and control operations, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a decent profit. First, I will invest $280 million and hold 31% ownership. Thinking so, he immediately pressed the order button. Ryuman was thinking about something when a soft voice rang in his ear, please. Ryuman looked towards the source of the voice and it turned out to be his younger brother silently praying, please make his dream come true again. The phone screen showed that the purchase order had been successfully transacted. He thought to himself, this is it, now I just need to buy the item. At midnight, only Ryuman's room had a light on. In his room, he lit a small lamp. Ryuman silently called out, "Shop," then a system screen with the word shop appeared in front of him with many different items. He lay on the bed scrolling through those items thinking to himself, I saved all the gold for today. Then Ryuman clicked on the device box. He thought, as long as he had gold, he could buy common items and skills, there was nothing more convenient, even though they were all at a normal level, that didn't mean they couldn't buy rare and epic materials. A new line appeared, today's item. Ryuman immediately thought, this is the function to buy a random item that changes every day. Usually, it's difficult to buy what you want because you don't know what items the store will sell, but for me, it's no problem because I know in advance what items will be sold. And today is the day the epic item you need will be sold, then you click on the words today's item. The screen displayed the words dry bone necklace along with its image, on the top was written all the information that this item brought. Seeing that, he excitedly thought, here it is, the old dry necklace. Reading the information on the screen, he silently exclaimed, the item increases intelligence and attack speed, and compared to its effects, it is quite cheap. If you have the item you want, you should use it, right? He called, item inventory, another system screen appeared. Looking at the items displayed on the screen, Ryuman thought proudly, today's 50% discount coupon that I earned after completing the leveling up mission. And I bought this bracelet, after using the coupon for 50% off. Thinking so, I immediately clicked the buy button. Ryuman's golden number immediately jumped to 13,949, he was surprised. Sit up and look, you must be surprised, you still have so much gold. Then he thought again, originally I was going to buy a set of regular equipment with the remaining gold. But if I save another 6,000 gold, I can buy another normal skill, he thought happily, normal skills are still better than normal equipment. Ryuman secretly decided, I should quickly earn another 6,000 gold, luckily there are many monsters in round 3. And then time passed, March 1, 2023, this day will eventually come. After those words, people were summoned from all over to gather in one place. There was a glowing purple stone in the middle of the square. Everyone was summoned to another world. They grumbled, damn it, I've been dragged into the other world again. This time it's not the forest. Where am I? They looked around. The houses were all destroyed, but it looked like a village, a monkey village, no different from ruins. Someone discovered, look, there is a wall around the village. Then everyone around also noticed, it's real. They looked at the giant purple crystal again. They asked each other, what about this crystal? What will we do in this place? Ryuman stood in a corner observing and thinking, this place is really strange, everyone looks quite worried. Then he noticed a person still standing motionless in the crowd. Ryuman immediately recognized that the only person indifferent was Cho Jaong-zik Ha. At this time, another person asked, isn't he the representative of our area? Jaong-zik also paid attention to that statement. Everyone quickly realized and sold out, yes, life is a documentary, it was him, I heard he was the gang boss, he even used a sword to threaten me to vote for him. Hawk Cow should have been the representative, not that murderer. Another person worriedly whispered, hey, he heard it now, he has power in his hands. The other jokingly replied, never mind, he can only use that power 10 times, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jaong-zik angrily shouted, you bastards, shut up. Hearing him scream, everyone wasn't afraid but said, what is he swearing at, as if other people don't know how to curse. Jaong-zik turned around towards the source of the screaming voice, who was muttering that. He gritted his teeth and silently cursed, damn, he knew this would happen, if only that angel would keep her mouth shut. Suddenly, someone walked up to Jaong-zik. He bowed his head and said loudly, greeting him. Jaong-zik was startled and turned to look. Everyone around saw that and immediately realized, Huang Yongman, what are you doing? Yongman raised his head to look at Jaong-zik and said loudly, my life is a movie, the leader of the Jaong-zik gang, Senior Cho Jaong-zik. He crossed his arms in front of his chest in confusion and asked, Senior, are you my junior? Yongman replied, not yet, I'm just a young man in his 20s who dreams of becoming a gangster. Hearing that, Jaong-zik blurted out an even more confused word, he thought to himself, he wants to be a gangster, is this guy crazy? Yongman happily continued, you are my role model, I really want to join the Jaong-zik gang. Hearing that, Jaong-zik was a little surprised and said, why are you? But before he could finish his sentence, Yongman knelt down and said sincerely, I will spend my whole life following you, please accept me. Jaong-zik smirked and looked at him kneeling on the ground, thinking, He's met so many crazy people in his life, but this is the first time I've met someone this crazy. I like his spirit. He said, stand up. Yongman quickly replied, yes. Then he pointed to the people around him who were standing around and said, are your eyes blind? Don't you know my reputation has gone down, yet you still want to follow me? Yongman quickly replied, never mind, you're the person I respect. Jaongzik silently looked at Yongman. He happily continued, as long as you accept me, I don't care what others think. He smirked and happily said, I like your answer, okay, I will take responsibility and teach you. Yongman happily quickly bowed and said, thank you, it's my honor. People around saw this scene and were talking loudly, is that the guy who just joined the team? Is this a movie? Is he crazy? People say, an ox follows an ox, a horse follows a horse. Ryuman saw that and just thought, this time he also teamed up with Cho Jaongzik, which is a good thing. Then an angel appeared in the air, everyone looked in that angel's direction at the same time. He said, everyone is focused. The angel smiled and continued, let's see, today there are 90 people missing. Everyone below was puzzled and asked again, what do you mean by missing people? Then their system screen appeared. On it was written the mission, protect the relic for 3 hours, and the number of participants and the number of people who completed the mission. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the mission board, everyone immediately asked, are we really short of people? Why is that happening? The angel saw everyone's confusion. He still spoke in a high-minded voice, it's impossible for someone to die while they're at peace. It seems like in the real world, you guys are already killing each other. I was worried about how competitive you guys were. One of them suddenly noticed, that person shouted, wait, everyone looked to see how many people can pass this round. Only then did everyone notice and wonder, 1,225 people, what, so that's only 1/4 left, angel, strange, is there something wrong? The angel laughed and said, what a mistake. He explained, what do you want? There is no mistake at all, it seems different people are afraid because there are fewer people alive who can complete the task, but have you forgotten? The angel continued, each round only half of the people can survive. Everyone was bewildered by the angel's words. The angel smirked and continued, but everyone survived in the last round, so this round only 1/4 of the players survived, which is reasonable. Everyone was a little scared and hesitant to speak up, that's it. Teacher Tien Angel had someone speak out against him. He glared down and sounded impatient, there is nothing unfair, you just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. Then he returned to his normal tone and said, okay, then I will explain the rules of round 3, every 30 minutes, monsters in my army will appear in front of the castle gate, and aim at the sacred object located in the center of the village. There are 4 attacks in total. And everyone must coordinate together to protect the sacred objects. Everyone came and looked at the crystal in the middle of the square. The angel continued to say, you will receive additional rewards if you protect the sacred object for 3 hours. If you fail to do so, you will suffer severe punishment. In the end, whether the defense is successful or not, the ranking will be arranged according to the number of monsters you destroy. The angel's voice still rang out, due to the nature of this round, more monsters would appear than usual. Some people looked towards the wooden door that was holding the monsters. Angels seemed to be very interested in this, he said, but they only have strength, it should be much easier, right? Of course that means gold and experience will be reduced accordingly. Jaongzik heard that and thought to himself, then I just need to kill too many people, because I hold the power, this round will be a piece of cake. Angel suddenly thought of something, he clapped his hands, looked at Jaongzik and said, almost forgot. The representative chosen from the previous round said life is a documentary, right? Hearing that, Jaongzik immediately looked up. The angel flew to his place, laughingly said, from this round onwards he can use command authority, but I bet everyone here is curious what will happen. If the representative died, Jaongzik's face would change slightly upon hearing this. He didn't pay attention and continued to say, when the representative loses their life due to monsters or external circumstances, their position will become vacant. However, what if they are killed by another player? Jaongzik was a little uneasy in his heart, he looked up at Angel. The angel continued, in that case, the murderer would immediately become the new representative, and they would receive 10 uses of command. Hearing that, everyone around immediately looked at him with eyes that wanted to be devoured. The angel clapped his hands and smiled, continuing, okay, the monster will appear in 10 minutes, in the next 3 hours let's work together to survive. He smiled brightly at everyone below, his voice unable to hide his laughter, although I'm not sure if you can do it. The angel's words disappeared. Jaongzik trembled angrily and cursed, damn. He screamed, "Fuck!" Then glanced behind again. Everyone around took up their weapons and prepared to attack him. Ja-ong-zik saw that and also pulled out his weapon and cursed, "You bastards, come here, I will take on all of you, one by one." One of them said, "You seem strong but you can only use command 10 times, others also continued, "The angel said that whoever kills this bastard will become the representative. If I become a new representative, even better." Someone appeared that made everyone look back. Ryuman is holding a scythe in his hand and is approaching Ja-ong-zik. He was a bit worried when he saw you approaching. He asked, "What are you doing?" Ryuman came to calm him down, "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk." Ja-ong-zik tried to keep calm and said, "Afraid, what are you saying? Say whatever you say." He turned back to look at you. "Tell me first if you're going to make me bow my head." Ryuman interrupted him, "I have a suggestion." He continued, "I guess you're having trouble." Ja-ong-zik was speechless when he heard that. Ryuman confidently said, "I'll protect you." Ryuman carried the scythe on his shoulder and said in a very confident voice, "I will protect you." Ja-ong-zik was bewildered by that suggestion. He asked again, "What?" He explained, "I will protect you from other players, meaning I will be your personal bodyguard." Everyone around heard this and said in panic, "What? The black fish will protect life as a documentary, does that mean we will have to confront the black fish?" Everyone seemed worried. That was a bit, "So what should we do now?" Ja-ong-zik glanced at everyone's expressions and thought to himself, he didn't expect the black guy to have such influence. Looking at their reactions, it seemed like this offer was really attractive. He thought, but everything has its price. Ja-ong-zik spoke with wary eyes looking at Ryuman, "So what did he want in return?" He replied, "Nothing much. You will have to obey all my orders, that's the condition." Hearing that, Ja-ong-zik immediately reacted, "What?" he thought, "is he asking me to become his subordinate?" Ja-ong-zik didn't seem to want to agree. He asked, "The reason you made this proposal?" Ryuman calmly replied, "I can't say." He asked again, "You said to listen to orders, but what kind of order was it?" He replied, "I can't say that either, you just need to listen to my orders unconditionally." Ja-ong-zik gritted his teeth and silently cursed, "So you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Damn, I thought I would be easy to fool." Then he suddenly thought, "Wait, what will happen if I refuse?" He won't attack me out of nowhere in broad daylight. Ja-ong-zik pressed his lips tightly. Ryuman spoke again, "Choose." His voice rang out evenly. The others were also waiting for his decision. Ja-ong-zik gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision, "I will refuse your proposal." After listening, Ryuman glared at him. He thought to himself, it was exactly as he thought, there is no way this bastard could easily lower his honor like that. Everyone around heard Ja-ong-zik's decision and immediately showed joy. He refused. If he had agreed, he could have gone hunting. Maybe his ego is too high so he doesn't want to have to listen to orders. The others raised their weapons and prepared to attack him. They seemed excited and said that honor and life were more important to him than life, or perhaps he didn't care about us at all. Seeing everyone's expressions like that, Ryuman thought to himself, the situation is exactly the same as in his previous life, so what needs to be done now is to draw a line. Ryuman spoke up, "Fine, if you refuse then there's nothing I can do, I won't care about things here anymore." He turned around and left, not forgetting to say one more thing, "Whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with me." Seeing Ryuman leave, a group of people holding weapons walked towards Ja-ong-zik. They said, "Have you heard? The Black Sickle no longer cares about you, so now let's deal with this gangster, right?" Ja-ong-zik raised his weapon. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, "Damn, do I have to choose to accept that offer?" The system screen appears showing that Phase 1 will begin. Be prepared for the sudden appearance of monsters and protect the relic. Everyone was bewildered by the system notification. It's begun. Another screen appeared. In 30 minutes, no matter how many monsters were dealt with, round 2 would still begin. Someone shouted loudly, "Everyone, protect the relic." The system screen still appears. The remaining time until the level ends is 2 minutes 59 seconds and 59 ticks. Then everyone moved away even though Ja-ong-zik was standing there. Seeing that, he immediately thought, "I can't fight with those who have a grudge." He looked around and thought, after all, it was a personal mission, so he had to act alone. Ja-ong-zik saw Ryuman hanging his scythe somewhere. He asked silently in his heart, "Where is that guy going?" On his side, Ryuman was walking on a path between houses, Ja-ong-zik following him. Hiding behind a house, he thought, is he also planning to fight alone? He is heading towards the city gate. Then a shrill noise rang out. System screen displays, Phase 1. The gate that was trapping the monster gradually opened. The screen displays again, player 4900. Everyone swallowed their saliva in fear and looked at the door. Accompanied by the text goblin weakening 9800. The door was also open wide to reveal goblins with bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs trying to escape from the door. Jaongzik was scared, 9800. The system screen continues to display the text that due to the nature of the level, the goblins only possess 1/3 of their normal strength, wishing you success. Jaongzik ran away. He thought to himself, this is crazy, now just hide and observe the situation first. He ran into a nearby house, went upstairs, thinking, but why didn't the black sickle move? Did he intend to fight the goblins at the city gate alone? Jaongzik quickly ran up the stairs and analyzed that even though the city gate was narrow, it was still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. Jaongzik went into a room with a window to observe Ryuman. He silently asked, is he confident that he can kill someone? Looking out the window at him, Jaongzik assessed Ryuman standing facing the oncoming goblins, the crazy guy, showing his intelligence just because his level was a bit high. He didn't need to watch to know that he would just fight for a bit then turn tail and run away. Below, the goblins were rushing towards him. Ryuman calmly raised his scythe and prepared to fight. His scythe emitted a red light, 1/ defeated 3 goblins. Ryuman looked up at the goblins with bloodshot eyes. 5 goblins jumped up and attacked him, and he calmly took a stance and prepared to attack. Ryuman jumped up. Those goblins still didn't know anything but continued to rush towards him. Ryuman quickly passed by them, not forgetting to slash them a few times, causing their bodies to break. Jaongzik from above saw this and silently exclaimed, "Ha, the black magic is so strong." Watching Ryuman fight the goblins, he daydreamed about whether he would be as strong when he reached level 16. Jaongzik seemed jealous of his strength. He thought, now is not the time to think about this, I need to quickly level up and become stronger. He turned his head to look towards where everyone was fighting. At this moment, the battle between the player and the goblins had become more fierce. Below, their bodies were lying everywhere, but the living goblins still had no intention of stopping and continued to rush forward while the players were trying to protect the purple crystal. Hey, stop them, the western city gate is wide open. Don't let them get close to the relic, die. Jaongzik hurriedly ran down again. He silently resolved, I also have to go down there and kill goblins. Running to the place near the purple crystal, he shouted, come here, mobile experience. A goblin nearby heard it and turned to look at him. Before it could get close, Jaongzik finished it off. He quickly discovered another one behind him. Jaongzik swung his hand to finish it off immediately. Seeing the goblins being defeated so easily, he secretly felt proud. Thanks to the ancient language of monitoring, I can predict their movements in advance. It's really simple. Suddenly something flew by and cut off one of his ears. Jaongzik looked around and saw that it was an arrow. He thought to himself, I have never seen a goblin shoot an arrow before. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, then whoever it is, I don't know who it is, but once you let me catch you, I will tear your body into a million pieces. Suddenly there was a person holding a weapon and stabbed him in the stomach. That person also said, I caught him. Jaongzik grabbed the spear and said, this bastard. He pulled out the spear, held the weapon in his hand and stabbed it towards his heart. Jaongzik stabbed that person in the chest. He repeated that action shouting loudly, die, you bastard. An arrow flew towards him again. Looking towards the direction the arrow flew towards, Jaongzik saw the person shooting the arrow standing not far away. He raised his spear. Seeing this, the arrow shooter quickly drew his bow and prepared to shoot another arrow. But Jaongzik was quicker and threw the spear straight at that person's head. Jaongzik held his wound and thought, damn, I didn't expect the word that worried me was player, not monster, if I wasn't the regional representative then. He gritted his teeth in pain. What kind of regional representative? If I had the right to choose, I would have thrown it to someone else. Should I have accepted the black guy's help? Jaongzik looked around and made up his mind. No, a man must have a manly spirit. He can't be his subordinate. There must be some solution, to be able to hunt peacefully without being bothered by other players. Then he noticed a player nearby. Jaongzik quickly realized, third place in the current area, the black dragon sits on his right hand. He smirked and made a decision. That's right, it was him. Jaongzik approached that person and said, hey. That person turned around and said, what, who is that? He arrogantly pointed the knife at that person and commanded, the black dragon sat on his right hand. Please protect me from now on. Ryuman swung his sword to slash the monster and suddenly the system sound rang out. The skeleton necklace effect increased attack speed by 25%. You have defeated the goblin, current kill count 502 out of 100. Use the level 3 experience buff, all stats increased by 100% due to the butcher rune effect. Gold plus 3.33 bonus gold plus 1.66. He looked intently at the system board, the status window. Ryuman opened his bag and looked at it and marveled, he had earned nearly 2,000 gold. His face was radiant, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, wondering, at this rate I will easily get 20,000 gold in the second attack. The monsters from afar started to move towards Ryuman, but he still calmly pondered, if he couldn't get it this round, he had to accumulate a lot of gold and buy 2 common skills. If he could do it, he would get the ancient language of the true heart. He coldly glanced at them with sharp red eyes. Ryuman swung his sickle and slashed a deadly path at the monsters. The monsters behind him growled cautiously. He smirked and said, "Aren't you planning to rush in?" Ryuman raised his sickle high and rushed straight at them, "Otherwise I will strike first." The dazzling stream of magic crashed down and made everyone panic. What is this sound? Is something wrong? The monster that was oppressing the boy suddenly disappeared. The remaining animals also disappeared. The system screen displays, "You have successfully prevented the first attack." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The system announces, the number of surviving players is 3,933, the number of dead players is 967, the surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A guy sat down and said, "Before the second attack, we need to rest a bit." Ryuman looked at the people lying on the crimson liquid in deep thought. 967 people died. Even though they weaken the goblins, they still cannot be underestimated. He looked around to look for someone, but where was he? Ryuman looked at Jaongzik, who was gritting his teeth in tension, and then pondered. Seeing that, Jaongzik was not surprised. He was still alive. It would be difficult for him to pass this round. He gasped, tightened his grip on the knife, looked around and shouted, "Damn it." Jaongzik frowned in thought, not knowing that the enemy was sneaking closer. These bastards didn't kill goblins but only targeted him. That guy screamed and rushed the knife straight at him. Dai Cho Jung. Before he could touch Jaongzik, he was attacked by 2 other people and collapsed in pain. The shining command symbol on his head made him chuckle complacently, but fortunately he had them. The command power was truly amazing. Thanks to them as a flesh and blood shield, he was able to survive the first attack. Yongman stood in front of Jaongzik and asked, "Are you okay?" He looked at him confused and thought, this crazy guy is still following me even though I didn't use that authority. The wound in his abdomen oozed blood, causing him to let out a cry of pain. Blood gradually flowed down Jaongzik's hand. Anxiety rose in him, losing too much blood in this condition. Will he be able to survive this round? He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Every drop of sweat that drenched his forehead flowed down with each pain. He gritted his teeth and firmly thought to himself, "I will be resilient and live and get through this round as light as a feather." Suddenly Jaongzik and Yongman looked behind. The monsters ran into the display system one after another. 2-player wave 3,933 with weakened goblins and hobgoblins 7,866. Due to the nature of the round, goblins only have normal strength. The monsters holding knives rushed straight towards Ryuman. The system displayed a wish, "We hope you will win this battle." He gently moved and sent sharp sickle strokes across the monsters' bodies. Ryuman jumped up high. He rushed towards them and decisively attacked them, swinging his sharp sickle down to knock them down. The monsters lay piled on the ground. Ryuman rotated his sickle and made a slash that tore through the air. After a while, he raised his head to look at the system board. "You had reached level 20. Your rank has increased from novice to common. You can now use the combination function." Ryuman gently wiped away the sweat on his face and thought with satisfaction, "I did it and finally reached level 20, now I can use the combination function to create unique items that cannot be bought at the store." The system displays, "To congratulate you on leveling up, Tu Hui has been enhanced. Tu Hui's additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. In addition, you have learned the unique skill of the Death God. The unique skill of the Death God, the effect is within a radius of 500 meters, using dark energy to create artificial darkness. The caster can remove the skill at will. The next skill will be available when reaching level 40. He read the system notification and thought, the additional damage of Tu Hui has increased by 120%, and he also learned a new skill, and Tu Hui is very suitable for the ancient language of death because it gets stronger at night. The system displays the death rune attribute. the effect when used during the day, the weapon's attack speed is doubled. When used at night, the attack speed also increases by 50% when resting at night, sharply reducing the rate of being detected by enemies. A group of monsters poured in from outside to attack Ryuman. He curled his lips in amusement, welcoming me for having just learned a new skill. Ryuman's voice was gloomy and gloomy. The monsters stopped in panic. A sharp slash was directed towards them. Another fatal slash was sent straight at the monsters. Each monster in turn was knocked down by his sickle. The monster screamed at Ryuman's decisive attack. His feet gently landed on the ground. Behind Ryuman are monsters lying in piles on the ground. The system displays, you have successfully prevented the second attack. Number of players survived 3,343. Number of players died 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold. He put one hand on his hip and breathed out, wondering if the second round had been resolved. Should I buy some common skills while I rest? Ryuman reached out and touched the system store, thinking the first skill store he would buy would be. He touched and selected a certain skill, discovering. Ryuman thought to himself as the light magic surrounded his body. With it he could identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seemed that within 30 meters there were only goblins' corpses, so should I save another 20,000 gold? He rushed to attack the monsters when the system displayed, round 3. 3,343 players with 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. Other people also began to throw their fists at the monsters. The system announced that you had successfully prevented the third attack. Yongman gritted his teeth and launched powerful blows at them. The system announced that the 4-player batch was 3,001 and the hobgoblins had been weakened by 6,002. Everyone's faces showed fatigue after defeating all the monsters. The system displays, you have successfully prevented the fourth attack. Jaongzik's face turned pale, sweat drenched his forehead as he tried to think, there's only one more hour left. If he can endure another hour, he can get out of here alive. He glanced at the guys standing in front of him, but his heart was full of intrigue. Even if he had used all his powers, as long as these bastards protected his life, he would not be in danger. The system board shows, Wave 5 players 2,700 with weakened goblins 10,800. Jaongzik looked at the system in shock, there were 10,000 of them so crowded. The system explains, due to the nature of the round, goblins only has normal strength and wishes you victory until the last minute. Goblins rushed at everyone and roared, trying to fight back, die. Jaongzik calculated in his head, I don't need to worry, this is actually an opportunity to create a record. Jaongzik gritted his teeth and ambitiously thought, I will be stronger to tear apart those who once looked down on me. A scream rang out, startling him. He turned around, the group of people cooperated to attack Jaongzik's guards one by one. One of them pointed straight at him. Here he is, the damn gangster, the title of representative is mine, this time I have to kill him. He grabbed 2 guys standing near him and used them as shields to block the attack and shouted loudly, if the barbarians are still stopping them at the end of the battle, those guards should stop them quickly. Those 2 guys were quickly taken down by the group of collaborators without having time to react. Jaongzik's eyes were filled with panic. His legs lifted slightly and he took a step back with a confused look, damn it. Jaongzik quickly turned around and ran away, thinking, now is not the time to hunt anymore. The guys behind shouted to chase him. He ran and chased after him and caught him. His legs kept moving, he thought in his head, vaguely, he just had to survive this attack, this was all he had left. Jaongzik stopped when he saw Ryuman standing firm against the monsters, Black Cow. He quickly ran to him and said urgently, Hawk Cow, I agree with you, I will do whatever you say, please protect me. Ryuman looked at Jaongzik thoughtfully, he spoke urgently, I said I accepted Hawk Cow's offer to protect me. His eyes suddenly flashed a cold red light as he glared at him and then decisively spoke, I refused. Jaongzik was stunned when he heard Ryuman nonchalantly say, I told you already but I don't care at all, take care of yourself whether you die or not. He shouted impatiently, wait but you proposed to me, I said I would become your subordinate, why refuse? He turned around and left and said back, I don't need a subordinate who has no command authority in his hands. Jaongzik's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth, thinking indignantly, brat, are you saying that I'm useless? Knowing that, I would have agreed sooner. He was surprised when he heard a voice from far away, did you see that he refused? The group of collaborators surrounding Jaongzik's place spoke up sinisterly, luckily, I was wondering what we would do if Black Cow helped him, it's true that life is a documentary. The wound from his stomach oozed painful blood again, one of the guys said, now I can kill him as I wish. Zeke clenched the knife in his hand and roared, dazedly, even if I die, I will kill at least one of you. Yongman walked over and pushed one of the collaborators away. Senior, you're tired, I'm here to help you. He looked at him confused. Huang Yongman. He looked at him happily. Yes, I have you. If I leave here alive, I will take good care of you. Before Zeke could finish his sentence, Yongman punched him in the face. He fell to the ground. Zeke hugged his face and frowned. He called out, this senior. Yongman flashed a dangerous smile as he looked at him and said, I'll kill you so you can go in peace. Zeke's collar was grabbed by him. He shouted indignantly, bastard. He threw a powerful punch at his face. Yongman repeatedly punched Zeke in the face, making him scream miserably. His face was beaten until it was swollen and bleeding. Zeke lay motionless, his eyes wide open, his mind confused. Damn Zeke. He glanced at Yongman standing in front, smirking and thinking indignantly, he was betrayed by this bastard again. Yongman strongly raised his leg and gave all his strength to give a fatal blow to Zeke's body. Notification System, Representative of the Life Area is a documentary that has been killed. The power of the representative has been transferred to the player. Player Huang Yongman is the new regional representative of ESC's 45-5. He clenched his fists and shouted happily, I am now the representative of the area, I am the king here. The system displays, you have become a regional representative, you have received command and exclusive rights of representative. Yongman is full of thoughts, now if I concentrate, I can control Seo Aaron as I want. His eyes narrowed. Yongman looked at the dead Zeke and thought silently, I will use my command power well, don't be too angry, this is not because Zeke's gang leader keeps running away. He turned around and left, full of sarcasm and shame. Yongman turned around and looked at the group of collaborators, then pointed at him and said, hey, what do you see? I'll beat him to a pulp, didn't I say I had a chance of winning? Those guys said in unison, ah, that's good. The whole group of people looked at his bloody hands in panic and thought, this bastard killed people with his bare hands, I got goosebumps, what a psychopath, who would have thought that he was really dead? The constant questions from the crowd caused the whole area to be in an uproar, what's going on? Isn't this guy the one who always follows behind and flatters the thug? From the very beginning, he planned to betray him. One guy is so scared, so terrible, the person next to him is not convinced. How can such a person become a regional representative? Rumors are everywhere, hey everyone, we've changed representatives, that's right. Yongman silently turned around and ran away, quickly thinking, are they planning to target me now? But unfortunately I know something that can help me escape this situation. He ran to Ryuman and called out, Black Cow. He spoke up in confusion, what's wrong? Yongman said urgently, you saw the announcement, but now I'm the regional representative, I have the right to command, you don't understand, so what? He placed his hand on his chest and beamed in exchange, the offer he said for life was a documentary, which I would accept, in other words, I would listen to what he said in exchange for protecting me. Yongman thought in his head, the reason Zeke was abandoned was because he had no command, so surely he would accept my offer, right? Ryuman spoke up decisively, I don't like your attitude. He was surprised, what? He coldly suggested, if you kneel down and beg me, maybe I will consider it. Yongman knelt down and pointed at himself with both hands, no, didn't you hear me? I have the right to command. You looked at him indifferently, then why do you want me to do something? It seems like you misunderstood something, but the loser here is you, not me. He pondered without saying a word. Ryuman smirked, do you want me to protect you, then kneel down and beg? Yongman gritted his teeth and glanced at the group of people behind him. He suddenly turned around, his eyes locked on you. Yongman knelt down on the ground, bowed respectfully to Ryuman and begged, I will do everything you say, so please let me become your subordinate. His bloodshot eyes narrowed as he said, please, hot cow. Ryuman looked at him gloomily, I saw this scene so much that I was tired of it. However, unlike Zeke, Huang Yongman was still useful, just for the time being. His voice rang out, I agreed with his proposal. Yongman bowed his head repeatedly and, thanks, thank you, hot cow. Ryuman glared at him, stop it, I don't want to see that pathetic face of yours. He's confused, what? He calmly walked past Yongman without bothering to look back. The muffled voices of everyone around rang out again, how did things turn out like this? Hot cow will protect Huang Yongman, leave me alone or should we attack him together? A guy holding a sword fearfully retorted, haven't you seen Black Cow fight yet? How can he fight many people at the same time? we have no chance of winning against this kind of monster. Ryuman coldly raised his voice, surprising everyone here. Let me help you decide. His sharp eyes looked at each person and then spoke. You have two choices. You can give up the title of regional representative, just go back like this and go hunt some monsters. Ryuman waved his sickle in front of them and threatened to say, or you can die by my hands. His face became scary and his voice was cold and gloomy. If possible, I advise you to choose the first option, but the second option is okay because those who dare to swing their swords against me are no longer human in my eyes. A scared man hid the knife in his hand behind his back and looked at Ryuman. The other guys were equally scared and quickly turned around and ran away. I'm sorry, it's the same here. Yongman knelt on the ground, his eyes glued to the horrifying scene in front of him, thinking to himself, that's really impressive. I didn't expect that with just a few words, Black Cow could make them falter. He stood up and looked at Ryuman's back thoughtfully. As an opponent, he was very formidable, but as an ally, there was no one more trustworthy. Ryuman's face was still calm, silently guessing, with this atmosphere, it seemed like everything was about to end. Ryuman glanced at the people still struggling to fend off the monsters and thought, so we have safely cleared the fifth wave, but... He slightly lifted his lips and thought sinisterly, wouldn't it be very unpleasant if it ended like this? He called out, Huang Yongman. Yongman came closer and replied, yes Hawk Cow, you coldly ordered, do as I said as you promised. He asked, what should I do, just give the order. Ryuman turned around, his sharp red eyes glanced at him and spoke, use his command 10 times and destroy the relic. He asked confusedly and retorted, what's wrong? He thought in confusion, if the relic was destroyed. Yongman suddenly remembered the angel's warning, if you don't protect it, you will be severely punished. He gritted his teeth in worry, but why couldn't he turn Seo Aaron into his slave if he used his command 10 times? Yongman was confused, can I ask why? Ryuman did not explain but ordered, close your mouth and do as I say. He suggested, instead of 10, can I use 9 times? He replied nonchalantly, I won't repeat it again, if you don't want to die then you choose. He spoke confusedly, I understand and I will follow your orders. He spoke authoritatively and said that I would appoint someone to give him command. Ryuman said thoughtfully, Shim Sungyu, Little Pepper, don't bother me, spring, summer, and autumn, you give the order again, order these 10 people to destroy the relics. Yongman was surprised, what? He suddenly looked at the group of people across from him and wondered, his friends were also there, did he do it on purpose? The bald guy looked at Yongman, no, he is helpless, I'm sorry, it's Black Cow's order, I hope you understand. His eyes lit up and he mumbled, don't bother me, Shim Sungyu. Each letter appeared above the people's heads, making them stunned. Yongman whispered again, small chili, spring, summer, autumn, he ordered, destroy the relic. Notification system, warning that relics are under attack. A confused person, what is it? A loud explosion rang out. A group of people surrounded, weapons raised to destroy the relics. People standing far away saw it and shouted to stop it. What are you doing? Stop it quickly. They looked at those people in shock and shouted loudly, what are those people doing? Do they want to be punished? Someone quickly stop them. At this rate it will break. A guy rushed forward and hugged the person who was attacking the relic. Stop destroying it, stop it, someone please stop them. The other guy didn't hesitate to swing his knife and kill those guys. The relic began to show cracks along the surface. Not long after, the relic broke into pieces. Notification system, the relic is broken, the main mission has failed. The system displays, as punishment for failure, the incarnation of the god of punishment will be summoned within 30 minutes. The whole crowd was in chaos. What was that? The incarnation of the god of punishment, what was that? The system pops up, survive the incarnation of the god of punishment, the round will not end until the time runs out. One person worriedly asked if it was a boss. Ryuman smirked with interest as he looked at the text on the system board, hidden side quest. Round 3 side quests, fight the incarnation of the god of punishment and survive. Completion reward 3000 gold, reward remaining time 0 hours 29 minutes 59 seconds. Below, the group of people gathered was buzzing. System said that if you survive, you will be rewarded with 3000 gold. I told you, protecting the relics will be 2000 gold. 2 or 3 people nodded when they heard something like that, so this is much more profitable, I also think so. Ryuman stood in the middle of the crowd and thought to himself, the mission reward is more than the reward after clearing the 5th wave, that's why I ordered Huang Yongman to break the foreign object, but that's why I didn't destroy the relic myself. Suddenly, the system jumped out a few words again, confirming that the player was attacking the relic. 10 players who attack the relic will be punished. The group of people who were still happily destroying public property were stunned. The system immediately replied, all indicators will decrease by 50% forever. That information just came out, making those who had their points deducted stunned. What? Their stats went down. We were just following orders. Ha, damn it. An angry archer pointed his finger. Huang Yongman, you bastard, he faltered when his name was called. I'm sorry, who knew there would be such a punishment? Before he could commit a crime, the system would not let him off the hook, and the regional representative would also be punished for not being able to protect the relics. Yongman was dumbfounded when he heard it. One-click kill screen, all stats will drop by 50% forever. His face is darker than the pot's bottom. Yongman was so angry that he kicked the wall, damn it, and Ryuman stood outside the area laughing innocently. His forever reduced stats were directly related to his survival, so this was a fatal blow. Now he should prepare to catch his avatar and punish him. Having said that, he immediately called the system, the store. He thought to himself, buying regular items with the remaining gold, even increasing the stats a little would make it easier to catch them. His fingers did not hesitate to close the order. Assassin's Hood, type, helmet, level, normal, defense, 20, effect, agility +3, durability, 250 out of 250, limited use, normal level or higher. Hoods used by assassins will always smell of blood, like a hood that is never washed. Smart long boots, type, shoes, level, normal, defense, 15, effect, agility +2, action speed, +5%, durability, 250 out of 250, limited use, normal level or higher. Black long boots and tight, looks cramped but surprisingly comfortable to wear. After that, Ryuman moved on to the editing panel, followed by combining. He placed an item in the empty box, put an item in. After that, he dragged and dropped the mana stone, then combined it with the mana stone. Display system, combined successfully. The option to add 1 to all stats has been added to the dry bone necklace. Next, Ryuman repeats the process with the other items. I can attach a mana stone to each item, so the remaining items can be applied the same way. The system jumps back to the notification. The combination is successful. The option to add 1 damage reduction has been added to the leather armor of skilled hunters. If the combination is successful, the option to add 2 powers has been added to the death sentence. Once that was done, Ryuman recovered the screen. The lowest level marble stone wouldn't help much, but, well, it was better than nothing. At this moment, dust was flying in the hall. The group was buzzing, so it had already begun. A beautiful woman looked nervously up and down. I was a bit nervous. The guy standing next to me was also shaking. Just try to stay still for 30 minutes. Everyone took a defensive stance. He was right, we just need to keep running away. Ryuman still pondered, I don't know that. Running away from the incarnation of the god of punishment is not easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, about 500 survived. He remembered the scene of people dying like straw at that time. Just trying to stay alive was very difficult. The original incarnation of the god of punishment was a monster so difficult that it took 5 level 40 players to defeat it. But I intended to kill it immediately to receive a big reward. Then a crack appeared in the sky. Golden light covered the space. Ryuman silently calculated, because he had the title when he killed Brielle, the system image displayed when the angel fell, the title, the first to kill the angel, the conditions to be achieved, to be the first to kill the angel, the effect, when fighting with a divine creature, all stats would double. He remembered, the title of the first to kill an angel, would double all stats when fighting a divine creature. At this moment, from the hole, the god of punishment landed. Ryuman looked at the other person, and the incarnation of the god of punishment is a divine creature. That giant thing stood in the middle of the square, surprising everyone. Was it the embodiment of the god of punishment? So just avoiding it would help you survive. Wouldn't this be too easy? I thought at least a monster would appear. Yongman breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I was scared the whole time. The accomplice standing next to him frowned, not seeing anything. Amidst the noise, the scepter was raised. God walked slowly. A pair of metallic pupils flashed under the hood. The staff hit the ground with one blow. From the god's side, a purple light spread out. It covered the square like an incubator. The notification system, the incarnation of the god of punishment, has established a limited range. The players were confused and wanted to tear the barrier. What the hell, the range was limited. The system explains further, unless the person who created the area removes it, you are not allowed to go out. The crowd's hearts are on fire. Can't we just leave? We're not locked in here, right? Suddenly, the system cruelly announced that the player's stats within the range had decreased by 50%. The people inside looked at the people outside screaming, "Help us get out of here." Ryuman looked at it and exclaimed, "Nearly 300 people were captured, what a pity, but I couldn't save those 300 people." A person standing far away was still asking, "What is that big ball?" Inside, the god spread his wings. Countless purple images shot out like a rain of arrows. Ryuman silently took a minute of silence for those people, so it began. Blades of light as sharp as knives rained down continuously, followed by screams. Many people were injured. The crowd scattered. "Damn, does it want us to avoid these things? It's already hard to see with the naked eye. Who cares about the mortals?" Wings waved, a new wave appeared. Ryuman watched countless unfortunate people being called back to their grandparents. The range was limited. After being locked inside, avoiding the light arrows was almost impossible. He lifted his feet to move, but in other words, as long as he could avoid them, it wouldn't be too difficult. While everyone was distracted, this was his chance. Ryuman carefully avoided the god's sight. As expected, when hunting humans it doesn't pay attention to its back at all. As soon as it removes its shield, I will attack. In the barrier, another person fell. At the same time, the barrier revealed a gap. Ryuman rushed in. Right at this moment, I don't need to worry about it turning back, because it doesn't even have ears. He jumped up, swinging his scythe. The distance between him and it was 5 meters. Ryuman read the order and died. The sharp scythe aimed at the symbol swung down. I had to strike the final blow with the first shot. The god of punishment sensed danger and turned back. Ryuman secretly laughed. It's too late to be careful now. This knife right in the middle of the god's face made him excited. This move was perfect. Having said that, he pulled back his scythe and hit it in the eye. Ryuman landed. The god covered his face and screamed, and he took the opportunity to create distance. Thanks to the 4 seals, it now only had 60% of its power left. Ryuman looked at the health bar on the god's head that had dropped quite a bit. Just one move reducing its physical strength by 40% wasn't too bad. He read the god like a book, quickly getting as far away as possible. It was probably planning to set a limited range to find him. Sure enough, the staff waved and the barrier spread out. The notification system, the incarnation of the god of punishment, had established a limited range. Ryuman ran a short distance and then stopped, but once it realized that the limited range could not catch anything, it would break the range. Grasping the second chance, he rushed forward again. The scythe in my hand glowed red, and since I had already taken one of its eyes, I had to take the other eye as well, as I said. Ryuman instantly cut me from blind to blind. The god shrieked in pain. Ryuman didn't care and quickly retreated. The system announced that the incarnation of the god of punishment had set a range limit, and the stats of the players within the range had decreased by 50%. Even though he was locked up, he still smiled confidently. It didn't matter. Without his eyes he was now just a bag that could only be strong. The scepter was raised, a rain of arrows fell. Ryuman pondered, seemingly intending to catch arrows of light in all directions to kill him. Slowly approaching the god's back, he read the order and died. The night suddenly covered with a rain of arrows. The god looked around in confusion. Seizing this moment, he jumped up. Light cannot overcome darkness, because this world system has already arranged it like that. The scythe swung down again. It should also end. The scythe cut off one wing. The wings fell and the god screamed in pain. He stopped playing magic, switched to playing physical effects. The staff swept past Ryuman, but he quickly dodged it. He spun around in the air, his scythe spinning around. One line cuts off the other wing of the god. The remaining wing fell and a screaming sound rang out. Ryuman gently landed on the ground. He looked at the crippled god with its dying health bar. Its health had also decreased to, say, 10%. Ryuman creates distance, now a little further away. Don't kill it yet. The notification system, having met the conditions, activated the passive skill Last Brilliant Radiance of Punishment Incarnation. The incarnation of the god of punishment is in an immortal state. Ryuman looked at the god in a state of rage. After its health drops below 10%, it will enter this stage. If I cut off its head before that, I won't be able to kill it later. When the god reached the holy book, he exploded with all his power. Countless black holes opened up. You dodged the purple lightning while looking at him struggling in the dying breath. Show me your last-minute support. The system started the countdown. The time of the last brilliant aura remaining, 50 seconds, the scepter swung this way. Time continued to decrease. After 30 seconds, The purple light flew to the other side. The system reported, after 10 seconds, the god began to faint and could not hold the staff. And the last few seconds appear, 5 seconds, 1 second, Ryuman smirked. The god loses the buff and immediately loses strength, and at the same time a message appears, the immortal state has been removed. The moment was right, he grabbed the scythe and rushed forward. The scythe swung up. This reaping will take the god's head as punishment. Feathers fluttered, the system announced, you have defeated the incarnation of the god of punishment. You've leveled up, you've leveled up, you've leveled up. Gold plus 8,200, bonus gold plus 4,100. It has been confirmed that you are the first person to destroy the incarnation of the god of punishment. A title was opened, awarding the title of Challenger to the god of punishment. Ryuman looked at the reward on the screen, the title, the Challenger to the god of punishment, the unlock conditions, to be the first to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment, the effect, 80% damage reduction from divine creatures. Several items suddenly appeared in his hand. You were rewarded with refined ether for killing the first incarnation of the god of punishment. You have been rewarded with the rune of light for killing the first incarnation of the god of punishment. An item is automatically absorbed into his body, the notification system, the ancient language that has just been obtained is automatically imprinted on the player's body. Ryuman thought to himself, as expected, I received refined ether, this is the only reason for me to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment. After saying that, he looked at the item information, refined ether, type, item, high-grade ether that has undergone many refinements, can see rainbow-colored light depending on the viewing angle. Ryuman immediately put it into the combination area, needing refined ether to create god-level items. He looked at another new item in his inventory, he was also rewarded with a rune of light, the item information appeared, the rune of light, effects, intelligence would increase by 1 and the effectiveness of the divine system skill would increase by 1% above the level, then silently calculated, since I am at level 30, my intelligence will increase by 30, and the effectiveness of the skill will increase by 30%. Ryuman looked at the reward with satisfaction, soon he won't have to worry about his mental ability anymore. Notification system, completed hidden side quest, awarded 3,000 gold. Those still alive cheered, it's over, I survived, oh my god. They looked at the evil thing that had defeated the god and exclaimed, the black goose alone took down the incarnation of the god of punishment, what a monster. In the sky, an excited voice rang out, wow, this is unbelievable. The angel looked at him with praise, defeating the incarnation of the god of punishment alone, this was the first time Olive recognized the strength of a human. He kept going on and on, should I interview you, this black questioner, why do you want to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment? Ryuman secretly scorned, well, those are really a few questions, and replied coldly, because I wanted to stop. He was puzzled, as long as you survive you will receive a reward, but you ignore everything just because you want to, he immediately replied, I can't just stand in one place and watch all these people. Countless people standing there were stunned, he stood up to help us, I thought he would be very arrogant if he was so strong, but actually he is also kind, his dignity is very good. The angel rubbed his chin, standing up to help people in the same situation, I heard that you people are very strange, so it's true, you can ignore all the conflicts that happen and unite. He laughed happily, I don't understand, Ryuman chuckled, yeah, what do you selfish angels understand? Having said that, the angel looked at those little mortals, you have tried very hard to survive, but now is not the time to relax. He smiled like a fox, remember, whether you are eliminated or not depends on your overall performance, let's take a look at the results. The system screen opens, round 3 results, all regions, Black Cow, level 30 Death God, has destroyed 3,631, Fool, level 13 Mage, has destroyed 982, Tian Ma, level 13 Dark Knight, has destroyed 963. Current area asks 45 tiles 5, 1, Black Cow, level 30 Reaper, has destroyed 3,631, and Sangshul, level 11 Knight, has destroyed 687, Seo Aaron, level 11 Summoner, has destroyed 576. The group of people looked at Ryuman and the rest of the world and exclaimed, Black Cow alone killed over 3,600 monsters, second place didn't even kill 1,000, is it really written there that he is level 30, is that crazy, did he get more experience points or something? Ryuman looked at the rankings and thought, it's true that I have increased experience points, but only when I reach the top in all regions will I know. The system announces again, congratulations, you have completed the mission by ranking first in all regions. Congratulations, you have completed the mission by ranking first in the current region. The reward for rank 1 in all your regions is a special reward selection chest. The reward for rank 1 in your current region is a rare mid-tier ring selection ticket. Ryuman just wanted this item. The ticket to choose an intermediate ring is here. The system continues to run data. You can choose one of the rings below. Reward, please touch the reward of your choice: Wind Ring, Blue Magic Ring, Resistance Ring. He didn't hesitate to choose the last one. If just looking at the name it seemed like the weakest one, but I'll choose the Resistance Ring. Information display screen: Resistance Ring, Type, Ring, Level, Rarity, Effect, Luck +4, Resistance +35, Durability, 450 out of 450, Restrictions, Normal level or higher, Description: Ring helps resist adverse status effects. Ryuman pondered, no matter how high his stats are, once he gets hit with an adverse status effect he will definitely die. His resistance doesn't increase with his stats, so now it's best to take this one, although right now I don't need it much. The monsters now mainly attack and cause damage and don't have many adverse effects. Next is. Having said that, the system announces again, you can choose one of the rewards below. Reward, please touch the reward of your choice. Stat increase of 50% only applies to round 4, 4,000 gold. Information about round 4. Ryuman thought to himself, it's true that there is no buff effect of 3x experience points. After all, the purpose of round 4 is not to kill monsters. Thinking for a moment, his finger chose the number 2, then, I will choose the number 2, yellow. At this moment, the angel's demonic voice spoke, how's it going, humans? Have you looked at your own rankings? We will cut down those from rank 1225. The team members listened in shock. Cut down, Angel, please wait, I think the system calculated wrongly. Please check again, I killed a bunch of monsters, how can my rank be this low? He smiled contemptuously, what kind of worms couldn't get into the top 1225 ranks? It will be eliminated right now, the angel said, then snapped his fingers. The people below the quota immediately burst into flames. They screamed and begged, please don't save me. System announcement, round 3 ends, all areas, survivors, 214,007,550, current area asks 45 tiles 5, number of survivors, 1,225, souls will be transferred to the body in the current dimension. The next round will start on November 21, 2023. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. A moment later, Aaron opened her eyes. She had returned to her room. Aaron rubbed her face in disbelief. I'm back, I also survived round 3. Aaron hurriedly got out of bed. No, not only that, he also achieved the rank of summoner. Having said that, she read the order, summoned a fairy spirit, and a pure white girl flew out. It landed on her. Aaron looked at it affectionately. I was able to complete round 3 safely, thanks to these cute fairies creating shields, and also because my bodyguards drew away the enemy's attention. And one more thing. She opened the system board and still couldn't believe it, she was in the top 3 ranks. Aaron withdrew a mana stone from the system. She looked at that thing intently and thought to herself, wondering if Black Cow would like the magic stone she had just received as a reward. In another room, a rough hand covered the lamp. He roared and broke the lamp. Yongman's face was gray. Damn it, black goo. The system screen was still flashing. The penalty had been applied. All stats had dropped to 50% forever. He walked around the room. Damn it, if I knew it would happen like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relics. Suddenly, Yongman turned around in surprise. He picked up the phone. Yongman looked at the screen in fear. His life was over. Yongman looked at the caller Kim Sunhan and thought, I'm done. He picked up the phone. Sunhan, the other end, was seething. Hey, are you crazy? Yongman sighed and asked, you guys, what's wrong? Sunhan screamed into the phone, don't stay there and pretend to be stupid with me. Don't you know that it's because of you that our fate is doomed? How can you use your commanding power to command your friends, and then dare to call yourself human? Yongman denied, hey, I didn't have any other choice. If I didn't do it, I would have been executed by Black Cow. On the other side, Sunhan cursed, then you should just die. Listening to his friend barking this sentence, Yongman was stunned. Sunhan said, instead of hurting your friends, you should just die already. It's unbearable for Yongman to be cursed. You bastard, this isn't fair to me. Can't you see my stats are down because I'm a regional representative? Sunhan cursed like a rap, as if you were the only one who lost. we were taken advantage of by our friends. If you hadn't been greedy for the regional representative position in the first place, all of this wouldn't have happened, you treasonous son of a bitch. Yongman replied, Hey Kim Sung, before I finished speaking, the other party interrupted and said goodbye, never call me again, whether in reality or in the other world, just act like you don't know me, because if I see your face again I will probably get mad and kill you. Yongman looked at the end of the call in boredom. He angrily called back, I didn't do anything wrong to get to this point, I'm also a victim, I'll ask the other kids to crush that bastard. The other end of the phone is not answering, the number you dialed is currently unreachable, please call again later. He was so angry that he threw the phone, those dogs. Calm down, Yongman gritted his teeth, that's right, friends, we don't need it, everyone has their own life. The blue veins on his face appeared, what did that guy say? If he sees my face again he will kill me, if he wants to fight with me or something, next time just try to meet me, I will kill all of you. At a certain hotel, a voice rang out, come in, Unit Chief on. That person asked, did you come back alive this time? Sangchul bowed, I was lucky. Gyeonglok smiled and replied, round 3 might be a bit difficult, are you okay? Sangchul replied, yes, I didn't have much difficulty, maybe because the monsters were weaker. Gyeonglok continued asking, what level are you at, do you have a profession yet? He honestly said, sir, I'm level 11, my profession is knight, besides, Seo Aaron is at the same level as me. He said, but her profession is different, she is a summoner. Gyeonglok was surprised, a summoner. Having said that, he laughed, that's great, I don't think that's a normal job. Sangchul nodded, I was also very surprised, after the job changed, she summoned a fairy spirit to create a shield, thanks to her I can hunt safely. Gyeonglok nodded with satisfaction, very good. He smiled and replied, just keep your relationship with actress Seo as it is now, if you like, you can date her. Sangchul was confused, dating her, what do you mean? He smiled and explained, I just want to say that dating is easier to discover each other's weaknesses, I don't mean seriously dating her. Hearing that, Sangchul hesitated, should I go on a date with her? Gyeonglok looks at his people so stupidly, it's a waste of laughter, it's been a long time since I've seen him this flustered. He consoled him, if it was too much trouble then there was no need. Sangchul felt relieved when he heard that, I understand, Seo Aaron doesn't like me anyway. Gyeonglok was interested, why not, you are so trustworthy and manly, Sangchul replied, she was still very strict with me, still calling me bodyguard. He laughed again, is that so? Gyeonglok doesn't tease him anymore, that's it, what's that urgent report you want to give me? Sangchul bowed, well, first of all, I want to apologize to you. He wondered, why? Sangchul seriously reported, I failed to comply with your order to assist Black Cow, nor could I convey your reminder to him. Gyeonglok nodded, is that so, you must have a reason, right? Sangchul replied, yes, it's like this. He sat down and told the story from beginning to end. Gyeonglok listened silently. He pondered, the incarnation of the god of punishment, it sounded like a strong opponent, so Black Goo killed it. Sangchul nodded, yes, he used overwhelming skills to deal with it, as if he already knew how to win. Having said that, Sangchul stammered and said, Hawk Cow, looks like the type of person who doesn't need anyone's help. Gyeonglok's face was silent, so his stats were really beyond our imagination, so strong that I felt embarrassed when I thought I was strong enough with the Dark Knight rune. His eyebrows furrowed, Hawk Cow, if I have a chance, I want to meet him. Thinking about it, he said, you have a reason so I won't hold you responsible. Sangchul replied, I'm sorry. Gyeonglok took a sip of wine, that's enough, how are the results of finding those thugs? Sangchul reported, the first guy had the nickname Huang Yongman, assuming that was his real name, there would be dozens of people with that name all over the country, but if he was in his 20s and lived in Seoul, it would narrow down to about 5 people. Gyeonglok asked again, what about their location? He replied, the detective agency said that it would take a month to determine their home address. Gyeonglok muttered, a month, then we won't know until after round 4. Sangchul poured wine for his boss, yes, there's no rush, so we can take it slow. Gyeonglok asked, how much gold have you saved? Sangchul calculated, about 10,000 gold, he nodded, that's half, in the store there is a common skill called tracking, so after earning 20,000 gold, remember to learn it. Sangchul obeyed, got it. Suddenly, he remembered something, sir, I was a bit distracted so I forgot to tell you that, last month, a shareholder bought a large amount of your company's shares. Gyeonglok breathed a very talented sentence, you said which company is my company? Sangchul replied, Tianma Consulting Company, the company you are currently focusing on. He nodded. Gyeonglok put down the glass of wine. What percentage of shares did that person own? Sangchul calculated. Please don't be too surprised, it's 31%. He was amazed when he heard it. What? One person bought 31% of the shares? Sangchul nodded. Yes, when I saw the screen, I couldn't believe my eyes. Gyeonglok thought to himself, Tianma Consulting Company has a market value of 900 billion won, so 31% means that person invested 280 billion won. Does one person have that amount of money? The golden pupils pondered, is it some rich guy that I don't know, or was this done by my brothers? Thinking about it, he raised his hand to pick up the phone. Clicking a few times on the screen, he thought to himself, no matter what, I must be the one investing 31% so I can directly participate in the management board. Then he asked Sangchul, the head of On Unit, what is the contact information of this major shareholder? In another place, the hand raised the phone thoughtfully. Ryuman looked at his phone in boredom. It was time for him to contact me. I couldn't call him first. As a major shareholder I had to keep my face. Suddenly, Ryuman ran in. Bro, what level are you in? Made him kiss the phone with his palm. He asked painfully, why did he suddenly ask him that? One blah blah non-stop. There is this kid who is super arrogant, and he keeps boasting that his brother's level is very high. He scratched his head. They kept mocking me and saying that he had just earned a job at level 11. Ryuman laughed mockingly. Level 11, I'm higher than that, so don't worry. Ryuman was surprised. Really, how much money do you have? He scratched his head. How should I tell him? If I tell the truth, I could get into a lot of trouble. Thinking about it, he smiled brightly and lied. Level 12. One looked at him admiringly. Ha, is it true? Then he must also have a profession, right? He nodded. Of course. One wondered, what is it? What is it? What is your profession? Ryuman turned around and covered himself with the blanket. Secretly, one sighed. Ah, come on, there are no secrets between brothers. Even though he was cooing, he still remained calm. Yes, why not? You go out, I have to sleep a little more. He closed the door in boredom. Okay. The door closed and the room returned to silence. At this moment, Ryuman's phone rang. It's here. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello, the other end asked. Is this Mr. Ryuman? Ryuman replied, yes, who are you? The person on the other side immediately announced his identity. Hello, I am Ma Gyeonglok, CEO of Tianma Consulting Company. Ryuman saw that the boss had come to the door and whispered happily. At first, he should pretend to be a bit naive. The more he looks like a fool, the more he can let his guard down. Gyeonglok waited for a while before seeing the other party reply. Ah, hello, he smiled and continued. Last month you invested a fortune in our company, right? Ryuman pretended to hesitate. Ah, yes, what's going on? He replied very sincerely, well, you have become the largest shareholder of Tianma Consulting Company, so I wanted to meet you. I was thinking of treating you to a meal. Ryuman listened but stiffened. Ah, okay, the other end smiled and replied, that's great. Gyeonglok asked, what about this Friday? He looked at the calendar and thought, Friday, this day is very important to find the ancient language of inner thinking. He could only refuse. I had plans on Friday, so no. What about Saturday? Gyeonglok replied cheerfully, okay, see you that day. Hanging up the phone, Ryuman thought to himself, good, I knew Ma Gyeonglok would call. After all, he founded Tianma Consulting Company so that he could be recognized by his father. There is no way he would treat a major shareholder poorly. Turning off the phone, his face smiled meaningfully. Before meeting Ma Gyeonglok, he should go get the ancient languages he needed. Ancient languages are often engraved with symbols on gem fragments. There are many ways to get ancient languages. They can be found in certain places, in certain circles, etc. Or they can be special rewards. Just like when Ryuman was rewarded for defeating the punishment god form. They can also fall from boss monsters after being defeated by you, or from normal monsters in extremely rare cases, but it can still happen. And, there is a way that not many people know, that is you can also earn ancient language in real life. Thinking about it, Ryuman went to a certain construction site warehouse at night. He gasped and climbed each step. Of course, the conditions for the ancient language to appear were a bit complicated. Up to the desired position, Ryuman hid in a corner. Soon Jang Shokyun will appear here. He silently remembered, the nickname Jang Shokyun is also his real name. I will never forget this name, because he is the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother. I still remember very clearly, that guy's voice. The scene goes back to a certain year of regression. Seo holds a knife next to one's neck and threatens him. If you want to see it, then you have to pay a corresponding price. Give me hidden information that others don't know. Ryuman was confused. What nonsense is this? How could I know such information? He laughed like crazy. The smile disappeared. He looked at him. Don't lie to me, you're a fake regression. Ryuman was stunned. How did he know? Seo calmly replied, you wonder how I knew, right? You were startled when you heard that. He continued, I have an ancient language for inner thoughts. I use it to check your brother's thoughts. Of course I also know what you are thinking right now. Ryuman thought to himself, after that incident, I sought revenge on Jang Seo-kyun. From the 11th regression until now, that's why my goal no longer carries any personal hatred, but still. Ryuman put on the mask. His eyes shone coldly. I would get the ancient words of inner thoughts before that guy. He thought to himself, today at this very place, at the same time, Seo-kyun walked in with a woman in his arms. Seo-kyun roughly threw the woman to the ground. He slowly tore off the tape on his mouth and threatened, I will take the tape off, so don't yell, understand? The girl trembled, please let me go, please. He pointed his finger threateningly, damn it, if I let you open your mouth, that's all you can say, try saying something else. Seo-kyun glared at the girl, help me, I still have a baby, I'll give you money, I don't want to hear those boring things. The girl sobbed, I'm sorry. He threw away the tape, apologizing for something. The girl clasped her hands and begged, you did this because the way I looked at you the other day was very rude, right? I'm very sorry. The girl's words seemed to hit his nerve. That's right, why did you do something that you feel guilty about? I was in a very bad mood that day, do you know that? It was the evening of 2 days ago. Seo-kyun is walking on the street. Which girl should I choose today? I feel like just a woman can help me solve all my problems. He he he. Suddenly, a beautiful girl caught his eye, with such a delicious figure. Seo-kyun immediately followed the girl. He followed the girl into a small alley, but the girl seemed not to have discovered him yet. He increased his speed. Seo-kyun stopped in front of the girl, his whole body glowing like a light bulb, making the girl dazzled. The girl's eyes hurt. Ah, my eyes, I can't see anything, who are you? The girl's phone fell from her hand and he just focused on his animalistic outburst. The girl screamed, Chan. Satisfied, he threw away his prey, smiled happily and left. I really liked it. The current situation made me want to do as much as I wanted. I liked it so much, he. He remembered the day he stepped out of the re-education camp. His life before was so boring, it wouldn't matter if he died. Then he entered the game and received an item, a luminescent rune, which can make his body glow and blind his opponents. This rune is perfect for me to find fun. Seo-kyun walked into a coffee shop. The shop owner greeted him with a smile, welcoming him to visit. He was delighted to see another beautiful target. His whole body became nauseous again, she was so pretty. Seo-kyun slowly said, give me a large Americano. The shop owner replied, yes, your order is 5,001. He gave the money and asked, oh, are you a part-time employee here? I'm a regular customer of this store, but you're not the employee I usually see here. The girl smiled wryly, so you're a regular customer? I'm sorry, it's because I didn't know. All the part-time employees have quit, you know that right? The world has become very strange now. He was silent, which made sense, they could die at any time, so there was no way they would waste their time working part-time. Seo-kyun leaned against the counter, are you the owner of this shop? The girl nodded, yes. He continued asking, how old are you? You look quite young. The girl hesitated, I'm 32 years old. He smiled dishonestly, oh, so you're not a player? The girl replied, yes, I'm very happy too. He believed in his appearance and boldly asked, can I have your phone number? I like you. The stiff glue shop owner. He asked, what's wrong? The girl didn't know how to reply. He looked at the girl's face and was crazy. Why did you make that face? Do you hate my face that much? Do you find the spots on my face so disgusting? The girl who was scolded by the customer stiffened. Seo-kyun felt offended and slammed the table. Damn, that's so annoying. I won't drink the cup of coffee, so give me my money back, it's so disgusting. The girl thought she was out of luck to meet this guy. Her hands trembled as she gave the money to see the guest off. So, here's the money back to you. He jerked back roughly. Seo-kyun was so bitterly discriminated against for his beauty that he walked out of the shop. A damn whore, just because he's pretty, he looks at his face and pretends to look at him, then looks down on others. And then, he took advantage of the girl's unawareness and attacked from behind. I will make you pay for looking down on me with that bitchy look. Thinking back to that bitter incident, looking at the pleading appearance of the girl in front of me. I'm sorry, Shokyun smiled contemptuously. You shouldn't look down on others just because of your appearance, understand? The girl trembled. Yes, I won't be like that again. Shokyun sighed. This is no good, you are not sincere. The girl was stunned. Having said that, he pressed her down on the mattress. He laughed. You think I don't know, you just pretended to apologize to be released, scared girl, please, let me go. The more he saw the scared girl, the happier he became. Don't you already know your mistake? If you know, then pay the price for your mistake. The girl tried to fight back. I was wrong, it was my fault, okay? He smiled and held her hand. That's right, so stay still. Suddenly, from far away, a voice came. You just stay there, understand? Shokyun stiffened. His face was pale. What the hell, I thought there was no one here. Is he a detective? He still stiffly replied, damn it, it's someone. Ryuman calmly stepped forward to block his mouth. Don't talk nonsense, anyway, you'll be yelling and cursing a lot later. Shokyun seemed to see some young guy. What is that big scythe, and also a white mask? He thought it was just some color guy. Crazy guy. Hey, you think this is a place for you to make your own toys? Ryuman's eyes were like looking at insects. His hand raised the scythe. It seems you still don't understand the situation clearly. Do you think this looks like a toy? Having said that, he turned the scythe and dust flew away. Shokyun was a bit shy. Wait, is it real? He asked. Are you a player? Ryuman looked at the retarded guy and replied, really stupid, what do you think? Then, he turned to the girl. This lady can leave now, this is her only chance. Shokyun saw that he dared to release the prey and got angry. Who said? He was tired of talking for a long time, so he rushed over. Ryuman raised his scythe. The handle quickly smashed his middle leg. Shokyun hugged his son and cried, Mother. He smiled and replied, I told you would curse a lot. After that, he reminded the girl again, go away, leave this guy to me. The girl trembled, thank you. Ryuman took another step towards him. Like this, it's just the two of us left, right? Shokyun is still in pain and can't stand up. Your eyes are cold, now let's start the real game. Shokyun screamed like a mad dog, fuck you, I'll kill you, you dog. Ryuman is as calm as ever. Your attitude is also very good. If you give up too soon, then there will be no more fun. The more you do that, the more you anger him. You bastard, how dare you laugh in my face? His knives kept coming, but Ryuman didn't care. He dodged like a piece of cake. Shokyun stabbed several times in a row without hitting him and started to worry. What the hell, did he dodge all my attacks? Ryuman looked at the item and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to carry a goblin's dagger, TSK. He didn't dodge anymore and directly used the scythe to slash through his hand. Blood splashed. Shokyun screamed in pain. Ryuman asked calmly, does it hurt? You looked at him trembling and coldly replied, I haven't started yet. Having said that, he rushed away so fast that he left behind after images. You conveniently grabbed your other arm. Look at your overreaction. The pain doubled and he could only scream. Shokyun trembled. At this rate he will kill me, if I want to survive to get out of here. Then he must blind his dog's eyes. Having said that, he broke out the ancient language in his body, die, you brat. But now the light bulb is out of power and doesn't turn on, making him confused. Shokyun trembled. What happened? Why didn't it work? Ryuman looked at him in bewilderment and chuckled. Just try to light up as much light as you want, it's useless. The purple night light does not allow any light source to exist. I knew he would use this move, so I used the purple magic skill in advance. Ryuman smiled evilly. Let's have a little fun, he thought to himself, but even if he didn't have the heart to die, I would cut off his wrists and ankles first. Having said that, he and the scythe rushed forward again. This time, it was his legs saying goodbye. Shokyun cried out in despair. He was in tears, coughing, hey, you devil, why do you treat me like this, why? Ryuman raised his scythe, why? The tip of the scythe stuck into his thigh. He pulled it out roughly. So why do people kill insects? Having said that, the scythe mercilessly pinned it down again, because letting them live would only cause harm. Shokyun was tortured until he was no longer human. Damn, he's a psychopath, Ryuman replied coldly. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. In the storage room, there was only blood splashing everywhere and Shokyung's angry screams. He hates it, damn it, why did this guy do this to me? What hatred do we have between him and me? This is so unfair, it's so unfair. Tears and drool were rolling down his face. instead of suffering like this, should I commit suicide? Seo Kyung was completely beaten to despair, so let's just die. Suddenly, the scythe was under his neck. Seo Kyung looked at him confused. He smiled and replied, "What's wrong? Were you planning to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just forgive you? The scythe continues to pin down his body, until you kneel and beg me to free you, you will not die yet." His body was covered with bite marks, his body was almost crushed. Seo Kyung went crazy. "I have to make this pain stop," he whispered, "Kill, please." Ryuman asked again, "What did you say?" He groaned again, "Kill me, please," he asked, "Are you serious?" Seo Kyung couldn't last another second, "Please kill me." Ryuman nodded. "You said casually, you don't know why I have to go to this extent, right? After all, you and I are two complete strangers." Ryuman didn't care if he heard or not. In fact, it couldn't be considered a complete stranger. "Jang Shokun, it's like this, we've met before." He was so shocked, he knew my name, he was shaking. "Don't tell me, you are related to that woman." He shook his head. "No, I have nothing to do with her." Shokun was confused, "So why?" He replied, "You kidnapped my younger brother, and threatened me to tell you the hidden information." He was bewildered. "Did I do that?" "But I didn't," he calmly said. "Of course you don't remember. Anyway, it's something in the future that hasn't happened yet. For me, this matter is in the past. If I don't intervene from now on, you will get the ancient language of inner thoughts." His face was even more questioning. "Ancient language, inner thoughts." He sincerely recounted, "There is an ancient language hidden here. Do you know the conditions for it to appear, which is hearing the true voice of another person?" Shokun trembled. His voice was genuine. He looked at him. His voice came from the heart, sincere and not fake. He replied, "If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. Then she would have used her honest voice to beg you to spare her. You would have acquired the ancient language of inner thoughts and used it to commit more crimes." Shokun looked at the devil in front of him and trembled in fear, but Ryuman just smiled and said to himself, "This has been proven many times through my regressions, and even if it weren't for that, with your 12 previous sentences, it still shows that you are a bastard who deserves to die." Shokun is now dumbfounded. "If I deserve to die, then please kill me quickly." Ryuman coldly replied, "No, I won't touch you." He was stunned. The tip of the handle slammed down hard on the person lying on the ground. The handle of the stick stopped him right in the middle of his mouth. Ryuman laughed coldly. "What do you think I was doing? I was waiting for you to stop breathing." Shokun could only writhe in pain and tremble. "I told him to kill me quickly. This is too painful. Don't you want to have the ancient language of inner thoughts? Don't you want to hear the true voice coming from the heart?" Tears welled up in his eyes. "So why don't you stop me from speaking?" Ryuman replied, "Why don't I let you speak? Because I want to try the ancient language of inner thoughts." His pupils constricted. "What?" Ryuman smiled and replied, "Sorry, but I got the ancient language. Don't you remember, you begged me to kill you sincerely, from your heart. Then the ancient language reacted to your sincere voice. The system notifies you that you have made the target use a realistic voice and have completed the activation condition. You have discovered the ancient language of inner thoughts hidden in this place." The stone was automatically absorbed into Ryuman's body and a notification rang out. The screen displays item information, inner thought runes, effects, and reads the target's thoughts before your eyes. If you observe the target, you can also briefly read their inner purpose. You can only read it when you are at most 30 meters away from the target. Ryuman sat down and pressed hard on the tip of the handle. "I checked it a bit to see how it was, and as you can see, the ancient language is very effective." Shokun thought to himself, "You have what you want, so please kill me." Ryuman replied, "Well, I can't kill you that easily, that wouldn't be fair to your victims." He trembled in anger for the nth time. "You damn devil." Not long after, he also returned to his grandparents. You looked at him, he was dead, there were no witnesses, but, I need to clean up this mess, using the common skills I just learned this time. Having said that, he gave the command, erase traces. The screen displayed skills, normal skills, erase traces, effects, erase all traces at the scene, including bodies, blood, fingerprints and footprints. The activated skill immediately erased the bloody scene. He thought to himself, it was definitely effective. Ryuman observed until the warehouse was clean without a trace. It was best not to leave a mess behind. He took off his mask and left. Now I have what I wanted. I should go see Ma Gyeonglok tomorrow. Saturday, beautiful sunny weather. Ryuman wears his tie neatly. Suddenly, Ryuman widened his eyes and looked at him. "Hyung, are you going on a date today?" Ryuman smiled wryly. Why is it a date? He replied. Normally I never wear such serious clothes. He smiled. This is an important occasion. I'm going to meet a business partner. One froze. Are you planning to go into the business side? He was a little nervous. Just the other day he invested all his money in stocks and now he's going into business. What if he fails? He'll feel very sad. Ryuman read his younger brother's inner thoughts and sighed. Instead of worrying about the two brothers' finances, he was worrying about himself. So cute. He smiled and encouraged me. If this meeting goes well then I will tell you the details. You don't need to worry, you trust your brother, right? Ryuman seemed to have more courage. Do you believe it? Otherwise who would you trust? He nodded. Just wait here for me. It's very dangerous outside right now. It's all because of the other players. His face was full of insecurity. Oh yes, I've seen the news. They use their powers to commit crimes. I also heard that overseas they are having problems with criminals using their powers to escape from prison. Ryuman replied in a low voice. Yes, if the age is right, even criminals will be given the opportunity to become players. He thought to himself, the players are becoming stronger and stronger, and the population is decreasing every month, so it would be strange if nothing changed. Ryuman remembered the vision of a certain future day. Also, in the future, there would be a time when ordinary people were hunted like animals and treated like slaves. That was when the players reached the peak of their power. The more he remembered, the colder his eyes became. Before the world turned into such a disorderly place, he needed to become strong enough to overwhelm everyone, and increase Black Cow's reputation at the same time. Ryuman turned back to warn his younger brother. In general, if you go out, remember to be careful. One nodded. Okay, when will I tell you about my business? He replied curtly and secretly. Little one pouted. I'm so curious. Ryuman pinched his cheek. I'll tell you soon, so stop nagging. Just wait here and order your own lunch. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles, you know, one replied lazily, softly. A moment later, he was standing in front of the door of the meeting point. As I expected, he agreed to meet me here. Just like in football, the home team will have the advantage. He walked into the lobby, the place Ma Gyeonglok chose for a lunch date. In name it was a hotel belonging to Osun Group, but in reality, this was one of Gyeonglok's hotels. Of course this was top secret information. I was probably the only one who knew this truth. Ryuman approached the reception desk. Oh no, at best his relatives still know. I have to try to use this information, to make myself more valuable in his eyes. Suddenly remembering that I was innocent in his eyes, I had to look bewildered. Well, first I have to act like myself. The more innocent the first look the better. He appeared timid as he approached the receptionist. Hello, I'm here for an appointment. I was told to come to the reception desk. The employee politely replied, Oh, you're talking about the appointment with the president of Tianma Consulting Company, right? Ryuman nodded. Yes. His sister extended her hand to invite him to the chair. The president will be there soon. In the meantime, you can sit there. He scratched his head. Okay, thank you. Having said that, Ryuman walked over to the chair, looked up and down. That's great, now I just need to sit there for a bit, and pretend to be like some country guy who just moved to the city. He looked so wow, that chandelier is so cool. At this moment, a person came from afar. It was Ryu, he thought, finally here. Ryuman stood up. Yes, me, we were both stunned. Sangchul opened his mouth. We've met before, right, at the Galleria Forest Long-Term Hotel. He nodded. That's right, it seems like we met when I gave away rice cakes after moving in. You were the one who went with actress Seo Aaron. Sangchul bowed. Yes, I'm sorry for behaving inappropriately at that time. In his heart, he was secretly scared. He looked less than 20 years old. This kid was actually a major shareholder who had invested 280 billion won. Ryuman thought to himself, he must be doubting me. It's hard to believe that at my age I have so much money, so his reaction is normal. Seeing the awkwardness of both sides, Ryuman decided to open up. It's okay, we don't know each other at all. I didn't expect that the president of Tianma Consulting Company lives right above me. Sangchul waved his hand. There, please don't be confused, I'm not the president, you'll be dumbfounded when you hear that. Sangchul returned with a serious look. The chairman will be a little late, so I'll go ahead of him. Having said that, he signaled, let's go inside and wait. He replied, okay. Sangchul took him to his room and then left. Please wait here for a moment. After that, he immediately left the room. As he left, he quickly texted his boss, Mr. President, I personally met him, and he could not have invested that amount of money himself. Someone must have told him to go instead, so please be careful. Sitting in the room, Ryuman secretly laughed. His guess was right. He asked Sang-chul to come and scout first. For such an important meeting, there was no way a meticulous person like Ma Gyeonglok could accidentally be late. A few minutes later, Gyeonglok walked into the bag room. "Hello, I am President Ma Gyeonglok of Tien Ma Consulting Company." He held out his hand to you. Ryuman waited a few seconds before shaking hands. "Ah, I'm Ryuman." Gyeonglok signaled, inviting him to sit. Ryuman also sat down unceremoniously. "Yes," at the same time he ordered, "Unit Leader An, you will sit next to me." Sang-chul obeyed. "Yes." Ryuman glanced appraisingly. Did he intend to let Sang-chul participate in this meeting without even asking his permission? It seemed like he intended to take the initiative. After settling down, Gyeonglok immediately let the waiter in. "I have prepared Korean food, hoping it suits your taste." Ryuman looked at the hot, beautiful dishes being displayed. "Ha, everything is great at a luxury hotel like this." The mukbang guy was very enthusiastic. The food was delicious. Gyeonglok picked up a chopstick of melon and smiled. Seeing that he liked it made me feel relieved. While eating, he evaluated the boy in front of him. Unit Hedon was right. He was too young to invest 280 billion won on his own. Even if he had that amount of money, it didn't seem like he had the guts to do so. He was definitely working with someone. He pondered, who sent him here? My brothers, or my uncle? I just need to find out. Thinking about it, Gyeonglok immediately started talking. "The first time I saw you I was very surprised, Mr. Ryu. I also didn't expect that our major shareholder was so young. May I ask how old you are?" Ryuman raised his eyes. "I'm 20 years old." When Gyeonglok saw him being honest, he froze. He pretended to be calm. 20, I'm 29, it's really nice to meet someone in my same age group." Ryuman joined in. "Yes, I'm happy too." Gyeonglok doesn't bother beating around the bush anymore. "So how can you earn such a large amount of money at this age? Are you the son of a tycoon family?" Ryuman's eyes flashed in surprise. He was straightforward. He waved his hand. Ha, it's nothing, I was just a normal student, until a few months ago." Gyeonglok asked, "Until a few months ago?" Ryuman nodded. "Yes, have you watched the news lately?" Gyeonglok hesitated. He meant. Ryuman said frankly, "Did you see the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire?" He nodded. "Ah, I saw that news." Ryuman smiled and replied, "It's me, I'm the one who won the lottery consecutively." Gyeonglok was dumbfounded. "What?" He didn't expect this scenario. "Is it true? Are you the winner that appeared on the bulletin board a few months ago?" He replied, "Yes." Gyeonglok continued to ask, "According to the news, the total prizes are only about 60 billion won. How did you earn 280 billion won?" Ryuman calmly replied, "I invested a little in Bitcoin." Gyeonglok listened and doubted life. "Bitcoin, that's all?" Ryuman nodded, "Yes." Gyeonglok looked at this talented young man. He was truly unbelievable. What made him invest 60 billion won in Bitcoin? I don't think I could do the same. Sang-chul also has to respect him. "It seems he is very lucky." Ryuman slowly replied, "It's not luck." Sang-chul nodded. "Oh yes, I remember an article that said, you said that the numbers on the lottery ticket were because you dreamed. If that's the case then it's not even lucky then." Ryuman corrected, "I didn't dream about it." The other two wondered, so how could that be? At this moment, he turned to Gyeonglok, silently making up his mind. This is the only way he can do to gain Gyeonglok's acceptance and make him take his side. His expression became serious. "This is the first time I've revealed this to others, but I have an ancient saying to see the future. Both of them are stupid." Ryuman doesn't stop. "This ancient language helps me see what will happen a few years later. In other words." He smiled mysteriously, "I am a prophet who can see the future." Gyeonglok and Sang-chul fell into silence. Both of them thought to themselves, what did I just hear? Prophet, what nonsense is this kid talking about? Gyeonglok opened his mouth. Are you serious? Ryuman laughed. Why should I lie to you? He immediately followed his explanation. So the fact that you won the lottery was because you used ancient language to see the future. Ryuman nodded. Yes, that's also the reason I invested in Bitcoin to get richer. Thanks to seeing the future I can safely invest all my money there. Gyeonglok still doesn't believe it. If you don't mind, can you prove it to me? If so, then predict what I will do later. He thought to himself, it's easy to guess what he will do next, because I can read his thoughts, but to prevent disaster, it's best to set a limit for my abilities now. After calculating, he pretended to be confused. I'm sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It will automatically activate unexpectedly and without my control. Gyeonglok nodded. Is that so? Thinking to himself, well, it's understandable that the ancient language can predict the future but has such a limitation. Suddenly, he was startled and remembered. Gyeonglok sat up straight and asked, Ryumin, what about you investing 280 billion won in our company? Ryuman nodded, yes, I know Tianma Consulting Company will develop very strongly in the future, so I invested in it. Gyeonglok asked, what is the level of strong development you mentioned? He firmly replied, within half a year he can be on the Kospi list without any problems. Gyeonglok was shocked to hear this. He learned that Kospi is the Korean Composite Stock Index. He was having some doubts, then turned to anticipation. If it came true, it would be great. Not only would I be recognized by my father, but I would also be able to sit on the chair of the council. It seems I was a bit too excited, just because of information I couldn't even verify. I laughed happily like that. Ryuman knew the cow was in the barn, so he said a few more words, but if he wanted to succeed, he had to completely change his business model. Sangchul sounded traumatized. What, the business model? He slammed the table. That request is really too much. At this time you tell us to change our business. You would rather tell us to change the company name? Gyeonglok reminded, Hedovan. Ryuman picked up a chopstick and said, because the type of business will change, of course the name must also be changed. Sangchul is already darker than the bottom of the pot. Are you serious? Ryuman glanced at him. At this hour you still think I'm joking? You two are both players, so you should understand. Revealing your ancient language to others is very damaging and detrimental to yourself. The atmosphere in the room became tense. He continued, I have considered that issue but still decided to reveal my ancient language to you, as a major shareholder and business partner who will work together in the future, because I want to help the company develop. The explanation was boring. Ryuman gave up. Otherwise, why would I invest 280 billion won here? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. Sangchul looked at the boss worriedly. Mr. Chairman, you don't believe what he said? Gyeonglok still remained silent. Ryuman sighed. It seems you don't believe in my abilities. Sangchul also frankly replied, to be honest, I don't believe it. Ryuman looked at him. Unit leader, and have you ever wondered why I moved right below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think it's just a coincidence. Sangchul was startled. Gyeonglok turned to look at Sangchul. Wait, underneath the penthouse, Unit Chiefin, what does he mean? The apartment is below you. Sangchul nodded. Mr. Chairman, it's just that, about 2 months ago, Ryumin here moved to live on the floor below actor Seo Aaron's penthouse. Ryuman replied, that's right, that was a few days after I got the ancient language to see the future. Gyeonglok was surprised. Unit leader, and why did I only know this information now? Sangchul hesitated. Until today I thought this was not important. He silently calculated, if it was January, then it would be before he invested in Bitcoin. Then Gyeonglok was skeptical, but he moved to a house near someone related to the company he was going to invest in. Unless he could foresee the future, he couldn't do that. After deducing, he looked at him again. No, maybe he knew he was supporting Seo Aaron. That's right, this is still not enough. Ryuman laughed. It seems like you still don't believe me, so here goes. He immediately told every secret. This hotel we are staying in is your property, right, Chairman Ma Gyeonglok? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of Osung Group. Tianma Consulting Company is a business secretly established to seek recognition from your father, am I right? Sangchul immediately lost his temper. Hey there, who are you? How do you have information that only his relatives know? Gyeonglok reminded him. Calm down, unit leader. And Sangchul immediately sat down. I apologized, and Gyeonglok remained silent. He fiddled with his fingers. Yes, everything you said was correct. He replied, however, if you say you know these things through seeing the future, it's still not enough to convince me. As unit leader and said, every one of my relatives knows this information. Gyeonglok bluntly said, actually, I'm suspecting that you are the person sent here by a third party to make me fall into a trap, and in this situation you still ask me to trust you and change my business. He looked at the mysterious boy in front of him. Even if I didn't say it clearly, he still knew my answer, right? All of this looks so absurd. Having said that, Gyeonglok smiled comfortingly. I also want to believe that your ancient language to see the future exists, to be able to help our company grow. Who wouldn't want to believe? He continued, but what you are telling me makes me find it very hard to believe. Mr. Ryumin, thank you for investing in our company, but I need to open a shareholder meeting to consider this proposal. Of course you will be the one who has to convince them. After finishing his presentation, Gyeonglok stood up and apologized that I couldn't help you, so I'll go first. Ryuman kept silent for a long time and spoke up. Please wait a moment, Mr. President. Gyeonglok looked at you. Do you have anything else to say? Ryuman lowered his head. Is this really the only way? Thinking about it, he immediately opened his mouth. Then this is it. I will tell you information about round 4. Gyeonglok is unbelievable. Round 4. He was surprised again. He also had information about the 4-star ring. Ryuman nodded. Yes, the ancient saying of seeing the future has helped me see everything. I know what tragedy will happen. This information should be enough to prove my ability. After Ryuman left, Sangchul bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was a bit too excited earlier and shouted in front of you. Gyeonglok waved his hand. It's okay, you did it because you were worried about me. Sangchul hesitated again. So, I just remembered something else. Can I tell you? Gyeonglok turned around. Say whatever you want to say. Sangchul argued. I honestly doubt Ryumin. He can see the future. If he has such ability, then he can keep quiet and enjoy a happy life on his own. Why would he want to help us? Gyeonglok countered. Didn't he say he wanted to grow with the company? It seemed like he wanted to make more money. Sangchul was skeptical. Why did he do that? If he had 280 billion won, that would be a huge amount of money. He could relax and not have to work all his life. Gyeonglok replied, maybe that's not enough for him. Human greed is bottomless. Sangchul still disagrees. Even so, it is still too dangerous, and whether such an unbelievable ancient language really exists is still a doubt. Gyeonglok nodded. I also agree, but he said, if he really is a prophet who can see the future, then we need to make him an ally. Having said that, Gyeonglok stood up. Just think, if we always had information about the next round and could prepare, how much would it be beneficial? If at the same time, we could also help the company develop, then it could be considered a benefit. Sangchul was still worried, but was he really a prophet? Gyeonglok replied, about that. He smiled and said, we just have to wait and see, right? On the other hand, Ryuman had left the room. He calculated as he walked, after round 4 ended, he would know for sure that he was a prophet. He looked at the tall building in front of him, but he didn't reveal important information to him, such as side quests, or how to climb the rankings. The scene returns to the previous conversation. Ryuman spoils some upcoming issues. The mission of round 4 is not to kill monsters, instead there will be a massacre between players. He cannot relax his guard at any time. Ryuman thought to himself, that should be enough to prove that he is a prophet. The abacus in his head clicked, then their attitude towards me would also change. They would treat me well and try to protect me because I am a prophet. He chuckled. Having the prophet on his side was always better than taking someone else's side. After completing the calculations, Ryuman turned on the phone. Now that I've played this prophetic role, should I act well in the future? Thinking about it, he immediately clicked on the contact. So first, I should contact. On the street, Julie hurriedly ran down the street. At this rate I'm going to be late. But in a hurry, Julie got caught at a red light. She kept looking at the light, her heart blushing. Quickly, change it to green. Suddenly, there was an ungainly car parked in front of the store. Julie silently wondered, what is that car? It's blocking the front of the store. What kind of person is so careless? The car window gradually slid down. Inside the car, Ryuman waved. Julie, she found out it was her friend and was surprised. Oh, Ryumin. The light finally turned green. Julie quickly walked across the street. She hesitantly asked, is this your car? You nodded. Yes, sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Please come in, let's go for a drive while we talk. Julie agreed in surprise. Okay. The car rushed like flying on the road. Julie exclaimed, wow, this is the first time I've been in a car like this. Ryuman smiled and replied, is that so? Me too, I just bought this car. She nodded, that's it. Julie was curious, how much does a car like this cost? Ryuman wondered, not much, about 900 million huh? She was shocked to hear that. 900 million, not much. Stop please, do you know how many convenience stores I can open with 900 million? Ryuman replied coldly, compared to the amount of money I won from the lottery, this isn't much. Julie leaned back in her chair. That's right, Min is rich now, with 60 billion, I keep feeling like we live in two different worlds. Thinking about it, her little face suddenly turned red, but I felt like she was going on a date, a bit embarrassing. At this moment, Ryuman opened his mouth. Tell the truth, I have something to confess to you. Julie heard her head go up in smoke. She looked at him confused. Confessed. Ryuman smiled wryly. It's not anything strange, so don't misunderstand. She waved her hand and calmly replied, misunderstanding? No way, what do you want to confess? But there's a storm in my heart, I really want to find some hole to hide. Ryuman nonchalantly asked, I said before that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? Julie nodded. Yes, he admitted. Actually it wasn't. Julie listened and wondered. Ryuman explained, in fact, I got the information thanks to the ancient language that foresaw the future, not thanks to dreams. That ancient language helped me know future events. That's why I have the profession of prophet. Julie was bewildered. Prophet. In less than a few seconds, she was happy for him. Wow, that's so cool. Isn't that a special job? He scratched his head. That must be it. Julie was really happy. That's great. The ancient language to see the future sounds great. Thank you for telling me the truth. Even if we are friends, telling others about this must be very difficult. You smiled fakely. It's nothing. You told me your job is also support, so it's only fair. Julie remembered and smiled. Fair? How could that be? I didn't tell you my ancient language. But by the way, should I tell you about my ancient language? He hesitated. No need. Julie doesn't care if you want it or not. In the first round, I get the protection of the rune. She described, no matter how many people are in a radius of 10 meters around me, how many thin layers of protection will be covering my body. Assuming there are 5 people, I will be covered by 5 layers of protection. After speaking, Julie seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It felt so relieved to be able to say it. He smiled and replied, right. At this point, Julie wondered, but why did you suddenly tell me about the ancient language? He replied, keeping it a secret made me feel a bit bothered, and I thought that if I didn't confess the truth, you wouldn't believe what I was about to say. Julie was curious. What do you want to say? The striking red car was still speeding along the road. Julie was startled when she heard him tell it. That was a mission for the 4-star circle. Ryuman nodded. Yes, so be careful, Julie. Ryuman enthusiastically advised, you must always be alert, because you don't know what the players around you can do. She nodded. Okay, I remember. Julie's heart fluttered a little when you cared for her. Anyway, I'm still very grateful, because he cared about me, he told me, and he even called me first. Thinking about it, Julie's eyes secretly glanced at him. Could it be that he has a little bit of feelings for me? I hope so. The afternoon sun dyes the buildings pink. Ryuman sat in his room feeling uneasy. He couldn't believe that Min Julie had liked him all this time. He didn't know anything. Straight guy Min accidentally read his friend's secret thoughts and was confused. No wonder he wanted to treat him well. Ryuman pondered, although it was a bit embarrassing, this would probably be better. Putting down the phone, he thought to himself, it would be easier to make him an ally. You pat your pillow again, he will also trust your prophecies more. Straight guy Min put all his thoughts away and fell asleep, so he finished taking care of one thing. Let's rest a bit, after all, I don't have much to do this month. Time gradually passed. March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Even though it was midnight, it was still bathed in the light of the floors. The clock is about to strike 12 o'clock. Ryuman sat on the bed, opened the system inventory. Before entering another world, he bought an epic equipment in the item section today. The screen displays information: dark gloves, type, gloves, level, epic, effect, strength, +5, agility +4. The weapon becomes transparent, only effective at night, limited use, from normal level and above. Description: the gloves are covered by darkness and can turn invisible. The weapon in use will become transparent. Ryuman carefully evaluated it. Its stats are high, and the option to turn the weapon into semi-transparent is also useful. If I combine it with the Dead Knight skill, the effect will be even greater. At this moment, a knock was heard outside the door. Ryuman walks in. Brother, it's time. He asked worriedly, are you confident that you can conquer this round? Ryuman said, just try and you'll know. One hesitantly looked at him. Hey, you're a prophet, right? You said you had information about round 4, he replied. Having information is one thing, but how to act is another thing. When one saw that his brother didn't care, he became even more worried. What's wrong with him? Having said that, he shouted loudly, you have to survive and get back there, you hear me? I'm serious. Ryuman pressed my uncle's head. Don't be such a crow, I feel like I'm having bad luck. He lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. He thought to himself, round 4th of may be the round of death, but... On the other side, Yongman scratched his head. Mom said it again, the status window. System notification, penalty applied, all stats will drop by 50% forever. He gritted his teeth. Damn, I can't believe this is the result of betraying my example to Zeke. I don't even have 10 times the command, how can I pass round 4? Yongman looked around and searched. Those who wanted to steal the regional representative position might target him, or some old friends might come to take revenge. His mood is always as tense as a string, making him really uncomfortable. Yongman looked up at the sky. He did not see star J97 but only a white area and silently wondered, besides, where is this? Even though he was already in the dark, he still encountered a terrible situation that made him even more angry. What kind of mission do we have to start in this hellish place? This pile of white around here makes me feel like a lab rat. Suddenly, Yongman saw a familiar shadow, Black Cow, that cruel devil. Surely he knew it would turn out like that. He secretly thought that he was manipulating others to destroy the relic. Yongman remembered that time. Ryuman looked at him giving orders, used up 10 times of command, and destroyed the relic. Not only that, there was also a time when he rushed to fight with the god, and then without any hesitation killed the incarnation of the god of punishment, which was too suspicious. Yongman's face looked like a knife as he looked at that guy. If only he were strong enough, he would have beaten that bastard's face to pieces. Wanting to punch, but there was no way for Yongman to hold back. It was really annoying to see her, but I had no choice. If I wanted to at least save my life, I had to shake hands with that demon. Having said that, Yongman approached Ryuman. Hey Black Cow, you asked, what is it? Yongman forced a smile and asked tentatively, is our contract from the previous round still valid? Ryuman was curious. Contract, he repeated, didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you would protect me? He nodded and calmly replied, I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. Yongman froze. What? Ryuman replied coldly, he never used the command authority anymore. What was the point of keeping a representative of the area without command authority? Not to mention that now most of the players already have professions. Having command authority is not much use, he replied hesitantly, but Ryuman didn't care. He smiled and said, he no longer had any value, he was just a moving target. Yongman's face was pale. Aiming target, mobile phone. After Yongman listened, he turned sideways and vertically. Ryuman knows what he's worried about, so reassure him. Don't worry too much, he's just a target in name only, there won't be many people who really want to kill you. Yongman was confused. Won't they target me? Ryuman nodded. You also know the fate of players with the position of regional representative. Everyone already understands, being a regional representative is not a happy thing. He said, and the more people level up, the fewer people he can use his command to control. Compared to the risk, it's not worth it. Yongman also sounded a bit disturbed. Hawk Cow was right, if possible, I would also like to give up this command right. From afar, Aaron and Sangchul approached. Whoever meets an acquaintance makes Yongman's face black. Why are those people here? On the contrary, the other two people paid no attention to him. Aaron stepped forward and said hello, Black Cow. Sangchul also came to chat and greeted him. Do you remember us? Ryuman replied, of course, what's the matter? Sangchul is not afraid to be blunt and rude to Yongman. You saved us from this thug standing right here, we want to thank you again. Yongman sounds bitter. What, thug? But before he could say anything more, Ryuman opened his mouth first. Ryuman replied coldly, thanking me once is enough, no need to come find me again. Sangchul smiled, we still feel grateful to you, our company president also wants to thank you for saving us. Sangchul remembered the boss's instructions and immediately said, oh yes, about our president, but Ryuman was not interested in hearing more. Stop there, I don't care. Ari suddenly respectfully gave him a stone. Mr. Hawk Cow, this is a little sincerity to thank you for saving us. Please take it. As she spoke, she held up the stone for him to see. Ryuman looked at the item in Ari's hand and was stunned. The lowest level purple magic stone was truly an unexpected bargain. Aaron saw that he was silent, so he continued explaining, I thought that just saying thank you wasn't enough, so it's a waste if the goods are delivered to you if you don't take them. Ryuman immediately asked for the stone. I think that's good, thank you. Suddenly he got a good deal. He secretly smiled, since you gave me such a wonderful item, I don't have to refuse. When I get back, I have to try making low-level magic stones. Aaron looked at Ryuman nervously. Did he like it? She didn't see what he said and immediately overthought. He wouldn't think I gave him a useless-looking stone and then get angry. Ryuman looked at Aaron's thoughts and remained speechless. As I thought, she didn't know the value of magic stones. That's right, if she knew, she wouldn't have given it to me. At this moment, Yongman behind him observed the block and thought to himself, I also have the same thing. Ryuman was a bit surprised. He also has magic stones. Yongman scratched his head and tried to remember. It seemed to be called Black Metal Force Kick. Ryuman was surprised by this information. What, Black Metal Force Kick? The Black Metal Force Stone is an item that drops from the bearer with a very low rate. An item that is even more difficult to find than magic stones. At this time, Wanting to proactively get one is impossible. Ryuman didn't expect that the person behind here still had a rare item. He smiled, now I know he has such a valuable item. Is that lucky or unlucky? Suddenly, Aaron continued, Mr. Black Cow, do you need a protective shield? Ryuman was curious. Shield? Aaron shook his head. I upgraded to a summoner. She said a little embarrassedly, I can summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for you, if you need it. Ryuman flatly refused, thanking her for her offer of help, but I refused, I didn't think it was necessary. Aaron was a bit disappointed. I know. Having said that, she bowed to you, so here we go, wishing you many good things in this round. Ryuman politely replied, good luck. Watching the other two leave, Yongman found himself staying there doing nothing. Suddenly, Ryuman called him back. Wait, Yongman was confused. He said, at this rate you will regret it. Yongman listened confused. What do you mean? He replied, I told you, you are a moving target. Yongman asked again, but you also said no one would target me. Ryuman smiled and explained, I said there will be few people, not absolutely no one. The benefits of regional representatives have not disappeared yet. Ryuman further analyzed that although the majority of people had reached level 10 and had a profession, there were still a few people who had not reached that level, meaning there were still subjects to use command over. Yongman also started to feel agitated. Ryuman was in no hurry. Just think about it, do you think among the thousands of players, no one will target you? Yongman is confused, so what should I do? Having said that, Ryuman, the chicken handler, said with concern, I will help you, so that you do not become an easy target in danger. Having been protected by the minister, Yongman was very happy. Really, thank you. But before he could be happy, Ryuman interrupted, I didn't say I would do it for free. As compensation for my helping you, you also saw the stone that Seo Aaron gave me earlier, right? If you have anything like that, just give it to me. Yongman understood and opened the system. Oh, I also have a stone like that. He took the stone from the inventory and gave it to Ryuman. Item information pops up, black metal force stone, type, item, description, a sturdy black stone, it has a smooth surface and a shiny layer of color. Ryuman nodded, okay, are there any more items? Yongman hugged himself in fear. No, I've already given you what I can give you, please don't take my equipment. Ryuman looked at that person with no money. Don't worry, even if you want to give it to me, I won't take it. Yongman asked, I already gave you the item, can you help me now? Ryuman coldly replied, well, I will keep my promise. At this moment, an angel appeared in the sky. Humans, today you have gathered here again, but the number has decreased. When people heard that, they were in an uproar. Their numbers decreased, so are there people fighting in real life? Ryuman secretly smiled coldly. It was a surprise that no player got into trouble for a whole month. The angel waved his finger, come on, it seems everyone is here, then let me announce the mission of round 4. System notification pops up, round 4, main mission, slaughter each other within 3 hours, all regions, total number of participants, 181,906,418, number of completed players, empty, current area asks 4 marks 5, total number of participants, 1042, number of completed players, 0 out of 521. After watching, everyone was confused, what the hell is this, killing each other, while the angels standing there looking at those mortals are bored, you humans are really slow to understand, it's like I said. The angel smiled evilly, you just need to stab and kill the players next to you, it's simple, isn't it? After hearing this, everyone became even more confused, killing them, the players, killing each other. He chuckled, let me explain a little more to you guys, the goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other, unlike the previous rounds, this time there will be no monsters at all. The more everyone listened, the more they doubted life, there were no monsters, but I needed to level up and become stronger. Suddenly, a boy stood up, Mr. Angel, if half of us can live, then each of us only needs to kill one other person, right? The angel shook his finger to show he refused to answer, this is a secret, if I told you all, there would be no more fun. Ryuman thought to herself, happy, she just received orders from her superiors not to reveal anything. He looked at the person standing up there, the angels are just a means of conveying information to us in this damn survival game, there is also another game manager, the fact that she is hiding a specific rule means that she has received orders from the game master. On the other hand, the angels are still very excited about round 4, you can't just kill players to complete the mission, there are only 521 ranks to survive, and what criteria that ranking is based on is a secret. The golden pupils under the hood showed madness. And one more thing, even if you were the first to kill, you wouldn't be ranked first. The dissemination is over, the angels spread their wings to start the competition. Okay, the explanation is over, now let's start killing each other. A countdown timer opens, time remaining until the round ends, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds, everyone fell into a state of confusion. What should I do now? So I just need to kill someone, kill them, the others, even though I don't have any conflicts with them at all. What crazy circle is this? Unlike those who were still hesitant, Yongman stood in the corner and laughed, killing other players. Luckily, I also want to kill some bastards. Ryuman stood far away thinking, I guessed right, he was thinking about killing his friends. Yongman hid his perverted smile. Wait, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better for me if the other players hesitated and didn't take action? Thinking about it, he gritted his teeth again. You bastards, I don't know where you are, but I will kill all of you. Suddenly, Ryuman came out of nowhere, startling Yongman. Wow, he scared the hell out of me. He hesitated. Black boy, is something wrong? Ryuman replied, I said I would help you not become a target, right? I'll keep my promise. Having said that, he summoned a scythe. Yongman looked but still didn't quite understand. But before he could figure it out, the scythe had already lightly passed over his neck. With this slash, Yongman immediately fell down. At the same time, the system also pops up a notification. There is a side task. The first notification appears. Round 4, side mission, eliminate the area representative within a certain period of time, complete the mission, the reward is the lowest level mana stone lottery ticket. The system displays a second notification, you have completed the side quest. The third announcement is the reward, you have been awarded the lowest level mana stone lottery ticket. The screen displays item information, lowest level mana stone lottery ticket, type, supply item, level, rarity, effect, randomly provides 1 to 5 lowest level mana stones, limited use, until the next round, from novice level up, description, a limited time item, randomly gives you mana stones, when you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear, it will be influenced by luck stat. Ryuman took back the scythe, good job, I got the reward I wanted, I killed Huang Yongman to get the side quest reward, although that's not the only reason. Those people were scared when they saw the scene just now, someone was dead, I saw it, Black Cow killed him. Hearing those curses, Ryuman did not react. Not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the position of regional representative and wanted to kill him. What a bunch of hypocrites, now they're pretending to be nice. A few guys rushed out to criticize him. Hey Black Cow, you can't just kill people like that, don't you have any humanity at all? There are people who are also helping, murdering, etc. You are a murderer. Ryuman thought to himself, murderer, what they said wasn't wrong. I killed Jang Shokyun, not only that, I will continue to kill countless more people until round 20. His face was cold as he looked at those guys, but I have never killed someone without a reason, especially in this round, I have no other choice but to kill to get through it, whether I like it or not. Ryuman recalled when the game rules were opened, round 4, main mission, kill each other within 3 hours, all regions, total number of participants, 181,906,418 number of players completed. 0 out of 90,953,209, your region ESCs 45 marked 5, total number of participants, 1,042, number of players completed, 0 out of 521. He smirked coldly, even though he knew this was going to happen, they still criticized him. The crowd saw that someone had opened the knife and calculated in their hearts, if everything goes well, then I can incite everyone to kill Black Cow, right? I have to use this opportunity to ruin Black Cow's reputation. If we attack in groups, Black Cow won't be able to do anything. We can't let Hawk Cow become the regional representative, we have to accuse him of something. Ryuman read those inner thoughts and laughed contemptuously, they thought they had grabbed a good opportunity, it was a joke. A few people saw his smile and felt excited, do you think this is funny, are you a psychopath, you've already done something like that and still dare. At this moment, the system showed up, player Hawk Cow became the new regional representative of ESCs 45, Tile 5. Making everyone gasp, now Hawk Cow has become a regional representative, this is like a tiger growing wings, what should we do? Ryuman doesn't mind further stimulation, what's going on, why don't you guys scream anymore, or is it because I'm the regional representative now that you're scared? He laughed, aha, if you guys are afraid of command, you probably haven't changed your profession yet. One person stood up to deny, what are you saying? Suddenly, a fat man said in panic, Hey, look over there. His hand pointed to Ryuman's nameplate. Black Cow's name had changed color. Everyone looked confused. He was right, the name really changed color. Why was he the only one who changed color? Ryuman thought to himself. It must have changed from bright yellow to red. He remembered the rules of this game. In rounds like this, once you kill someone, your nickname will turn red. The more you kill, the darker the red will be. If the normal account name is Primitive Hunting Gun and is yellow, then after skewering someone, the name will turn red. But that is also a fatal point. The color-changing nickname is to distinguish which people have killed others, and at the same time, that person will become the target. The primordial hunting gun has killed someone. The murderer, die. At that time, a new massacre takes place. Instead of innocent players, people will choose to kill the murderers. Anyway, then their conscience will be much less guilty. You guys act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the representative of that area, but those who kill murderers become murderers themselves, just as the one who sent hunting gun away becomes a new murderer. At the same time, he also became the next prey for thousands of people, and as a result, they encouraged each other to kill people around them. Ryuman looked at the crowd that was still struggling internally. Right now they might still be hesitant to kill anyone, but this would be the reason behind the deaths of many people. Thinking about it, Ryuman doesn't hesitate to incite carnage. What are you guys doing? I'm sure you guys don't have time to stay there and meddle. Just like that, the crowd was crazy. Hey there, stop there, that's right, the murderer. He calmly replied, you guys act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the representative of that area. What about the people who flocked to Jaongzeek's side in the previous round? Do you want to give him a kiss or something? Your few sentences are like blocking public opinion. Then Ryuman chose to move away and let the others figure it out themselves. Kill, or be killed. Don't tell me you guys have survived this far and still don't know this simple principle. Having said that, he added another sarcastic comment. Stop being hypocritical, face reality. If your own life is in danger, there is no way you will not point a knife at the person who is threatening you. Ryuman said coldly, now is not the time to be idle. If you guys are that worried, then just argue, like we voted last time. The lecture was boring. He silently left. Even if I didn't say these words, they would start fighting. By then it would be too late. His face was thoughtful. If I don't at least say this, they will continue to waste time. If that happens, the number of people who can pass this round may not be 521. Even if we have to make them fight, encouraging them to do missions is also a way for more people to survive. Ryuman walked a while, then glanced at the crowd. A girl looked at our group. I thought we shouldn't just stand here now, like Black Cow said. Shouldn't we do something? The scar-faced guy saw that and smiled contemptuously. So do you suggest we do something, chat? When she gets teased, she gets angry. Why do you have to mock me like that? I was just discussing what we should do. The guy with the scarred face is afraid of big things. Just fight, or just challenge him to a one-on-one duel to make it fair. The guy standing next to him couldn't believe it. How fair is it to fight to kill each other? And with the challenge, do you think this is a game? We don't even have enough time now. That guy gritted his teeth when he scolded him. What did you just say? Aaron stood outside looking at the scene where everyone was about to rush into punching each other. Her face was full of worry. Bodyguard, what should we do? Do we really have to kill people like Black Cow said? Sangchul nodded. Of course he did, otherwise we ourselves will be killed. Why should we care about the lives of strangers we don't know at all? Having said that, he somewhat reminded Aaron, I completely agree with Black Cow's words. Aaron, you should also make up your mind, because killing people is not a fun experience. Aaron mumbled a rebuttal. He spoke as if he had killed someone before. Sangchul refused to argue. There was no point, I was just guessing. She looked at the group of people and asked, so who should we kill? Sangchul replied, it depends on the situation. On the other side, each member of the small groups was arguing loudly, stop behaving like that, let's decide who to kill and then go, then tell me, who will you kill? Those who have already killed people are the perfect target. One person heard that and immediately replied, let's focus on those whose nicknames have changed to red. Another person objected, who gives you the right to decide that? A piece of hair tie says it straight, you mean we should kill Black Cow? A guy who heard that laughed coldly, Black Cow, you're clearly crazy, how can you kill someone who has reached level 30? Another guy also agreed, I bet that even if we rushed to attack at the same time, we still wouldn't be able to kill him. Kwa is a coward, afraid that Black Cow will tell everyone to die. Be quiet, what if he hears you? Ryuman stood there, bored and thinking, I heard it all. The name reminds everyone that when they see themselves being looked at, they feel sick. A young man who still had a human heart rushed out, what the hell are you talking about? life is very precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we should not kill anyone. A magician also agreed, this guy is right, if you kill someone, you will become a murderer just like him. The mushroom head asked back, so what do you guys want us to do? Someone has to die for me to continue living, right? There are other regimes involved, stop arguing, let's just agree to kill the criminals, okay? From afar, a girl with blue hair didn't hesitate to stir up more trouble. How can you tell who is a criminal? Are you going to ask people with criminal records to raise their hands? Whoa, they won't be able to resist turning themselves in. When that guy was cursed at, he immediately started cursing, who the hell are you to show such contempt for others? Why don't you form your own opinion, whore? The blue-haired girl screamed when she was touched, why are you cursing in my face, you son of a bitch, or I'll kill you too. The other guy thought his dad was so scared of you, he laughed coldly, what's this, you bastard, if it's delicious, you should try it, whore. Kwa stood there eating melon, not afraid to attack more, hey you two, stop talking, fight. The other two were arguing when they saw the other guy pointing his nose at him and cursed at him at the same time. Who are you to provoke us? You guys hiding behind our backs inciting others are the worst, you scumbags. He was scolded by two guys and immediately rushed at him. You just said something, damn it, these bastards, I will kill all of you. The blue-haired girl also called out her weapon. If you're so confident then jump in, you idiot. Ryuman stood there looking at the loudmouthed saints and was bored. Ha, it really was a mess, they kept talking and couldn't do anything. But, thinking about it, he thought coldly, there was nothing to worry about, soon they will kill each other outright. In some corner, there is a brother who is still advising, hey everyone, stop shouting and think a little more realistically. Suddenly, he was stunned, him. Yongman, who had just returned to heaven, now woke up and sat up, making everyone stunned, isn't that, damn it, it can't be. Ryuman looked at the twist and smiled, this is the hidden rule of this round. After 10 minutes of death, the player will revive. And the person who just woke up named Yongman doesn't understand. Why is everyone staring at me like that, and not just at me anymore? It was as if they were seeing a zombie. He looked towards Ryuman. That's strange, I'm obviously talking to Black Cow, what's going on? One person turned pale and shouted loudly, he was resurrected, like a god reincarnated. The guy looked bored, what are you talking about? It was the system that revived him. This twist appears, people's hearts are shaken again. Does that mean the people who died in this round will be revived? In that case, it's okay to kill them, right? Some of the guys have been captured and the weapons in their hands have also been raised. If they will come back to life, then it will probably be okay. Suddenly a girl with a ponytail came out and advised everyone to calm down. Her face is worried, we're not even sure we can revive her, so don't rush. But before the other sister could finish speaking, from behind, a guy stabbed at her. From here the massacre began. Aaron was slashed in the back by someone. She immediately fell down, he screamed, you better die first bitch, die. He looked down at his clawed weapon that was covered in blood and breathed heavily. Before I could rest, I called out, come on, come back to life, you and I still have to fight. Looking at Aaron's bloody corpse on the ground made those who witnessed it extremely frightened. A friend came forward and asked worriedly, but she won't revive. A person next to him replied, we should wait a bit, she probably won't revive right away. The other guy said, now that I think about it, after 10 minutes the guy came back to life. The blue-haired guy shouted, hey everyone, how about we wait for her to revive? Everyone there said at the same time, I agree, me too. 10 minutes later, Aaron's body begins to glow. The back wounds also gradually healed. She had difficulty standing up. Aaron sat up and stretched, looking at her extremely relaxed. Suddenly she realized something. Aaron stood up, which one of you bastards was it, who attacked me? From behind a guy came and was about to slash her back again, it was me, bitch. Before he could even touch her, the black dragon fire made him want to ascend to heaven. He was arrogant, so after 10 minutes they came back to life. Those who were there to witness the scene just couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, Black Cow was standing behind the crowd watching everything. He thought to himself, even if they had proven their ability to revive, they would still feel uncomfortable with killing people, but people will often be influenced by circumstances and reveal their own madness. When suddenly another person rushes in with a sword and stabs the other person straight, never mind it. Likewise, another person also held a sword and swept a sweet line on the other person's back, whatever, I don't care anymore. Another couple also rushed into the fight, damn, you guys are all crazy. A young man with silver hair was stabbed in the stomach and stood cursing while the young man who stabbed him was a brown-haired man. The young man with brown hair said, "Sorry, I don't have any grudge against you." The silver-haired young man rushed forward without thinking. "Or you should try your own trick," the brown-haired young man shouted. "Please die, stop resisting, I will revive anyway." The silver-haired young man made a sweet slash, causing the brown-haired man's ketchup to splash. "If it's delicious, why don't you die?" Now the scene is very chaotic, everyone rushing to kill each other. About 1,000 players were brutally killing each other. This was basically a battlefield. The Black Hook started to move, from his hand a scythe turned out. Black Cow thought to himself, then I should also take action. When Black Cow approached, everyone there was surprised. "Ha, Black Cow." A rustling sound rang out. Blackfish used his scythe to slash at them. From behind, a group of people witnessed the power of Black Cow. The group of them nodded to each other as if signaling something. A few of them rushed forward. "This is our chance, Che." Before he finished speaking, those people had already been cast by Black Cow. He thought to himself, "I didn't find out, so you can't sneak attack me." On the other side, there was a guy trying to beat the person lying below and die. Black Cow glanced down at him. "Oh yeah, there's that guy too." He looked at that guy beating the other person and thought, calling the fourth round a round reserved for black fire dragons was not an exaggeration. With the ancient language in his hand, this situation was like a party for him. Black Cow looked at this battlefield and continued with his previous line of thought, looking at the color of his arrow. "He must have killed about 10 people, that guy needs to be revived a few times." That black dragon fire guy laughed crazy. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect that every time I kill a player, my stats will increase. What a bargain." I knew that the stats would increase when killing monsters, but I didn't expect that the player would have the same effect. The system panel appeared in front of him. The ancient language devoured. The effect of the progress bar would increase every time you kill an enemy. Once the progress bar is full, you will receive a random index. Your enemy's level will correspond to the increase in the progress bar. Black Dragonfire continues with his work of sending people to the golden stream. He's like a crazy person constantly saying, "Die, die, die." The Black Dragonfire's devouring ancient language gradually increased. He thought, the progress scale increased a lot. Was it because their level was high? Black Dragonfire looked at the devouring ancient tree and smiled. He was at the same level as himself, but his progress bar had increased so much. Black Dragonfire thought about the scene where he destroyed Blackfish. If I killed Blackfish, how much more would the progress bar increase? It would probably fill up immediately, and then I would get a stat. He turned around angrily, looking for something. Let it go. If he provoked that bloody man, who knows what disaster he would encounter. Black Dragonfire looks at the ordinary people fighting. I should deal with those trash and level up more. Black Dragonfire came forward and killed a person. I'm sorry, I don't have any grudge against you. He continuously held the scythe and slashed at the person lying on the ground. He chuckled, this really relieves tension. Whoever Black Dragonfire slashes, ketchup shoots everywhere. Because of that thug, I can't even hunt properly. While he was still laughing, this round was truly for him. Behind him a guy silently approached with a sword. Unfortunately, Black Dragonfire is not easy to play, so that guy was immediately discovered. The others did not benefit from killing the player at all. He defeated that guy in one fell swoop, but my stats increased, and I was able to get stronger, and gradually the swallowing rune of the Black Dragonfire also increased. He looked around at everyone gradually being revived. Most of all his prey kept resurrecting and sacrificing themselves. Black Dragonfire quickly came in front of a prey and raised his scythe. What better opportunity could there be? A thud sounded. Black Dragonfire looked at everyone still killing each other. He thought, how many people have I killed? I have to kill as many as possible, so I can climb to the top of the rankings, or should I go that way now? Suddenly a foot approached him, surprising him greatly. That was Black Cow. He was holding a scythe and approaching him. Black saying, death. The sky suddenly turned dark and the people present looked up and wondered, what is this? What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? Black Dragonfire looked at Black Goo approaching him and broke out in sweat. Ha, his scythe has turned semi-transparent. No matter what it is, I have to be very careful. A rustling sound rang out. Suddenly, Black Dragonfire's perspective was above. That's because his head was chopped off by Blackfish. He thought to himself, so I'm dead. As expected of Black Cow, I should have avoided meeting him. The sound of sword clashing with sword was deafening. In this cruel battlefield there are constant cries, die, die, die for me. The person lying next to Yongman slowly sat up. She yawned as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep. Yongman looked at her and thought to himself, has she revived? Is it true that after 10 minutes everyone will be revived? He smirked, very nice. Yongman raised his fist and laughed in a rather scary way. He thought, they set up this circle for us to kill each other. This is my chance to take revenge on those bastards who stabbed me in the back. I will kill all of you. Yongman started walking back and forth looking around. Where are you, Kim Sun-han? Where is he? Suddenly he discovered something. There it was. Sun-han was scared, holding a bow and arrow pointing at the people in front. Yongman thought, the idiot looked at him so scared that he was shitting his pants just because of the small stat reduction penalty. Yongman came up and happily said, hey, Kim Sun-han. Sun-han turned around and stammered in fear, Yongman. Suddenly Yongman punched him hard in the face. Nice to meet you, you son of a bitch. Just one shot sent Sun-han flying hundreds of meters away. He covered his face in pain and groaned. Yongman came closer. Hey Kim Sun-han, God has beaten you. Yongman picked up Sun-han's collar. You said you would kill me if you saw me again, right? Yongman was raising his fist, preparing to hit Sun-han in the face. So why don't you try and kill me? Followed by Sun-han's screams of pain. After finishing beating, Yongman dropped Sun-han to the ground. It was finally over, so refreshing. He looked back and smiled savagely. Where were the rest of the guys? On a battlefield with people killing each other, if hell existed, would it look like this? The people there killed each other without feeling any pity. There were screams, death. But Aaron sat on one side holding a sword in fear, a place full of violence, and the people there only knew how to hate each other. Sangchul asked if Miss Aaron was okay. She replied, I'm fine, I'm not tired, but my spirit is still a bit affected. Sangchul worriedly thought, I can endure a little, but Seo Aaron will probably have a hard time. If this affects her psychology and hinders her work, I won't have the face to go see the president anymore. Suddenly he saw something. A hand is about to grab Aaron's hair. That hand began to grip her hair tightly. The owner of that hand held a knife and shouted, you die. Sangchul quickly rushed to save her. Don't even dream. He started fighting with that guy. Sangchul raised his sword high. He stabbed the other guy straight through the body. Sangchul turned to call, Miss Aaron, let the other guy fall to the ground and moan. Aaron trembled as he looked at the sword with blood stains on it. Even though she was still shaking, she still tried to bite her lips. Aaron held the sword and rushed towards that guy. She stabbed again at the guy who just grabbed her hair. A moment later, the sky still looked gloomy and sad. Sangchul looked at Aaron and thought, if I told her to do it, she would still listen. Aaron stood up and asked, this bodyguard, how long do we have to fight like this? Sangchul answered, at least another hour to finish. Aaron had a sad face and said, I can't even see them die, I don't understand how people can kill like this. Sangchul looked at her weak appearance and thought to himself, too weak, she is too weak, it seems she has been protected too much. He advised her that, if you're tired, please rest, haven't you killed about 50 people? Aaron replied, it seems like that. Sangchul turned away, that was probably enough to get into the rankings, please leave the rest to me, Aaron stammered and said, thank you, very much. Sangchul smiled lightly, he thought, I'm the one who should thank you, I don't need to offer them up for you to kill anymore. He started fighting again, I could focus on my own score. The system board displays a notification, the remaining time until the round ends is 10 minutes and 21 seconds, Blackfish is still fighting very enthusiastically. He saw that notification and thought to himself, there are about 10 minutes left, round 4 is always a waste of effort. Behind him there was the silhouette of someone running. Unfortunately, that person was discovered by Black Cow. He immediately turned back and raised his scythe, but the Blackfish defeated that guy in a split second, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. I couldn't let go of the reward of being ranked first in all regions. I have to use every possible way to get stronger and reach round 20. He ran as fast as the wind. Wherever you go, you wipe out everyone. Everyone who meets you has to run away in fear. I have no way of knowing how strong the final boss will be. Just like that, no one can escape the black sentence, so I have to become as strong as possible. The Blackfish is rushing towards a guy. That guy looked at him in fear, darkly. I thought that guy would go to the altar, but Black Cow ignored him. He sat down on the ground in fear and said, I'm alive. Black Cow thought to himself, I don't need to kill someone I've killed again. On the battlefield, people are still assassinating each other. Round 4's ranking isn't just based on killing as many people as possible, you need to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it's still only counted as one kill. Hawk Cow glanced at the place where two guys were fighting. He thought, that means I can't kill that guy over there. The place he just glanced at was Yongman punching someone on the ground. Die, die. He raised his bloody hands and smiled with satisfaction. Black Cow saw from afar and thought to himself, he just kept killing 3 of his friends over and over again. It will be very difficult for those guys to survive this round. Then Yongman turned around to see his friend revived. He rushed to punch him again. Hey, revive faster. Black Cow thought that if he just died right after being revived like that, he wouldn't have a chance to earn points for himself. The system displays a notification. The remaining time until the round ends is 1 minute. Blackfish was still surfing for prey. He thought, there's only 1 minute left, not much time left, I have to get the highest score possible. Wherever he went to check roll, he saw a guy with gray hair, so I killed that guy. Saw a guy hugging his girlfriend, that guy too. Saw a guy holding 2 knives, I don't remember the name, this would be the first time. Quickly, Black Cow approaches that guy, there's no time left, so I'll deal with it with just 1 blow. In just a short moment, that guy was sent off by Black Cow to visit his grandparents. Suddenly a yellow light enveloped the survivors. An angel appeared and spoke, isn't it fun to kill each other? Everyone looked up at him. Black Cow secretly thought, how can you be happy if you have to kill others? The angel said, oh, look at that dirty pile of blood, this clean space is all messed up. The angel played with his hair and said, after all, you guys have completed the task of killing each other very well. Before seeing the results, please revive the people you killed in front of you. Black Cow looked at him and thought to himself, she spoke as if she was the one who revived them. In fact, this is the system's ability. The person who lost 1 arm immediately recovered. That golden light heals each person's wounds and also revives the dead. Sun Han looked at himself having been revived and was surprised. He immediately shouted, Huang Yongman, there are people behind him cursing too, I will kill you. Yongman smirked when he heard Sun Han curse, you only lost to Cho Jaong Zeke. Yongman seemed angry, what the fuck are you guys talking about, what a bunch of bastards. The angels saw them cursing so much and spoke up, remaining silent. He revealed his scary eyes, from now on if any human dares to speak, I will make his head bloom. After finishing speaking, everyone became silent without saying a word. The angel became gentle again and said, now it's a little quieter, come on, if everyone has been revived, let's look at the results. The angel continued, before that, we have to see what the mission of this round is, right? Everyone below is wondering, the side mission, this time also has a star. The angel snapped his fingers, of course there is, do you think there are no side quests, are you stupid or something? The system board appears, round 4, side mission, eliminate area representative within a certain period of time, completing the mission the reward is the lowest level mana stone lottery ticket. One guy finished reading and wondered, eliminating the area representative, is that a mission? The angel immediately replied, yes, stupid human, there is only one person in this area who has completed the side mission. That was Hawk Cow. After hearing that, everyone's eyes were on him, they were talking, Hawk Cow, now that I think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Huang Yongman in the first place? Black Dragon Fire looked at him angrily. Black Cow thought to himself, that means becoming the regional representative in this round is a good thing. Yongman stood there silently looking at the system board. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed Huang Yongman. Yongman thought in fear, did he die, at the hands of Black Cow? The notice board still appeared, temporarily no skills, he thought, nothing, my temporary command is gone. Yongman remembered Loi Hawk Cow telling him, I will help you, so that you don't become an easy target in danger, he thought in his heart, he said he would help me not become a target, but then he took the representative position from me. The angel started to speak, now let's see the results, oh yeah, you're all curious about how the results are calculated, right? He smiled and looked quite savage. The angel continued his words, the ranking will be based on the number of different people you have killed, even if you kill the same person multiple times, it will only count as 1 life. The people below were quite surprised to hear that, the number of people is different, so isn't it just about killing as many as possible? The angel smiled lightly, what a simple-minded bunch, how could it be so easy? He pointed his finger down, voila, here are the results. The total results of round 4 appear, all regions, ranked first is Black Cow, second is Stupid, third is Tian Ma. The current area is number 1 Hawk Cow, number 2 cute little bird, number 3 and Sangchul. Angel smiled quite scary. Oh, this time Black Cow also ranked first. Black Cow looked up at him, his eyes were a bit angry. There were exclamations throughout the hall. I couldn't believe he killed more than 700 people. How could he do that with human power? Don't all of us combined add up to about 1,000 people? So he alone killed 70% of the people here. That's crazy. The angel excitedly clapped his hands and said, wow, you alone killed 722 people, very good, this should be rewarded, right? Congratulations, you have ranked first in this mission in your region. Congratulations, you have ranked first in this mission in all regions. The reward for ranking first in your region is a mid-level rare armor selection ticket. The reward for ranking first in all regions is a mid-level special reward selection chest. Ryuman thought, intermediate armor choice form, well it's time for me to change armor. Notification system, you can choose one of the rare help below. Reward, choose the reward you want, shining bronze armor, bloody assassin shirt, dark cloak. Ryuman clicked on the bloody assassin shirt, he thought, I'll choose number 2, bloody assassin shirt. System updates information, bloody assassin shirt, type, armor, rarity level, defense 60, agility attack, +4, attack speed +8%, speed +5%, durability, 600 out of 600, limited use, common level or higher, description, blood-colored shirt worn by a certain assassin, sometimes it will be imbued with the smell of blood. Ryuman continued to think seriously. Next is the special reward. You can choose one of the special rewards below. Reward, choose the reward you want. 1. 50% stat buff, limited stats for round 5. 2. 5,000 gold. 3. Information about round 5. Ryuman thinks, the side quest reward of round 5 is very valuable, but the difficulty is a bit high. He pressed 1, the buff increased his stats by 50%, he thought, considering the difficulty, increasing his stats would help him a lot. The angel pointed a finger and calmly said, have you seen your rankings? Let me tell you, in our area there are 30 people ranked 521, everyone lower will be eliminated. She smiled sinisterly and said barbaric words, now the enemy will begin the process of extermination. Yellow light appeared on some people's bodies, parts of their bodies were gradually disappearing, many people screamed in fear, no. Someone begged, wait a minute angel, are we really going to die this time? Someone cried, I don't want to die, angel please help us, please give me a chance, help me. Yongman smiled and breathed a sigh of relief after escaping, he thought, I made it through, it was very close. Some of the people who stayed behind just stood and looked away, some closed their eyes and covered their ears, there were still miserable screams around, please help me, I don't want to die. Ryuman also closed his eyes when everything happened. Suddenly he resolutely opened his eyes. System announcement, round 4 ends, all areas, survivors, 90,953,209, your area asks 45-5, survivors, 521, after a moment, your soul will be transferred to the body in the current dimension. Round 5 will start at midnight on February 3, 2024, see you in the next round, congratulations on surviving. It's dawn at a certain hotel. There is a person running in a hurry. Sangchul opened the door in a state of panic and hurriedly said, Sir. Gyeonglok was lying face down on the bed, showing signs of waking up. He hugged his pillow, leaned half of his body up, stroked his hair and asked, Unit leader on. Gyeonglok woke up and said, what are you doing here? I don't remember calling you. Sangchul replied, I couldn't contact you, so I took the liberty of barging in, I thought something unfortunate had happened to you. Gyeonglok sat on the bed with a rare happy smile and said, no way. Do you think I will die in round 4, don't you see the results? Sangchul scratched his neck and shyly spoke up, I saw your name on the leaderboard, but I'm still worried, after all, the last round was really crazy, right? Gyeonglok hugged his face and said, so as soon as I returned I fainted on that bed, I was mentally so tired, Sangchul continued, that's right, 433 people died. Gyeonglok changed his eyes and said, if you count the number of people who died repeatedly, there would probably be more. I'm already that strong. What kind of monster is Black Cow? Is he human? Sangchul raised his fist to his lips and asked, do you think he is an active soldier of the special forces, someone with such skill and courage in Korea? I kept thinking. Gyeonglok didn't answer but thought, Hawk Cow, the more I think about it, the more I admire him, no matter what his real identity is, if I can cooperate with him it will make me feel very at ease. We'll have to ask you to prophesy about Black Cow later. Sangchul looked worried and said, but sir, The fourth round taking place exactly as the prophet said was also amazing. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very doubtful of him. Gyeonglok replied, me too. When the two of them sat down to talk with Ryuman, he said firmly, the mission of round 4 is not to hunt monsters, it is a massacre between players. Gyeonglok was very surprised and asked again, massacre? Ryuman said, yes, it was a disaster, and players needed to kill each other, he needed to stay vigilant. Back to reality, Sangchul asked for Gyeonglok's opinion. What do we do now, sir? Gyeonglok asked. What do you mean? Sangchul said. About the prophet Ryuman, do you really want to let him become a business partner? Gyeonglok picked up the towel and said, of course, he is the major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What rights do I have? In fact, the company is considered to be in Ryuman's hands. Sangchul asked, so will you do as he says and move to another industry? Gyeonglok affirmed, saying nothing will do, then the company will be able to develop further. He walked to the window, talking as he walked. Other than that, we need to get him on our side. Don't look down on him or feel conceited just because he's young. Gyeonglok stood looking at himself in front of the glass door with a half-hidden robe revealing his six-pack abs. He said, even if you don't like his attitude, flatter him and follow everything he says, that's all. Gyeonglok turned around and continued speaking, only then can we get all the sweet benefits from this honeypot called prophecy, understand? Sangchul bowed and replied, yes sir, from now on I will be more careful when dealing with Ryuman. The sky was bright, Gyeonglok said, good, call him immediately. Sangchul asked, what should I say to him? Gyeonglok pointed out, saying that to celebrate our survival, we should throw a party tonight, telling him that if he has family members, he should bring along. Should I also invite Ms. Seo to the party? Sangchul asked, what about Ms. Seo Aaron? Gyeonglok smiled and put his hands in his pockets and said, at times like these, there should be a celebrity to celebrate with us, right? It was bright outside, and Ryuman stood scrolling on his phone next to a coffee shop. He waved to someone and said, here. Julie came over and said, Ryuman, you still look healthy. Ryuman happily replied, you are too. Julie asked, are you okay? Suddenly meeting up for lunch like this? He just shrugged and said, I just think we should go out to eat to celebrate our success in passing the round. Don't worry, I'll treat you. Julie replied comfortably, then I'll take advantage of having a rich friend, of course if you don't mind. The red car drove across the road. Ryuman took Julie, I appreciate it, thank you, Prophet, thanks to you I was able to prepare for round 4, Ryuman asked, don't you think I lied? Julie replied confidently, but you would never do that, what's the point of lying to me? Ryuman said, thank you for trusting me. Suddenly Julie said a bit forcibly, thank you, stop it, I'm the one who should be grateful, if you hadn't told me that I needed to kill at least 30 people, I would be dead now, thank you. Ryuman thought in his heart, really, he has no reason to be grateful to me. Even if I don't reveal anything, he will survive, thanks to the ancient rune's protection. He's also quite talented, and above all, compared to Seo Aaron, who is like a flower protected in a greenhouse, he's more like a weed growing outside. The car stopped at a restaurant. Ryuman and Julie sat opposite. He extended his hand to invite us. Let's eat, Julie replied, thank you, have a good appetite. Ryuman helplessly smiled and brought up a piece of food, thinking, this is the first time he has thanked me. Julie shyly touched her chopsticks. She worriedly thought, should a murderer like me do these things? It was because Ryuman called me that I came here, but it was really nice to eat in peace like this. Ryuman noticed and asked, Yuri, why don't you eat? He thought, it seems like he still feels guilty. Julie calmly replied, I don't feel very well. Ryuman asked, is it because you killed someone? He comforted her, don't think too much, don't blame yourself, you have to survive. Julie still worriedly said, that's true but. Ryuman continued to comfort her, besides, it wasn't just you, I and the other players couldn't help it either. Julie bowed her head regretfully and said, even so, I would have killed her, you stopped her, that's enough. So what, if it's the future, will we just leave it like that? If I don't wake up, what will my family here do? We have a family waiting for us. Julie seemed to wake up and repeat, my family. She imagined her father hugging her body and crying, thinking, if I don't wake up, he will be very sad. Julie firmly held her hand and said, you're right, I forgot about my family without realizing that they were the reason I survived for so long. Thank you for comforting me, Ryuman. Ryuman replied, it's nothing, eat some delicious food here to relieve your sadness. Julie replied, okay. She picked up a piece of food from the hot pot and said, it's really delicious, it feels like all the fatigue from round 4 was blown away. Ryuman replied, I'm so happy to hear you say that. Julie said, thank you again, thank you for being me, Min. Ryuman chatted, this is the first time you called me without using my last name? Julie replied, ah, is that so? If you don't mind, is it okay for me to call you that from now on? He said, of course. Ryuman thought, it seems like his mood is better now, should we talk about the main topic? Thinking about this he immediately said, Yuri, I called you here today to share information about round 5 with you. Julie was startled and asked, round 5, can you predict the future? Ryuman said, yeah, round 5 will be the hardest round ever, plus the regions will combine. Julie asked, combining regions? Ryuman said, basically the divided regions will merge into one. Julie asked, so you and I can meet? Ryuman brought the tea to his lips and said, yes, but not in round 5, he thought, actually we will meet in round 5, but, if I say we are in the same area then he will want to meet me. You put down the teacup, I have to meet him while incognito. To do that, Ryuman said, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. As I revealed, round 5 will be even more difficult, you probably won't be able to pass the level, but there is a way. Julie asked, what is it? Ryuman revealed that Black Cow went to see him and asked him for help. Julie was startled and said, Black Cow. It was hard for her to believe that. She continued, the Black Cow you were talking about was that person, wasn't he? The person ranked first in all that region? Ryuman nodded firmly and replied, yes, that's him. Julie pointed at herself and said, so you want me to ask the Black Fox for help in round 5? Ryuman raised his hand confidently and said, instead of asking him for help, it would be more appropriate to say cooperate with him. Julie asked suspiciously, but that's a level 30 black question, will he cooperate with me? Ryuman persuaded her, he has his own buff, probably the black fish needs him too, between the two of them will be a symbiotic relationship. Julie played with her hair thinking, if I can safely pass this round with his help then it would be great. Julie expressed, to be honest, I'm still worried, I don't know if Black Cow will take me along just because of my little buff. Ryuman just smiled helplessly, he thought, it's not just a little buff, your skills are great. Ryuman comforted Julie, don't worry, Black Cow will try to cooperate with you, not only this round, but also the next round. I have seen the future, so you don't need to worry. Julie still worriedly asked, really? She smiled and said, thank you for knowing such important information. Ryuman replied comfortably, we are friends, this is what I should do. Julie suddenly remembered something and happily said, can you put your hand here for a moment? Julie released a blue beam of light into Ryuman's hand. She said, I should give you something in return. Soft blue light covers Ryuman's body. He smiled brightly and said, thank you Julie. He happily thought, I already predicted that he would buff me, because I know he doesn't like being indebted to others. Ryuman's sunny smile made Julie blush, she didn't know he was thinking, now I can go home and use that. The system announced that all stats had increased by 50%, thanks to the effect of the blessing skill. The number of kills is now 100 out of 100, all stats have increased by 50%, thanks to the effect of the butcher rune. Ryuman sat down on the chair and thought, thanks to the effects of Julie's blessing, and the bonus stats of the butcher rune after killing 100 worms. The status window appeared. Ryuman looked at the status board and thought, my stats must have increased quite high. Status window Ryuman, nickname Black Goo, common rank, level 30, death job, title, last time traveler, hidden, first star to kill an angel, hidden, challenger to the god of punishment, hidden, stats, strength, 93, intelligence, 111, agility, 105, luck 84, index .0. He paid attention to his luck index, he was lucky to get 84 stars. Ryuman pulled a card out of thin air and thought, it looks like you're so lucky then I can expect to draw something good. The system displays a notification, lottery ticket for the lowest level magic stone, type, item provided, rarity level, effect, also randomly grants 1 to 5 lowest level magic stones, limited use, until the next round, from novice level up. Description, a time limited item, randomly gives you magic stones, if you don't use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear, it is influenced by luck stat. Ryuman thoughtfully looked at the card, if he were a normal person, he would probably pray to the gods to receive some good items. He smirked, continuing his train of thought, but forget about praying to that damn god. A goddess dressed all in white, a hat with angel wings covering her eyes, reaching forward said, we will play 20 rounds, on the first day of every month, her soul will be taken to another dimension to play a game. Ryuman continued to speculate, I don't know who it was, but this was definitely caused by a god, Who else could grab 1,8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? The person behind all of this must be a god. A god is toying with humans. Thinking of this, Ryuman turned serious and let himself drift into thought. If after I pass the final round and can make one of my wishes come true, I will wish for the damn god who created this disgusting game to die without a body. Ryuman raised his hand, a golden light appeared around him. System reports, use the lowest level magic stone lottery ticket. Congratulations, you have drawn the 5 lowest level magic stones, gain items. Lowest level red magic stone x2, lowest level yellow magic stone, lowest level green magic stone, lowest level purple magic stone. Ryuman was surprised, 5 stars, 5 is the maximum number. He smiled sarcastically and thought, I get the best results by cursing, not praying to the gods. Hey, I'm lucky too. Ryuman clicked on the system panel and thought, okay, let's start combining. First I will put the 2 lowest level red magic stones together and click combine. The system displays the information, successfully combined, you have created a low level red magic stone. Ryuman held the pink stone in his hand and thought with satisfaction, when I combine magic stones of the same color and level together like this, I can get higher level magic stones, along with the magic stone I got from Seo Aaron, and the one drawn from the lottery ticket. Notification system, successful combination, you have created a low-level purple magic stone. Ryuman focused on looking at the system board. Next, if I combine the magic stone with the item, the combination is successful. Assassin's Hood has been given an additional 2% damage bonus, he thought, good, now let's combine the next few bullets. Gloves of Darkness add 2% to the stats. The Resistance Ring has been given a luck bonus of +2. Long boots have been given an agility bonus of +2. He continued, I will separate the blue magic stone from the hunter's armor. The bloody assassin's shirt has been given an additional damage reduction of +1%. After finishing his work, Ryuman smiled with satisfaction. So I used up all the magic stones I had. Using the information to exchange for that buff was well worth it. The sky was now gradually dark. The sunset light shining on the high-rise building created a gentle and quiet beauty. Ryuman thought, now it's time to prepare to meet Ma Gyeongbok. Ryuman stiffly asked, so? He sat on the sofa talking to Ryuman. The president of the company he invested in was the heir to the Osung Group. Ryuman replied, yes, I was invited to the party as their business partner, and in the future we will cooperate together. Poor Ryuman trembled and said, can I go to a place like that? Ryuman calmly tied his tie and gently replied, he said I could bring my family along, so you don't need to worry, your tie is askew. Suddenly the doorbell rang, causing Ryuman to jump up and say, they're here. Ryuman stood up straight and urged, let's go. Ryuman went to open the door. Next to him was Ryuman obediently holding his hand and standing tensely. Ryuman was bewildered when he saw someone outside the door. Sangchul leaned 45 degrees and said, hello, I'm here to escort you. Ryuman cautiously held Ryuman's shoulder and said, that's the person we met before. Sangchul asked, this is, Ryuman replied, it's my younger brother. Sangchul gave Ryuman his business card. He introduced himself, sorry for not introducing myself to you earlier, I'm unit leader in Sangchul, we've met before right, this is my business card, even though I confessed to your brother. Ryuman took it and replied, yes. Sangchul continued, but I'm very sorry for treating you rudely before. Ryuman was stunned when he heard that. Sangchul naturally raised his hand and said, just consider this party as an apology, so I hope you won't mind, so let's go, the limousine is waiting for you too. Evening, at Ma Gyeonglok's hotel. The 3 people walked into the hall one after another. Suddenly a voice rang out, oh, shareholder Ryuman. Gyeonglok shook Ryuman's hand, he politely said, me too. Gyeonglok turned to look at Ryuman and asked, and is this your family member? Ryuman replied, yes, this is my younger brother, Ryuman. Gyeonglok smiled enthusiastically and shook hands with Ryuman and said, nice to meet you, I am President Ma Gyeonglok of the Celestial Consulting Company. Ryuman stiffly replied, hello. Ryuman had to turn to remind him, 1. You must use your right hand to shake hands. Gyeonglok asked Ryuman, is your younger brother also a player? Ryuman shook his head and said, no, I'm not a player. Ryuman patted the worried Ryuman's shoulder and said affectionately, he is only 14 years old now. Gyeonglok said, it's really lucky, if you were a year older you wouldn't have been able to avoid this deadly game, I'm so jealous of you. Ryuman is smiling on the outside but on the inside is mocking and jealous, Gyeonglok took the lead and invited the Ryuman brothers, please come this way. even though it's a bit simple, we've put a lot of effort into preparing this party. In a beautifully decorated room, there is a waiter and a chef standing at one end of the formal dining table. The food on the table is beautifully decorated. The two waiters and the chef stood solemnly. Ryuman was excited, his eyes lit up. Gyeonglok raised his hand and said, "You must be hungry, we didn't prepare much, but it's definitely enough to fill your stomach." Ryuman looked around confused, thinking, is he joking with me? This is not much. Ryuman calmly called him, "Come here one." Gyeonglok sat at the table and said with a fake smile, "Please let me have a meal." Suddenly there was a noise coming from the door. Ryuman immediately turned around to look. He was surprised to recognize someone familiar. Seo Aaron walked in, making him wonder, Seo Aaron. Ryuman still couldn't believe it and thought, Seo Aaron was also invited. Beautiful Aaron also saw him. Aaron politely walked towards the dining table while Ryuman stood still in shock. Gyeonglok slowly stood up to greet her. "Ah, you're finally here, Miss Aaron." Aaron looked apologetic and said, "Sorry sir, I had to go to visit the funeral of my fellow actor so I was late." Gyeonglok politely said, "No need to worry, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company that I told you about." Adrian gently lifted her hair and slowly looked up and said, "Hello, I'm actress Seo Aaron." She suddenly seemed to realize something. Aaron suddenly looked towards the male lead and Ryuman wondered, "Weren't you two the ones who stopped by to give rice cakes when you first moved in?" Ryuman then gently pulled Ryuman with a still shocked expression. He replied, "Yes." Aaron exclaimed with a radiant, smiling face, "It turns out I'm the neighbor of the major shareholder. That's great," but inside she was restless and confused. "He looks younger than me and is already a major shareholder of the company. Is the chairman kidding me?" At this moment, Ryuman stuttered to speak. He blushed, his heart pounding with excitement and asked Ryuman, Hey, that person, is Seo Aaron, right?" Ryuman suddenly realized and thought, well, one still doesn't know about the relationship between Gyeonglok and Seo Aaron. Seeing her suddenly appear like this must have surprised him. Then he silently stared at Ryuman, but more importantly, after seeing her appearance, it would be natural for someone to react like this, right? Seo One still looked at Aaron confused. "Wow, you're shaking." Done to not appear too prominent and strange, Ryuman decided, I should show a little interest. At this time Gyeonglok noticed the reactions and attitudes of Ryuman and Ryuman. He smiled smugly, he was really young, so fairies are just like everyone else. Calling Seo Aaron here was the right decision. Then he gave a fake smile and politely said, "So everyone must be hungry, please enjoy your meal, don't worry about anything." At the sumptuous dinner table, there were only 5 people enjoying the delicacies. Ryuman and Ryuman sat opposite the other 3 people. Ryuman regained his usual vivacity, ate deliciously and praised, "Honey, the meat is so soft that it melts in my mouth." Ryuman happily indulged, "Really, so eat more, the scene is very cozy." Suddenly Gyeonglok opened his mouth, "Big shareholder, does the food suit your taste? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes." Ryuman simply replied, "Ah, it's delicious." He asked again, "What about you, Mr. One, is the food to your liking?" One suddenly shyly said, "Ah, yes, this is the first time I've eaten something like this." Gyeonglok secretly smiled happily, thinking, fortunately his demands on the chef were quite high, because in fact before that he had tried many times the dishes the chef brought up to serve the Ryuman brothers. Gyeonglok happily said, "Hearing him say that made me very happy." As soon as he finished eating, he continued to ask, "I see you didn't bring any other family members with you. Why is it just your brother?" Ryuman suddenly showed a sad expression and said, "My younger brother is my only family, my parents have passed away." Gyeonglok responded sympathetically on the surface, "Ah, I see, I'm sorry," but inside he was angry because he accidentally chose the wrong topic and silently shouted, "Damn it." He thought awkwardly, why would I ask that question? The harmonious atmosphere between us has been completely ruined. Indeed, Ryuman now looked sad and was no longer in the mood to eat. Gyeonglok was dissatisfied and shouted in his heart, "Damn, I should keep my mouth shut until the atmosphere improves." After that, there was a series of awkward silence until everyone finished eating, and the waiter had already cleared the table and brought breakfast. Gyeonglok took a sip of tea and silently calculated, someone needs to improve this atmosphere. He turned slightly to look at Aaron who was awkwardly drinking tea, silently asking for help, "Miss Aaron, look over here, Miss Aaron." Sensing that she did not intend to respond, he gently placed the cup on the table. He stood up and asked Ms. Aaron, "Can we talk for a moment?" Aaron was surprised and quickly agreed, "Okay." The two people left the room and walked down the hallway in awkward silence. Gyeonglok opened his mouth. Listen, Ms. Aaron, she quickly replied, yes, Mr. President. He suddenly stopped walking. Then he calmly asked a question, was the food delicious? Aaron didn't really understand, so he calmly replied, it's delicious. Gyeonglok let out a sigh at this time, enough to see the frustration stored inside him. He turned around, looked at Aaron with angry eyes and asked, do you think I called you here to give you something to eat and drink? He looked straight at Aaron, continuing to reprimand, I called you there to help make the atmosphere a little happier, why are you so slow to understand? She looked worried and apologetically replied, I'm sorry, I thought you only invited me to the party. Gyeonglok sighed angrily, otherwise why would I invite you to dinner like this? He helplessly rubbed his forehead and asked, hasn't unit leader and told her who that person is? Aaron was confused and timidly asked, isn't he the big shareholder? Gyeonglok said something that made Aaron shocked, he was both a major shareholder and a prophet. Aaron was bewildered, a prophet. He explained, yes, that prophet, as the name suggests, his profession is very special, he can see the future. She silently understood. Gyeonglok waved his fingers and continued to say, do you understand, we have to make him feel happy, if we knew in advance the information about the next round, how great would it be? He continued, full of sinister looks, so she needed to use that beautiful face of hers to follow everything he said and smile at him. Aaron was really a bit scared and nervous right now. Gyeonglok clenched his fist. He smiled complacently, and used every means to capture the prophet's heart. Aaron felt bad and quickly said, forgive me for being blunt, I don't think that's okay. Before she could finish speaking, Gyeonglok opened his mouth to attack her weakness in an attempt to manipulate her. As president, I created an opportunity for you to succeed in your acting career, shouldn't you repay that debt? He continued, ignoring her sad expression, you don't need to hesitate, it doesn't matter what tricks you use, you just need to cheer up shareholder Ryuman. Aaron remained silent. Seeing her silence, he asked a simple but powerful question, why don't you answer me? She stammered in panic, I understand. Gyeonglok calmly walked away and said, I will observe to see if you are willing to make serious efforts, now let's go. She silently replied, yes. The dining room was even more awkward than before, there were only two brothers sitting across from Sangchul, all three said nothing. At this moment the door opened, Aaron and Gyeonglok walked in, he spoke, how long have you been waiting? We had to discuss some business so we were a bit late coming back. Gyeonglok said warmly while silently turning around and nodding to look at Aaron, it looks like we've finished eating, let's move to another location. At this time, Ryuman and Roy1 immediately walked towards the door, moving between Aaron and Gyeonglok. Ryuman just walked past Aaron, while she was hesitating on how to approach, making Gyeonglok frustrated. I told her everything she needed to do, but why was she still so hesitant? Suddenly Ryuman politely opened his mouth. Seo, Aaron suddenly replied, what's wrong? He shyly mustered up the courage to say, I'm your fan, you're even more beautiful than in the photo, if possible, I hope you can take some time to take a photo with me later. Aaron warmly replied, thank you. She happily agreed, of course. Roy1 was happy, thanking her, making Ryuman silently pat his shoulder in congratulations. Gyeonglok saw this confused and picked up his phone to text something and thought, is his younger brother showing more interest than him? We need to change plans. At this moment, Aaron's phone lit up. She was surprised and picked it up to see the notification. There were 2 text messages on my phone, change the goal, get close to your younger brother first. Aaron now looked unwilling and sadly thought, he is a fan with very pure intentions, but I had to deceive him. They walked together to another location. Ryuman now secretly recognized Aaron's sad face. He also noticed Gyeonglok walking ahead with a proud look. He was thinking, if we can pull the younger brother to our side, then the older brother will also have no choice but to automatically join us, then we will be able to get information about the next round easily. Gyeonglok stopped in front of the room door, pointing his hand towards it and introduced, this is a private room prepared for VIP guests, of course here you can order as much food and snacks as you like, along with music. He led everyone inside. Inside was a room with very luxurious red tones and expensive paintings. Ryuman couldn't help but exclaim. Then he awkwardly asked, oh, a drink, if it's an alcoholic drink then I'm just a high school student. Gyeonglok smiled and waved his hand, it's okay, you can drink other drinks. Having said that, he turned to ask Sangchul, the head of an unit, to order a special VIP portion here, and a glass of drink that was no longer for the student Ryuman. He nodded, yes sir. Sangchul left, closing the door. Ryuman also said at this time, Chairman Ma, I can't drink alcohol either, Gyeonglok quickly replied. Ah, is that so? If you're old enough, you should use this opportunity to try drinking. After finishing, Ryuman turned to Aaron and said, Hey, Seo Aaron, can you go out and take pictures with my sister? Aaron nodded slightly and replied, Ah, okay. They both left. Ryuman looked a bit wistful at his brother and Aaron politely bowed slightly, then they closed the door and went out. Making sure they both left, the room was now just him and Gyeonglok. Ryuman spoke, Mr. Chairman, causing Gyeonglok to quickly reply, What's wrong? He no longer maintained his calm attitude from now on, using cold eyes as if he could see through, and asked a question, Do you think I'm easygoing? Gyeonglok was awkward, looked confused and smiled and asked, What do you mean? Before he could finish speaking, he crossed his arms and asked as if challenging, Have you forgotten that my profession is a prophet? I can see the future. Do you really think I don't know about the conversation between you and actress Seo Aaron? Gyeonglok fidgeted and fell silent as if he had been told something that had hit him in the heart. Ryuman asked again in frustration, How can we do business together like this? He gently pushed each sentence in a scary way, his face full of dissatisfaction as if giving orders. He said, Mr. Chairman, you should not hide anything from me. Gyeonglok was bewildered and couldn't believe it and thought, he knew about the conversation between him and Seo Aaron. How could that be possible? Could he also see the future like that? Ryuman continued to question, You told Miss Seo Aaron to please me, Gyeonglok worriedly quickly argued. Well, if that makes you feel uncomfortable then I'm very sorry, I just want her to become your friend. Ignore his words, you said, but you also want to take advantage of my younger brother. That's going beyond the limit. Gyeonglok felt guilty and thought to himself in fear, does he even know about this? Feeling that he couldn't save the situation, he bowed his head and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I made a really stupid decision. Prophesy, I will fix all the things that upset you. Ryuman was not too harsh and replied, Since you apologize so sincerely, I will ignore it this time. I will treat the words you said to actress Seo Aaron as if I had never heard them before. He was relieved and quickly raised his head in gratitude, thanking me for giving me another chance. At this moment the sound of the door suddenly opened. The head of the security department suddenly walked in and said, Mr. Chairman, I'm back. He quickly stopped when he saw the chairman bowing his head and apologizing. Gyeonglok quickly adjusted his clothes awkwardly, coughed and said, You go out. Sangchul was confused, What's wrong? He used his eyes to signal and said, I have something to discuss with this VIP guest, unit leader, and you instruct the other two to go to the next room to sit. Sangchul quickly responded, Ah, I understand. After saying that, he immediately left, awkwardly pulling the door closed. Ryuman frowned and looked towards the door, his mood not getting much better. Gyeonglok thought angrily, Damn it, I intended to use Seo Aaron to lighten the atmosphere, but it only made the situation worse. Suddenly Ryuman asked, Do you want information about the next round? Gyeonglok suddenly shyly replied, Yes, you know this too. He looked at Gyeonglok with serious eyes, speaking like a threat, The reason I accepted your invitation to the party was to give you information about round 5, but, if you keep treating me this way, whether giving you information or cooperating with you will be very difficult. Gyeonglok urgently and apologetically said, I'm truly sorry, please forgive me for this mistake. Ryuman looked straight into his eyes, he requested, Mr. President, don't hide anything from me, in the future also trust me unconditionally. He continued, his expression softening a bit, I hope you don't wonder about how the company is run anymore, and you should convince the other shareholders at the shareholder meeting. He quickly agreed, Well, okay, I will do everything I can to control the other shareholders. Ryuman finally showed his first smile ever, in a slightly better mood, and said with satisfaction, That's good, I will try my best to help you develop the company. Then he said the words that Gyeonglok had been waiting for, now I will tell him the information he wanted to know about round 5, making him unable to help but show a happy expression. Ryuman said a cold sentence, The difficulty of round 5 is the highest compared to all the rounds we have ever experienced. After hearing this sentence, Gyeonglok's face changed 180 degrees and became worried. Seeing that, he gently reassured, No need to worry, if it was him, there wouldn't be any big problems. Gyeonglok was still worried and asked, If so, what is the mission of round 5? Ryuman raised 3 fingers and replied, The mission is to kill 500 orcs, but it's not that easy. He continued, his face showing the seriousness of this, Besides, the areas will combine. Gyeonglok was bewildered, the areas. Ryuman explained, Because the number of players has decreased significantly, the divided areas will start to merge into one. Gyeonglok saw the advantage and asked, So we can meet players in other areas, for example, Black Goo? He shook his head in denial, he wouldn't be in the same area as a player named Black Cow. He was a bit disappointed and continued asking, "Is that so? Do you know the identity of the black fish?" Ryuman smiled teasingly, "I don't know who he is, but you will soon meet that person," and at the same time he thought funny, "We are already meeting each other." Then he said with serious eyes, "And one more thing." He asked, "Are you chasing someone, the person named Huang Yongman?" Gyeonglok was surprised, "Do you know that too?" Ryuman said again, "I already told you, it's useless if you want to hide anything from me." He admired and said, "Just as I thought, your ancient language for predicting the future is beyond imagination, prophet, if you know who that person is." Before he could finish speaking, Ryuman interrupted, "Stop investigating," he asked in confusion, "Is there a reason?" He closed his eyes and turned away, warning him that if he touched that guy he would suffer huge losses. Gyeonglok immediately asked, "Can I know specifically why?" He refused to answer, "I can only tell him that much." Gyeonglok put his hand to his mouth, thinking thoughtfully. Ryuman smiled at him, thinking with satisfaction, "Actually I kept that guy alive because he was still useful." Thinking for a moment, he raised his face and replied, "I understand, we will stop investigating Huang Yongman." Having finished speaking, Gyeonglok smiled and walked towards the door and suggested, "So let's start the party again, this time let's not drink alcohol, to keep the atmosphere harmonious. Let me go call the others back here." Ryuman nodded in agreement and replied, "Okay." Leaving the door and closing it, he completely lost his smile, his face full of tired murderous intent, thinking, "Phew, I have to go relieve my mood tonight." Somewhere, it was pouring rain, in small alleys, a man was panting and running aimlessly for his life. He headed toward the light coming from a certain house, holding his right shoulder, which had been cut off and covered in blood. He ran back there quickly, his face full of hustle and despair. Then, with a surprised look on his face, he stopped before the light radiating from the iron gate. He looked in despair and cried out. Suddenly, the sound of the painting slowly approached from somewhere, mixing with the sound of the rain. The man turned around in panic as if he realized who was coming. That person brandished a sharp sword high. With a whoosh, the sword slashed across his thigh and cut off one of his legs, blood splashing everywhere. The man gradually lost momentum. He fell to the ground, trembling and crying out pitifully. "Shut your mouth," a cold voice blurted out. The one who spoke was also the one who had just used the sword. Gyeonglok's whole body was wet from the rain, threatening, if he didn't want to have his tongue cut out. The trembling man looked up and asked unjustly, "Why did you do this to me? What did I do wrong?" Gyeonglok waved his sword, frowned and said, "A child rapist like you can still resist, do you really not know?" He cried profusely, raised his bloody hand, begging to stop. "Wait, that happened a long time ago, why are you attacking me now? My time in prison is over, I have been released now, I'm just an old man." Not paying any attention to the pitiful pleas, he held the sword's hilt tightly. A strong stab wound to the man's right back, blood gushing out like a waterfall. He screamed in pain, while Gyeonglok still used contemptuous eyes and said coldly, "If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, then stop talking and keep your mouth shut. If there are more witnesses because of you, the number of corpses will increase." The man rolled his eyes, bit his lip and groaned with hatred. He calmly praised, "Isn't that right? You're so old and your ears are still deaf. It's not good for a scum like you to still be alive, isn't it?" As he said, a stream of black mana curled around him like snake scales. Each stream of energy is the incarnation of a magical black snake surrounding the sword, both magical and beautiful. The magic power diffused on the tip of the sword, spreading out around chaotically. The man turned around in panic and looked, "What is this?" Having said that, those streams of magic wrapped tightly around his head, causing him to scream. The remaining flow of magic power was the snake's entire body wrapped tightly around his body as if enjoying delicious prey. Her whole body was quickly swept away, she revealed her blood-covered hands trembling for help. Gyeonglok pondered, probably preoccupied with the desperate cries of the thing being eaten by the terrifying black snake. He clicked his tongue in frustration and thought, if it wasn't because my dark mana needed to be replenished, I would have killed trash like him right away. Then he argued with himself, there was no other way, to use the dark aura, you need dark mana, thinking that the amount of black magic power slowly flowed up and rolled along the tip of the sword. Gyeonglok raised the sword covered in dark mana again, silently exclaiming, and to replenish the dark mana, I need to take the lives of others. He slashed across the mess at his feet and said coldly, you can die now. The blood-stained hand finally collapsed, the black snake's magic power gradually separated, revealing a fat body that had been cut in half, Gyeonglok thought to himself, and when I kill someone, you gain more dark mana than killing monsters. He raised his hand and placed it on his forehead, realizing that from the beginning, for someone like him who likes to kill criminals. Gyeonglok stroked his hair to reveal his eyes full of satisfaction, thinking, isn't the Dark Knight a very perfect profession? He pointed the sword at the lifeless corpse's head, happily thinking, cleaning up this old trash really helped me relieve my stress. He chanted a spell, swallowed it, and the quiet sword suddenly burst with the dark magic power from before. But then that magic power gradually disappeared. Gyeonglok stood speechless and stared blankly. He pondered dejectedly, as he thought, it could not swallow corpses, the dark Kwang Hon only devoured the vitality of living targets. Suddenly the trash can behind him made a noise. Gyeonglok quickly turned around cautiously, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It turned out it was just a stray cat, it just left like that. He sighed, there could be no witnesses. Then he thought again, he had dragged him into a dead end, away from other people's eyes and ears, and it was still early morning. No, there must have been someone there. A mysterious face appeared in the mind of Gyeonglok, the prophet Ryuman. He could see scenes like this through the ancient language of seeing the future. Then he thoughtfully realized, if that was the case, it meant he knew he was a serial killer and still approached him. Gyeonglok wrinkled his eyebrows, smirked and thought, that's interesting. After thinking about it, he immediately called to find someone to dispose of the body. The phone was picked up and he said, Unit Schoolin, come here and help me dispose of some trash. 2 weeks after the party with Ma Gyeonglok, at a luxury apartment where Ryuman lived. He was sitting on the bed typing on his phone thinking, I don't have anything specific to do so I'm mostly at home, always thinking about the future so I need to rest a bit like this. Scrolling through the player's title on his phone would change the world, the player's world order, he decided, but today the rest period would be over. Placing his finger on the join group button, he felt that it was time for him to act. Think of a stone with a deep and noble blue color, radiating a beautiful aura. Ryuman looked confident and decided, now let's go get one of the 5 ancient languages that can be found in the real world, the human ancient language. First-class news appeared on the news, 1.8 billion people were pulled into another world, reduced to 90 million in just 3 months, the economy was in danger due to the loss of the younger generation. Schools across the country are closed. In the social section there is a title full of pain, endless pain, parents and brothers and sisters around the world are immersed in suffering. With the image of quiet white chrysanthemums. The person reading those newspaper lines is Hyung Taek, the character's name is Black Dragon Fire, he leisurely sits on a chair in a classroom, holding a phone in his bloody hand, blood is all around him, carrying a huge double-bladed battle axe on his side that is also covered in human blood, he grimaces and criticizes, only in the 4th round and there are already a ton of people dead. What a bunch of useless people. Scrolling through other news with headlines, the number of deaths caused by players suddenly skyrocketed after the 4th round. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras were destroyed, the city became lawless at night. 55 minutes ago, anti-government players established an online community. 2 hours ago, people's anxiety is increasing, the emergency solution is. 3 hours ago, criminal psychology experts said that people lost motivation to do something. The more he read, the more he smirked, commenting with amusement, what a mess, if they were players, they would do the same thing. Hyung Taek limped up from the chair with his fat body, around the chair were the corpses of students, carrying an axe while grumbling, what's wrong with wanting to do anything before dying, damn old dotards, that's why they shouldn't always force us into a framework, don't do this, don't do that, it's all because of restrictions and rules. He strongly swung his axe. Hyung Taek slashed hard at the floor, causing the floor to crack, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He screamed, that's why we all exploded now. Sighing lazily, he reassured himself, okay, now it doesn't matter anymore, no one can stop me anymore. After that, his face distorted and he smirked in a cowardly way, happily thinking, after all, I am a player, I am superior to all of them. A panoramic view of the classroom appeared, the axe stuck firmly in the floor, surrounded by dozens of bloody corpses with clearly visible axe marks. Hyung Taek smiled complacently and said, now, who should I kill next? He happily looked at his hand and thought, I just killed someone in real life, but I didn't feel anything, is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? Listlessly looking at the arrangements, he scratched his head and grumbled, but only 1 point per person, so stingy, is it because they are civilians? Thinking back on how happy he was in that world, he thought, the 4th round was really great. Hyung Taek remembered the announcement when he got delicious items, ancient language, effects, Cumulative stats increased when you killed enemies. When the score was full, you would receive a random index. The number of stacks you received was proportional to the enemy's level. He secretly felt, he even liked it more than killing monsters. He opened the classroom door and left, secretly regretfully saying, I want to kill players instead of civilians, because I get more points from them. Continuing to scroll through his phone, he noticed an information that had just been posted 2 hours ago. Anti-government players had established an online community. He suddenly wondered, oh, is there an online player community forum? Then Hyung-Teek smiled happily with sinister intentions and said, can I join the forum and meet other players to kill? He thought proudly, this way I will get much more points. Click on join the forum. Some descriptions and questions appear. The description says this is the country's first online forum to help players. Below is a guide with questions about Hyung-Teek's information. He was annoyed and grumbled, what, they want all my personal information and an interview too, it's a waste of time. Continuing to scroll through his phone, he encouraged himself, but I have to come here so I can meet the players. The character sheet appeared. He entered the information and thought, other players would definitely never think that there would be a player out there killing other players. The next morning, at a simple small house, surrounded by dense trees, he arrived at the door in plain clothes. He looked at his phone and wondered if this was really the place. On his phone, he received a text message from the interviewer saying, please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyang, before noon. You can wear whatever you want. He looked at the house's address board, thinking, this is the place, but he remembered the long and winding road he had to travel to get here, angrily gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, damn it, they called me out in the middle of this damn place, the bus didn't even bother to pass. Finally he opened the door, angrily walked in and silently decided, I will kill that damn interviewer if he makes me angry. The scene inside the house looked cleaner and more modern than the outside, surprising Hyung-Teek. He turned around to look for someone while thinking, what, the interior was more modern than he thought. In the corner of the room near the window were two guests sitting facing each other. Hyung-Teek looked at them and thought, are those two the only guests? The white-shirted man with haggard eyes sitting inside raised his head to notice the person entering. He quickly stood up and asked, are you the person we will have an interview appointment with? He stood there and agreed, yes. The man in white warmly approached and asked, what is your username? He answered, Black Dragon Fire in hand. Then he shook hands and introduced himself, saying, oh, nice to meet you, I'm the interviewer, my username is 30 years old. Hyung-Teek looked surprised and asked, ha, are you a player? He laughed and replied, yeah, I don't look like much, but this year I'm 30, this way, please. The age of 30 led the Black Dragon Fire to the table and chairs at the back of the room, introduced to the person wearing a pink coat sitting before, this is little Cockle, he also came to interview, Cockle, this is the Black Dragon Fire in hand, you guys may become teammates, so say hello to each other. Black Dragon Fire came and sat next to the man in pink, looking suspiciously and silently criticizing. This bastard who looked like an anchovy was also a player, he looked so weak, on the surface he still bowed for formality, hello, Cockle also bowed, oh, hello. He turned around and looked around a few times and said, I guess the business is not growing very well, there are no customers, and there are no part-time employees. The 30-something smiled and replied, it's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. This is the reason we rented this place for the interview. Black Dragon Fire exclaimed, oh, so you guys rented this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone, he explained, the owner is preparing food in the kitchen, this is a cafe, but they also serve meals. He said, I understand, then turned away to investigate more closely. He looked at the corners and often thought to himself, even the camera is okay here. Gently glaring at the person in the pink shirt who was still deliciously sucking on a strawberry ice cream, he thought, if I kill these two people and run away, no one will know. Then Hyung-Teek protested to himself, thinking, no, just to kill two people, I can't miss this opportunity. Since there was no impulse, he asked, why don't we interview? 13 replied, oh, we are waiting for one more person, we will start when he arrives. Black Dragon Fire suddenly wondered, is there another person? He asked the interviewer again, are there 3 of us? He answered, yes, the appointment time is a bit late, so let's wait a little longer. Then he looked out into the garden, saw a man in a black vest and striped shirt approaching. He was happy, oh, he's here. The door opened slightly. The 30-year-old came out to say hello, his face a bit surprised. Did you come to participate in the interview? The other person answered, yes. He asked again, what is your username? The other person blurted out a name, Black Cow. A 30-year-old who was both happy and surprised when he heard it. his eyes sparkling and his hand covering his mouth, laughing speechlessly. A few days ago, on the computer screen, an online meeting was taking place from famous people. The largest screen showed the man wearing glasses as the chairman. He was greeting each participant, welcoming Yemi, welcoming Pa-pouring. The girl in a pink dress named Yemi smiled back. Nice to meet you. 30s were also in this meeting. Wait a moment, the chairman announced. Everyone is present except Jam made of honey. Now let's start the meeting for the third week of April. Lost Yark, you go first. The man with that name replied. Yes, the chairman. The one wearing glasses called the chairman asked, how many people are participating in the forum this week? Lost Yark replied, about 2,000. The chairman exclaimed, more than last week. Lost Yark agreed, yes, the number of players is decreasing every month, but the number of people participating in the performance is increasing every week. He continued, I think the article about us attracted them. The president thoughtfully asked, who hired the journalist? The beautiful girl in a pink vest whose username is Yemi smiled and raised her hand to speak. It's me, the president. The president replied, I see, I didn't expect you to have a relationship in this field. Yami didn't deny smiling. It was a new relationship. The chairman raised his hand while smiling and praising, how wonderful, I would expect nothing more from a long-time member. Then Lost Yark, out of 2,000 people, how many actually have skills? Lost Yark replied, if we exclude players without classes and those under level 10, we have about 1,200 people. The president thoughtfully asked, so how many people are really useful? Another man wearing a blue vest, username Pa-pouring, raised his glasses slightly to look at the data on the iPad and replied, I'll talk about it. He scrolled through the iPad as he explained, a notable player was the Black Dragon Fire in his hand from ESC's 45-5S region. He was an ordinary level 10 warrior, but took third place in his region. The chairman suddenly said, third, he must have a good rune for his level, it's either that, or he's lying. Pa-pouring continued talking, but I think he's good enough to be chosen as a candidate for the executive position. The chairman agreed, yes, is there anyone else? Pa-pouring continued, another person is Little Cockle, he is from the ESC 22-7 area, always ranked between 4th and 10th. He continued, besides those two, there were 50 players in the top 100 of their region. The chairman's eyes lit up, he said with amusement, oh, that's quite a lot, looks like I'll be busy interviewing everyone. Then he turned to ask a critical question, is that true? In my 30s, the bleary-eyed man in a white shirt who had been dozing, unable to pay attention to the meeting, suddenly woke up and quickly said, sorry. The chairman glared at him with an angry and reproachful look, are you dozing off? What did you do last night that you are now sleepy? 13 stammered, that. The chairman coldly interrupted, I won't listen to the reason, finish handling the 50 interviews before the next meeting, if you don't do it in time, maybe another high-ranking candidate will replace you. Hearing that, the 30-year-old was startled and quickly replied, I understand, please leave it to me. He continued to return to the previous topic, saying, anyway, has Lost Yark, Black Cow contacted yet? Lost Yark replied, if so, I would have reported it immediately. The chairman closed his eyes in regret, maybe that's right, I would have given him an executive position immediately if he joined, what a pity. He continued, Yami, can you ask that journalist for a few more articles? We may need more promotional strategies to attract Hawk Cow to participate. Hearing that, Yami immediately rubbed his fingers, smiled mischievously, and said, of course, as long as you have the money. The president didn't mind, smiled, don't worry about it, I'll reward you for your dedication. Yami giggled and immediately felt grateful, thank you, President. The meeting continued, he said, so let's move on to the next topic. Suddenly Lost Yark looked at his phone in panic, quickly interrupted, wait, the president, a famous person just asked to join the forum. The chairman was surprised and asked again, who is that? Lost Yark's hand trembled, he uttered the two words Black Cow. The remaining 6 people in the meeting all looked extremely surprised. Returning to the interview place, 13 grabbed the hand of the man who called himself Black Cow, warmly welcoming him, very pleased to meet him, coming here wasn't that difficult, right? The other person briefly replied, yes, it is difficult. The 30-year-old immediately rubbed his head in confusion and laughed, sorry about that, this is the best place for us to keep privacy. He praised while leading the other person to a seat and said, anyway, you are really handsome, you must be very popular with the girls, here, this way. That person slowly approaches. He solemnly pulled out a chair and said, please sit down, then he introduced, these 2 people also came for an interview like you. The Black Dragon Fire had been staring at that person, but now he gritted his teeth and looked visibly annoyed. Cockle also observed carefully from before, just bowed slightly, "Oh, hello." The other person folded his arms and leaned on the chair, with a confident and arrogant demeanor, nodding lightly and saying, "I am Black Cow." Cockle raised his face and smiled, revealing his face. It turned out to be Ryuman, the real Black Cow. He introduced himself, "I'm Little Cockle," and at the same time secretly thought to myself, "That bastard is really funny." Black Fire Dragon clenched his fists, sweat pouring out, and that person was Black Cow, the person who killed me 5 times. I really wanted to ask him if we had ever met in real life, but why did he like to kill me so much? The 30-year-old spoke up, "Black Fire Dragon, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" The fat guy was tense, his face bowed and faltering, "Hello, I'm Black Fire Dragon." The young man in a suit crossed his arms across his chest and nodded with satisfaction. Black Fire Dragon bit his lower lip. "What? He didn't even say anything in response. I thought he would recognize me if I said the player's name, or maybe he couldn't remember my name, while he already killed me 5 times. The male lead Ryuman held a glass of strawberry juice in both hands and sucked the water from the cup. "Am I acting so arrogant? I'm also impersonating, but this guy is a real scammer." The young man wearing a vest, the fake Black Cow in Hong, had one hand in his pocket, the other holding his phone and smirking. "His player name is Kokorubingbong." In Hong's complacency, In Hong continued, "He was a professional scammer who used all kinds of tricks to make money. Right now he's not a big deal, but later on, he'll get the clone rune and become famous, well, infamous, because he uses the clone rune to commit all sorts of evil acts." Ryuman seems to have caught the point. "This is the bitter reality that even criminals can gain power from the other world, but it's good that I met him as planned. I will use him to get the cloned ancient language." The 30-something just took the tablet out of his bag and said, "Everyone has introduced themselves, so I'll start confirming personal information, starting with Little Cockle." The male lead rubbed the glass of water with his hand and replied, "Okay, my name is Kim Seung-gi-eon, I'm 20 years old, I graduated from graduate school, so I don't have a job yet." The 30-year-old took notes and asked, "Here it says you are a level 13 assassin, is that correct?" Ryuman replied, "Yes." The white-shirted man asked again, "Are you also ranked 4th in your area?" The male lead replied carelessly, Yes. He muttered in his heart, "Damn, it's all lies, except for the player's name of course. Little Cockle is actually a name that exists. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else." In the male protagonist's subconscious, images of other people appear, but he needs to do so to meet the conditions of achieving the human ancient language. Lost in his thoughts, he only saw the black cauldron and Hung with a sinister smile skewering a woman. He continued his analysis. The cloned ancient language required the recipient to kill someone in the place where the ancient language was hidden. As for In Hung, who still doesn't know that his identity has been revealed in front of the male lead, he still looks cold, arms folded across his chest, while impersonating someone else. In the past, this bastard killed someone while impersonating himself and obtained a cloned ancient language. The 30-year-old smiled brightly towards Black Fire Dragon. "Okay, next is you, Black Fire Dragon." The fat guy replied, "My name is Sim Hyung Taek, I'm 16 years old and currently in high school." The 30-year-old tried to fake a smile on the outside. "Oh, you're the youngest person here," but on the inside he was laughing nonstop. "This fat pig is a high school student, he's terribly rotten." Ryuman wondered if he could still look down on him like that if he knew Sim Hyung Taek had killed his classmate, which was not something a high school student could do. One person asked, "Is it true that he is a level 10 warrior and was on time in his 3 areas before?" Black Fire Dragon slammed the table angrily. "Yes. What, do you think I'm lying?" The white-shirted guy quickly calmed down. "Ahem, it's just part of the process, I'm sorry if you feel offended." Then turned to talk to fake Black Cow. "It's you Black Cow, your name is?" In Hong replied uncomfortably, "Kim In Hong, 28 years old, I'm a fund manager, I've never been out of the top ranking in my area, and I'm level 30, surely you know my profession is death, do you want me to confirm anything else?" 30 years old smiled and flattered, "No more, thank you." Ryuman brought the strawberry to his mouth, hiding his thoughts. Managing that naval fund, should be managing the scammers, then he would use this name Black Cow to borrow money from other players. 30 spoke up, "That's all I need to confirm my identity, so let's start the interview. You guys just tell me why you want to join PCW, you go first Little Cockle." Ryuman stopped drinking water, raised his head and replied, Well, the world is very dangerous right now, going out alone is scary, and many other things, I think living with other players would be better." He turned towards the timid Black Fire Dragon. Okay, next Black Fire Dragon goes." Black Fire Dragon's face was covered in sweat. I can't say I came here to kill other players. Black Fire Dragon seemed very stressed and replied, similar to Little Cockle, I can't go to school anymore, and I'm also worried about the next round. After listening, the 30-year-old turned his head to the right. Is that so? What about you, Hawk Cow? In Hong replied annoyed, I just registered and saw there was a forum. It aroused my interest. Meanwhile, the male lead was busy munching on a strawberry in a cup, while the 30-year-old pretended to smile, so that's it, he'll get over it no matter what he says, because he's Black Cow. With his narrowed eyes, he concluded, okay, all of your answers are quite satisfactory, here is the final part of the interview. He smiled, revealing rows of pure white teeth, fiercely declaring, murder, you must kill another person to pass the final round of this interview. Ryuman looked scared, gee, murder, but why? 13 explained, you probably don't understand, okay, let me help you clear your mind. He said, you must have seen the posts, the government has started to regulate us and turn its back on us, they are afraid of us because we are stronger than them. 30-somethings clenched their fists, however, we players will soon rule the world, that world will become a reality much sooner if we all cooperate together. His eyes became even more crazy, so we don't have to be hindered by the law, we need to show the government that now the player is the law, telling us how to fight against the government's laws. Ryuman panicked, that's why we have to kill people, the 30-year-old firmly affirmed, yes, that's a way to show the government our will. Black Fire Dragon nodded repeatedly, and In Hong seemed to listen very attentively, while 13 continued to talk endlessly, to show them that we are not controlled by the law. He asked the male lead, do you understand now, Little Cockle? Ryuman replied, yes. On that occasion, 30 continued, if there are any of you who don't want to do the last part of this interview, you can leave now, however, leaving also means you won't be able to ask for help from us later. Ryuman thought, what he means is that whoever leaves will be blacklisted, doing so is to put pressure on us to kill people, so it will be difficult for us to leave this community in the future. Black Fire Dragon and In Hong are still in silence. The 30 smirked and clapped their hands, it looks like you guys are all ready, good, then I'll take it that everyone agrees, we'll start the last part now. Black Fire Dragon spoke up, why, start killing people, but there's no one here to kill. The 30-year-old replied, you don't need to worry about that, I've already prepared it. Outside, dark clouds gathered, raindrops began to pour down on the ground, strong winds caused tree branches to collide with each other. The 30-year-old stood up, let's go, the remaining people replied, okay. The coffee shop owner approached and asked, oh, are you guys gone? You can continue to stay if you want, because you've already rented the entire place. The 30-year-old replied, no, we are in a hurry, by the way, is there a bathroom here? The coffee shop owner enthusiastically instructed, over there in the corner. The guy in the white shirt looked back with his hands in his pockets, thank you, in the meantime can I ask you something? The coffee shop owner asked again, what's going on? A car key was placed in the shop owner's hand, along with a request, could you take the car out of the parking lot for me, I'm in a hurry right now, so. The coffee shop owner happily replied, of course, I'll go get it right away. Outside, it was raining heavily, she covered the red umbrella as she approached the white car. She gently opened the front door. Then he folded up the umbrella and planned to get into the car. Suddenly, a pair of hands silently reached behind the shop owner's head. The hands tightened around the shop owner's neck, and someone said, don't worry. Extremely scared, the shop owner struggled endlessly. She gradually exhausted herself. It turned out that the 30-year-old had killed the shopkeeper. He breathed a sigh of relief, while the shopkeeper passed out in his arms, easily. Ryuman stammered, what did you just do? The fat guy got even more scared, why her? 30 years old took the shop owner into the car and washed her hands, what else are you guys doing, get in the car. The coffee shop owner's hand dropped and hit the car seat. Black Fire Dragon's eyes were shy, his hand touched the back of his neck, and the male lead asked, does he mean the owner of the cafe? The heavy rain erased all traces of the car's movement. The white car stopped. The scene changed to a warehouse-like place. The 30s carried the shop owner along with the three main men and walked inside. We are here, this is where we will do the last part of the interview. The group of people opened the door and entered the warehouse, which seemed to have been unused for a long time. The shop owner was thrown to the ground. Let's start, who will kill her? The 30-year-old turned to In Hong, or you go, Black Cow. He hesitated a bit, okay, 30 years old happily, as expected from you. The voice of the person next to me rang out, wait. 30s asked, What is it, little sickle? Ryuman replied, can I do it? He clearly showed appreciation. Ha, you want to do it, that's interesting. I didn't expect much because I saw you were quite shy. When you're in your 30s, don't forget to flatter. Well, that's fine with me. Hot cow, let him do it. Without waiting for a response, Ryuman walked straight towards where the shop owner was lying. Going to Black Cow, Fake and Hung did not forget to mock the male lead, but do it well, I just helped you. Ryuman glanced sideways. Thank you, I will definitely use the clone ancient language well. And Hung was surprised. Ancient language, you were talking. Quick as lightning, Ryuman grabbed the head of the fake blackfish and Hung. With a twist, send him back to his grandparents in seconds. The crooked body of the fake black cow gradually fell down. The 30-year-old face looked at the scene that had just happened. His face was pale, without any blood left. He's shaking, what's wrong? Then he scratched his head with a crazy expression. What did you just do? You dare to kill Black Cow, are you crazy? Ryuman looked with cold eyes. Hey, it's too noisy, Dad. The 30-year-old was shocked. Damn, that look in his eyes, as if he was looking at prey. It felt like something had changed. What had happened? System sound displays. You have killed someone while impersonating someone else. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the ancient copy, a secret word located in a predetermined location. The obtained rune was automatically engraved on the player's body. Golden light surrounds the male protagonist's body. Okay, finally there is a reward for impersonating Teeny Clam. The 30-year-old stammered, Mr. Clam, at least say something. Why did you kill Black Cow? Ryuman coldly replied, why? He pulled out the white mask and put it on his face, because he was a vile bastard who wanted to impersonate me. Suspicious, fake, 30s, how come you? He pointed at the shop owner, his voice was harsh, you have to kill that woman. Why did you kill Hot Cow? Answer quickly. Ryuman sat down next to the shop owner and replied, because he is trash, I am also trash. Having said that, he carefully covered the shop owner's head. The 30-year-old is angry and threatening. If you're good then say it again. Yellow light flashed, a sharp sword was in his hand, ready to attack at any time, you said. Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by the scene before him, Ryuman condensing his weapon. A tall scythe surrounded by a strange red color appeared. I told you this was trash. What, am I wrong? The age of 30 is sweating profusely. What is that scythe? Could it be that it is Teniclam's main weapon? I've never seen a player with a scythe that big. No, wait. As if realizing something, the 30-year-old gasped in horror. The player used a giant scythe. His brain started working, taking note of the details that had just happened, because he was a vile bastard who wanted to impersonate me. Impersonate, wait. Ryuman at this moment was like a god slayer asking the 30-year-old, do you now understand who Hot Cow is? The 30-year-old was speechless. You are, Black Cow. The male lead's eyes became even colder, apologizing for lying. The 30-year-old's whole body trembled. He dropped the sword he was holding in his hand. It turned out it was real. This person was not the Teeny Clam I knew, he was the real Black Cow. The guy's fierce aura from earlier suddenly disappeared. He knelt down on the ground and begged, Mr. Black Cow, I'm so sorry for mistaking you, it's just that you acted so well, please forgive me. Before the 30-year-old could react, a sweet cut was formed on his neck. Hey. His body had not yet fallen. His head was able to fly to Black Fire Dragon's feet, thanks to the male lead's scythe. Black Fire Dragon trembled non-stop, couldn't help but shiver and scream, hike. Black Fire Dragon's heart trembled even more. This is Black Cow, he is on a completely different level. I couldn't even see the movement of swinging the scythe. Ryuman raised his scythe and asked Black Fire Dragon, now it's just me and you, what do you think my next move will be? Then his voice became cold, if you have any last words, just say them. Black Fire Dragon trembled and said, I won't say meaningless words like asking for my life, I only have one question I always want to ask if I can meet you. Ryuman nonchalantly replied, you wonder why I killed you 5 times in round 4, right? Black Fire Dragon replied, yes. Ryuman did not hesitate to answer, the reason is simple, I want to keep you under control. Black Fire Dragon asked again, keep under control, why me? Ryuman continued, you seem to be the most skilled out of everyone I met at that time, I needed to eliminate the competition. Black Fire Dragon continued asking, is there anything else, but only received silence. Ryuman said, now you can close your eyes and let it go. Black Fire Dragon tried to finish his question, Can I ask one last question? Ryuman did not volunteer to answer. What's wrong? Black Fire Dragon stammered. Why do you want to kill me? Ryuman's scythe was still pointed straight at Black Fire Dragon. Because he was trash? Black Fire Dragon asked. Me? What did I do? Ryuman doubted. I didn't come here to kill this girl. Black Fire Dragon patted his chest and said, but I'm still nothing. I haven't done anything. You've been standing there watching the whole time. The Black Fire Dragon stopped to observe the male protagonist's attitude, but only received indifference. Ryuman snorted contemptuously. Then he spoke up. Okay, unlike those bastards, your only crime is standing by indifferently. I will give you a chance to live. Black Fire Dragon is happy. Really? Ryuman continued, but his scythe touched the ground. Now he must give up everything he has. Items are scattered all over the ground. This guy has a lot of useful things. Ryuman thought to himself, if I sell all the items he bought at the store, I will earn about 2,000 gold coins. Black Fire Dragon scratched his head in confusion. I even gave you the axe and equipment I used. These are truly all my assets. I don't have anything else. Ryuman picked up 2 yellow sticks and said, I didn't say anything. Black Fire Dragon stammered, don't you want to take anything else? Ryuman replied, I don't need it, you can use them. Black Fire Dragon is polite, yes. Looking at Black Fire Dragon busy cleaning up, he thought, anyway, he couldn't sell those things back to the store. Black Fire Dragon hesitantly asked, so, will you spare my life as promised? Ryuman nodded, of course, I will let you live, gentlemen. The Black Fire Dragon bowed and thanked the male lead. Thank you very much. Ryuman put the scythe on his shoulder and said, stop, it's embarrassing to hear. He used his foot to kick the body lying on the ground. From now on live a decent life, you can deal with these corpses if you want. Black Fire Dragon is polite. Yes. Ryuman sat down next to the shop owner. I'll take this girl away. The Black Fire Dragon came closer. Let me help, but Ryuman flatly refused. No need, how can I trust you? Hurry up. Black Fire Dragon watched Ryuman help the shop owner's limp body out the door. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Wow, I'm alive. I thought I would have to die like that, but he forgave me, even though I lost a few valuable antiques. Nothing is more precious than life. Wiping the sweat from his face, Black Fire Dragon wondered. The problem was, what was the feeling of emptiness in his heart right now? Black Fire Dragon clenched his teeth in anger. What did I really do wrong? He stole my items just because I watched. From anger, Black Fire Dragon turned to indignation, which was unfair. Then he looked up at the male protagonist and the shop owner again, for a moment. Black Fire Dragon had come up with a bad intention. Wasn't he completely caught off guard at this time? Black Cow was hit with an axe in the back and still didn't die. Black Fire Dragon calculated, what should I do? If I kill someone with a high level like Black Cow, my stats will increase several times. Then Black Fire Dragon made a decision that made him come to his ancestors a few years earlier. That's right, this is a rare opportunity, an opportunity that I will never have again. Black Fire Dragon held the axe firmly in his hand. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. He gingerly walked closer to the male lead. Don't pay attention to me, don't pay attention to me. As the distance gradually closed, the Black Fire Dragon raised his axe high, just a little more. He points to himself, now. The Black Fire Dragon's face was fierce as he swung the axe up to the point where it fell straight to the male lead's head. Die you damn son of a bitch. The axe slid down quickly and hit something. The male lead fell down at the feet of the Black Fire Dragon.
Black Fire Dragon smiled complacently. Ha, I killed Black Cow so easily.
He laughed non-stop, like crazy. Really, Black Cow was killed by a level 10 person like him. The Black Fire Dragon happily stepped on the male lead's body. You son of a bitch, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is, you're stupid. He was pleased. Thank you for these stats, you idiot. Black Fire Dragon discovered something was wrong but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. He suddenly stopped. Why hasn't the notification message about the stat increase appeared yet? Normally the message should appear immediately. Black Fire Dragon was sweating profusely. What exactly was going on? Ryuman's dark voice appeared behind the Black Fire Dragon, scaring him to the core. Black Fire Dragon screamed in fear. His voice faltered. Ryuman calmly asked, why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost? The Black Fire Dragon trembled. It's obvious that I just killed it. Does it have the ability to regenerate or something? Steps towards. Black Fire Dragon became even more scared. He was startled. There was no blood left behind. Ryuman explained, what you killed was my clone. The Black Fire Dragon was confused, be copy. He continued, the ability of the ancient language of cloning allows the creation of an identical clone of himself. But it can't fight. Clone rune, effect, create a clone with keyword, create clone, user will become a spirit for 10 seconds, however, clone cannot fight, also cannot access skills or inventory, cooldown, 10 minutes. But you were completely fooled, I guess even if you can't fight it's still useful, a very good test. Black Fire Dragon lamented, why you lied to me? Ryuman tapped his finger on his head, why are you acting like you're the victim now? I'm the real victim, you almost killed me, Black Fire Dragon countered, you're the victim, you're the guy who threatened me first. Ryuman was too lazy to argue, then whatever. Then he summoned his death scythe. Black Fire Dragon seemed to be stuck with a body fixation technique. What's wrong? His body couldn't move. Ryuman was decisive, only to see the body of the Black Fire Dragon falling on the roof of the house. Listening to you is just a waste of time. Erase traces. Blue flames quickly spread over the body and fire filled the room. Ryuman silently calculated that no one would be able to tell that this was a crime scene, except for one person, of course. Kao approached the shop owner and called out, hey! You can wake up now, how long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You know, you can't fool the players, I can hear that thought. The shop owner scrambled up, I'm sorry. The shop owner asked Ryuman, can I take it off? He replied, not keeping it on until I leave. The shop owner softly said, yes. Ryuman said, I will ask a few questions, will you cooperate with me? Only heard the sound, yes, continuously. Ryuman stood solemnly, how many customers were there? Can you remember each face? The shop owner knelt on the ground and replied, there were 4 people, one was in his mid-40s, I remember his face because I talked to him, but the others? Ryuman thought to herself, she is telling the truth. Then he replied, okay, that's it. The shopkeeper hesitated, so I'm safe now, is everything over? Ryuman replied, yes, you can go home now, don't report what happened to the police, it might backfire. The shopkeeper nodded, I understand. Ryuman said, you can take off your bag in a minute. The shop owner nodded repeatedly, yes. The sound of counting numbers rang out, 1 2 3 58, 59, 60, barely 60, the shop owner quickly took down the bag on her head. She was confused, looked around, what's going on? The shop owner was even more confused when she saw that the surroundings around her were empty, there was nothing here, it couldn't be a dream, right? The magnificent city is welcoming the rays of the late afternoon sun. Ryuman opened the door and walked in, Wonnie, I'm home. Ryuman happily ran out to meet and greet me. He was surprised to see Ryuman's appearance. Ryuman asked, that's my jacket, where did you go? Ryuman shyly, well. He quickly walked past Ryuman, letting his questioning gaze follow him, phew, so tired, so tired. Ryuman quickly followed, where are you going, have you had dinner yet? Ryuman replied, you haven't. Ryuman said after him, let's order. Ryuman replied gently, yes, if you want to eat, just order. The male lead held up the shirt he had just taken off to look at it, it was clean. But I can't give it back. Ryuman panicked when he saw the male lead throwing his beloved shirt into the trash, He was confused and wanted to get the shirt back but didn't have time. Min, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away? Ryuman quickly covered it up, it's old, let me buy another one for you, you've been wearing it for too long. Ryuman's tears shook, but, Ryuman quickly interrupted, I will buy a better one, okay. Ryuman turned his head around sadly, no need, school is closed, and I can't go out. Ryuman suddenly felt sympathy, it must have been very boring to have to stay at home and not be able to go to school because of something like Sim Hyungtak. Ryuman asked, Wonnie, do you want to go out with me tomorrow? Wonnie, do you want to go out with me tomorrow? Ryuman was excited like a child, Everland, really, are you serious? Yeah, Ryuman reminded, let's have dinner quickly and go to bed early. Ryuman was filled with excitement when he heard that he was going out soon, Ryuman exclaimed, it's been a long time since I've been here. Ryuman looked at his younger brother who was busy looking around, because life is difficult these days, I couldn't take him along. The two brothers discussed with each other excitedly, is this place still in operation? Lately there are far more closed places than open ones, in times like these, hope is an important belief. Ryuman's attention bumped into the small family with bunny ears on top of their heads. Oh. He smiled innocently, while Ryuman walked behind him seriously like a bodyguard. Ryuman pulled Ryuman's hand and pointed in one direction. Min, go there first, quickly, quickly. In front is a stall selling stuffed pandas of all sizes. Ryuman found a headband shaped like panda ears and put it on his head. What do you think? As for Ryuman, he has a dozen bangs on his hand and head. He's super cool, so cute, choose that one. Ryuman looked at the stall. Wow, there are so many cute things. Ryuman pampered his younger brother. Yeah, take whatever you like, Wonnie. Leaving the stuffed animal shop, Ryuman asked, what do you want to do now? Ryuman replied, we have to do everything we have here. On a roller coaster. Under the tornado boat race. There's also going to see adorable pandas. Ryuman took out his phone to take a photo. Whoa, twin pandas, so cute. Ryuman looked at his younger brother, smiling involuntarily. He was so moody yesterday, it's really good to take him out like this. While having fun, Ryuman calmly said with a face full of joy, but Min, tomorrow is May 1st, is it okay for me to go out with you like this? Of course I'm happy, but... Ryuman patted his shoulder and replied, don't worry about anything, you're okay, this time it will be more than 10 hours, so even if you sleep a little long, don't be afraid. Ryuman asked, 10 hours, it's not dangerous, right? You have to get back there safely, you know. Ryuman raised his hand, hey, just take care of it. Patting Ryuman's head, I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. Ryuman calmed down, enough worrying, what to do now? Ryuman sighed, then let's go visit the zoo, Ryuman replied, okie. City at night, April 30th, 11:50 p.m. The male lead is lying on the bed tossing and turning. Suddenly the phone pops up with a notification, Min Yuri. Minute, it's almost midnight, hahoo, I believe it will be okay this time too, please do your best, try your best, see you later, she must be very nervous. The male lead smiled, don't worry, from now on I will protect you. He placed the phone on the nightstand. The announcement time is exactly 12 midnight, it's time to go. Many people were transported to a large land. Including Ryuman. A few people were gossiping, is there enough people? It can't be, I think they're just not there yet, no, last round, the number of survivors was somewhere around 500. Oh, that sounds right, it feels a bit empty. Ryuman pondered, it was true that it felt empty because the first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this feeling of emptiness would soon pass. Angels fly from above. He bit his lip, TSK, your reactions are so boring. A total of 442 survivors were summoned, there should have been 521 of you, but we lost nearly 80, it seems like there was a real-life conflict. The whispering continued, there were few of us again, it was the same every time, the angel smacked his lips, well, it's okay, what you guys do in real life is none of my business. He emphasized, however, that there are only a few of us who cannot play properly. The angel smiled evilly, so, I have prepared something for all of you. Merging the areas, angels laugh happily. A young man boldly asked the angel, can you explain in more detail? The angel frowned, don't you understand what you're saying, you're making me have to do more work, it's exactly the merging of regions. He continued, I don't know if you're aware, but there are hundreds of regions in your country, to be exact, 875. Bewildered voices from the men, what, 875, there are that many in our country. The angel laughed happily, there's nothing to be shocked about, compared to other countries, that number is still small. The young man pondered for a long time, logically, if there were 10,000 people in each area, then there would be other countries with more areas, another person responded, that's right, if there was an angel in each area. The players below continued to discuss heatedly, so aren't there at least 10,000 angels? You're right, there are that many angels. The angel grinned, that was just your guess, there is an angel in each area, you just realized it now, how stupid. Another person questioned, so isn't there someone behind you who created this survival game? Making the angel stunned for a long time. He asked again, what makes you think like that, and received the answer, I don't think 10,000 angels teamed up just to create a survival game without any purpose. The angel immediately rushed down towards the young man who had just spoken. He pointed his index finger at the middle of the young man's forehead, looking very angry, and if we really join forces, would you praise us, stop asking unnecessary questions, you will be killed. The young man's legs softened and he fell down to sit on the ground before the series of actions just now, I'm sorry. The angel lost interest and turned away. Human. Ryuman thought to himself, he must have hit the nail on the head. Wow, I'm sure there's a rule that doesn't allow angels to talk about the founder of this game. Furthermore, there was no way an angel that was simply defeated by players could create a survival game like this. The angel crossed his arms over his chest and declared, I won't answer your stupid questions anymore, you just focus on your survival. It's not easy to scare the players below, we can't waste any more time. Anyway, I will start consolidating the area. Remember that I do this because there are too few of you left. Angel's wings waved gently, don't make up silly stories. Below, the ground seemed to be cracking, golden light rising up to cover the players. What? Then earthquake. The ground gradually appears as cells divided evenly by streaks of blinding yellow light. They seem to be gradually separating and then slowly reconnecting again. The yellow light separates the areas like a giant wall reaching straight into the sky. The players could only look bewildered and panicked at the horrifying scene happening before their eyes. The ground was divided into square blocks that rose into the air. Then they disappeared into the golden light. Then it reappears and reassembles into a complete flat surface. Some of the players sat down and held their heads, others calmly observed what was happening. It's over. A young man looked at the newcomers and wondered, those people were. An angel spoke, now, the area's unification has been completed. Another angel said, what is it, you guys introduce yourselves, how long are you planning to look at each other? The young man from before was sweating profusely. Another young man replied, 10, angel. As soon as he finished speaking, many angels gathered together in the sky. An angel spoke up, hello, humans, I'm sure you already know, but we have consolidated areas with few people. The angel smiled and said, we have combined 10 areas into one, the total number of people here is 4,844. The players below were talking, 10 regions, now we have nearly 5,000 people, oh my gosh, it's so crowded. The angel looked down and reminded that the other areas were the same, meaning the area names also had to be changed. Now the area will be called CSK00, containing only players from Korea. The players below are talking, here are all Koreans, at least we can communicate, but in the future we may have to merge with another country. Ryuman analyzed seriously, it was obvious, but regional consolidation continued, each time with less than 5,000 people in each region. Later, when there are less than 5,000 players in all of Korea, then we will have to compete with players in other countries. Ryuman looked up at the sky and exclaimed, well, it will happen in round 11 or whatever, but it's best to focus on the present. Angels will start the side game soon. Another angel spoke up, before we announce the main quest, we'll create a simple side game to celebrate the union between regions. The angels seemed to consult with the players, there was a representative for each region, right, but now that it's merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative, right? A girl asked fearfully, a new representative. The angel pointed out a finger, the rule is very simple. Showing an evil smile, the former representatives will advance and fight, until one survivor remains, that person will be chosen as the new representative. The voices of the players were constantly talking with all sorts of nuances, we have to slaughter each other to become representatives, oh my god, that's cruel, cuckoo, that sounds good, it's interesting to see who will become the representative, I wish there was popcorn here. A muscular representative guy was angry, they laughed because they didn't have to fight. Another representative girl was scared, do we have to kill each other to choose a representative? The representative with long hair bit her nails, I shouldn't have been the representative. The blonde representative gave a bitter smile, perhaps if we are killed, we will be revived. Each representative has a thought, but the common thought is, can I give up my right to be a representative? Ryuman thought, up until now, being a representative had no benefits, but from this round it will be different, I have to win this death match and become a representative no matter what. The angel reassured, everyone, there's no need to panic, you won't die in real life, you'll be revived after the game. The long-haired representative bit his nails until they bled, oh, this time we won't die. Muscle representative pondered, The angel crossed his arms across his chest, looking dissatisfied, you probably think that becoming a representative will have no real benefits, the new representative will have a title, a position of dominance, instead of, a position of authority. It will give you the power to dominate lower-level players, it is an upgraded version of, position of authority, allowing you to control players as long as they are lower level than you, of course, you can still only use it 10 times, and the position will be given to the person who kills the current representative. The angel started using tricks to encourage the generals, evoking greed in the players. It's quite attractive, isn't it, having the ability to dominate the rest. The players below were surprised. If their level was lower, I could control them no matter what. Some players seemed to have victory in their hands, including their profession. The angel flashed his standard smile again. It seems like you guys are motivated, so get ready. The angels also discussed among themselves, now that the regions have been unified, we must choose a representative. The angels turned around in a circle. The curly blonde angel said, "Is there anyone who would volunteer in this position?" Of course, we shouldn't ask that, an angel's work is only a mutation. The purple-haired angel said, "We know that there is no one volunteering, what should we do, does anyone have any ideas?" The curly blonde angel gave his opinion, "How about rolling the dice?" The gray-haired angel sighed, "Relying on luck, not bad, but a bit boring." Another angel said, "What about taking turns?" The angel next to him immediately objected, "That's not fair, the following numbers will never be allowed to be representatives." Another angel responded, "That's right, the area will have to be merged next." A sad angel asked, "Is there a way to be both happy and fair?" The pink-haired angel smiled sinisterly, "What about this? The representatives are about to fight. Whichever angel's representative dies first will be that angel's representative." The other angels seemed to agree with this idea. "Sounds fun, good idea, I like that idea, does anyone agree?" The angels raised their hands to vote. "I agree, me too, me too." An angel just had another idea. "Wait, what about this? Instead of being the first to die, choose the angel with the last survivor." The standard smile appeared on the angel's lips again, "Becoming the queen among us." He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "The last remaining angel in charge of humanity will become king." The pink-haired angel asked, "King?" The angel standing next to him answered, "As its meaning, the other angels will completely obey the king's orders. For example, if they appoint an angel to be their guide, that angel must definitely carry out the task, because it is the king's word." The curly blonde angel wondered, "So if our humanity wins then we win too, and if we win, we can also play king like our humanity." The other angels also became excited. "Oh, that sounds interesting, a king, it makes us excited too, what a clever idea, Olive." The pink-haired angel spoke up, "Humph, daring to suggest that the winner will become king, it seems you are very confident." The angel next to him replied, "Of course confident." The pink-haired angel confidently replied, "Who knows, my regional representative is not easily defeated, my humanity has never lost first place in the region." The white-haired angel sneered, "Oh really, what a stupid person, ranked first in the area, just because of that, he dares to be arrogant. If she knew who our regional representative was, she would probably collapse to the ground in shock." The white-haired angel asked again, "So are you participating or not?" The pink-haired angel replied, "There is no reason to object." The other angels also agree, "I also agree, I think this way will be more interesting." "Me too, I also firmly believe that my regional representative will not fall easily." The purple-haired angel said, "Then it's decided, let's get started, Olive, go tell them." The white-haired angel replied, "Okay." The angel announced, "We will begin the special match to decide the regional representative. The battle will begin now, you will kill or be killed until there is only one left in this arena." The players below became extremely worried. The blonde player clenched his fist. The remaining player's condition is no better. Only the male lead seems to still maintain his composure. The players simultaneously looked up. White-haired angel Olive is still smiling. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared on the ground, causing the ground to shake once again. A dome structure appeared on the ground, surrounding 10 representative areas. It seemed to be a gymnasium. A complete gymnasium housing 10 representatives of the players. Makes the representatives confused and scared. Angel Olive announced, "The battle will begin now, you will kill or be killed until there is only one person left in this arena. If you die outside the arena, you will not be revived, so, even if it costs you your own life, don't leave here." The representatives are still listening attentively, so let's begin. Everyone quickly summon their weapons. And start looking for a suitable opponent. The long-haired representative looked at the situation and analyzed, "So if I just kill the remaining 9 people here, I will become king." Looking at how no one made the first move, it seemed like everyone was being cautious, but that's right, if they are all regional representatives, they should at least have some strength. He became even more conceited, "However, there definitely wouldn't be a bastard stronger than me here. Since this all started, I've never lost the first place ward in my area, And besides, dissolving my talisman is cheating. It's like a sword with negative energy, it knows where to cut. While thinking and acting, he quickly skewered a tree. Thanks to that, on the 4th day he killed 312 people. What are they doing? Why haven't they fought yet? The curly blonde-haired angel is impatient. Let's fight. The purple-haired angel is visibly upset. You humans. The Ao Dai player looked at the situation above and wondered, what is this? Are they betting or something? Why are they so impatient? I already wanted to take action. He smiled triumphantly and went to find another opponent. After all, there was no one stronger than him here. Let's take this opportunity to make a strong impression and make them fear him. And to do that, his legs suddenly stopped. And slowly pulled the sword out of its sheath. Getting ready to attack, I need a sacrifice and a sacrificial lamb to elevate my performance. Anyone can, just step up, I'll send that person to the grave right on the spot. Ryuman did not hesitate to stand forward. The scythe carried on his shoulder exudes coldness. The long-haired representative sneered, it's finally here, my first tribute. But honestly, this scythe is ridiculously big, it's not a common weapon. I've seen a lot of people with nicknames that contain words and sentences, but those people actually use that thing. Ryuman still calmly waited. The long-haired representative was startled. Black Bridge, his nickname is Black Bridge. Maybe it's just the same name, no way, I'm pretty sure no one can have the same nickname as another player. His hand holding the sword trembled even more, than that person is. First place in the entire Black Cow region, who has reached level 30. Angel Olive above was confused, why was that human guy so bad? He seemed quite confident, so why was he so stunned now? Priscilla, isn't he your regional representative? The pink-haired angel pursed his lips, what is he doing, stupid human? Why are you still standing there? Angel Olive seemed to see the joke and laughed non-stop. Making the pink-haired angel mad, what's so funny, Olive? Olive laughed and said, it's a waste, I'm sorry, but this is so funny, I don't know what to do. Then pointed down, look at that human, he was looking at my area representative, shaking like a blade of grass in the wind. The pink-haired angel asked, is your area representative? The pink-haired angel also analyzed the situation below. That giant scythe was indeed impressive, but I didn't feel the flow was enough to make him tremble that much the first time I saw it. He turned to Olive in irritation, so you're saying that our regional representative was scared to death just because of your representative? Olive replied calmly, doesn't that look like it? The pink-haired angel angrily shouted, stop talking, Olive, do you think being at the top of the region is just an egg? My regional representative has never lost the number 1 position from the first place. Olive quipped, in the Star region, not everyone can become the top-ranking player in the region. Since the beginning, my representative has never been ranked first in the entire region. What, first place in the entire region? How dare you lie to me? The angels are arguing with each other, you still don't realize it. I think the angels have looked at the rankings a bit, so they must know that name. Hawk Cow, I remember that name, he's a human who always appears when the results are announced. The pink-haired angel trembled, is Black Ball the representative of Olive's area? If that human is really Black Ball, then my representative is no longer his opponent. An angel up. The head of the long-haired representative has left the neck. The head fell to the ground, the scythe dragged on the ground. Olive is delighted, it looks like Prislilia has been eliminated. The other 2 representatives panicked, Hawk Cow, why is Black Cow here? The remaining representatives were equally scared, even if they all worked together, they wouldn't be able to fight him. I might die without having time to react, like that guy, how can I defeat a 30-level thief, I'm only level 13. Ryuman dragged his scythe back to the surviving representatives. The blonde representative tried to salvage, Hawk Cow, it's good to meet you, I'm really happy to be in the same area as the famous Hawk Cow, to the point that I could cry from happiness, Wait, let's talk. The female representative holding the bow raised her hands to negotiate, look, I even put down my weapon, I have no intention of fighting you. The representatives seemed to have found common ground, saying in unison, hey, angels, I surrender, I give up, me too, I surrender too, me too, I admit defeat. Angry angel fish, what a shameful sight, give up, you just said give up, you humans, they ruined the fun. The purple-haired angel is angry, I warn you, whoever mentions surrender, their head will explode immediately, and if that happens, don't even dream of resurrection, understand? The representatives below were extremely scared. The female representative held up a bow and arrow. The other representatives are also ready to take on a fighting stance. We can probably still win with 8 people. Ryuman considered the situation carefully. So are the stick angels more terrifying than me? It seems like they've been planning to attack me for a while now. He smiled confidently, but no matter how hard he tried, the ants were still just ants. The representatives are mad. That bastard, is he laughing at us? He's confident because he's at a higher level. They all rushed forward. We are still known leaders in our area. Let's deal with him. Ryuman jumped up high with momentum. His eyes flashed with murderous fury. Quick as lightning he moved through all the representatives. So fast that the representatives didn't have time to realize anything. Then the body was divided in half. They fell to the ground one after another. The angels above watching could only remain silent. An angel spoke up and tore through the silence. I didn't think it would end so easily. Is it over? Black Cow has won. So, as the angel in charge of Black Cow, Olive should be treated like a king during this period of unification. The red-haired angel shouted angrily, Olive. He was so angry that his hands were clenched into fists. You knew this would happen? Olive calmly, of course I knew. The red-haired angel growled, I knew it. He called out to the remaining angels who were bewildered, ladies, this bitch tricked us. She made that suggestion because she was sure she would win. Olive quipped, why do you say such an obvious thing? The red-haired angel clenched his teeth. What? Olive continued, I naturally suggested the game because I had an advantage. Why do you think I suggested it in the first place? Besides, I didn't force you to accept the bet. The other angels countered, no, everyone thought it would be fun, so you agreed to participate, but now you say otherwise. The red-haired angel was angry but couldn't say anything. Olive responded immediately, what are you planning to hit me? Do it, hit me. Then threaten again. Angels fighting in front of humans, it's also losing our face. If the archangel knows about this, you will be thrown into a bug bag. Scared red-haired angel, bag of insects. Anything but that. Olive continued, so what now? You don't want to fight me anymore? Anyway, it seems that now because I won, I'm the king. Priscilla, temporarily you will be the one to lead this unified region. The red-haired angel asked, how long? Olive replied indifferently, until I feel better. What are you doing? Go to your job. The red-haired angel was annoyed. I didn't expect I would have to bet on something like that. He started to convey in the arena, humans, as you can see, the representative of the unified region has been decided. The system panel above Ryuman's head appears. The player, Black Cow, has become the new representative of Area CS007, temporary skill, Dominion, effective, you can command players and forcibly control them. Affected players cannot resist orders under any circumstances. Limited to use, total 10 times, 10/10ths, you can command one player at a time. This skill has no effect on players with a higher level than you. According to a certain leader's heart, I knew that the Black Fox would become the regional representative, because he was level 30, he could order anyone if he wanted. I should please him. The red-haired angel continued, now, since the decision has been made, the other players will be revived. He lightly flapped his wings. Golden light covered the bodies below. The long-haired player was revived first. The other players also came back to life one after another. What happened? I clearly remember my body being slashed. The pink-haired angel frowned. You all lost the battle. The new representative of the unified region is Black Cow. The remaining players realized reality. So that's what happened. The angel explains, since the new area representative has been chosen, the authority you imposed on those reincarnated as representatives will be revoked. But don't be too disappointed, you always have a chance to regain your representative position. So the bonus game is over, now I will lead you to the official mission. In each player's hand, a screen-like object appears. Notification screen appears. Round 5, main quest, kill 300 orc within 10 hours, side quest, collect 4 balance stones, will be awarded upon success, all regions, total participants, 77,310,228, number of completions, 0 of 19,327,557, current region CS007, total participants, 4,844, number of people complete 1,211. The players were buzzing, what, kill 300 orc, and why is the number of completions so low, only a quarter left? The red-haired angel was annoyed, why are you complaining so much? Are you complaining because the last number is too low? Should I lower it even more? The notification screen disappears. The angel also encouraged, up until now you have only gone through the easy rounds, so this time, a more difficult task has been prepared with a lower number of people completing it, don't be too discouraged. The players whispered, killing 300 orcs is a difficult task, aren't orcs just low-level monsters? The angel raised his hand to his temple and had a headache. When you face them directly, you will understand how difficult it is, I will not explain any further. Some players boldly asked, Angel, what is the side quest, why is the reward written with a question mark? The angel patiently answered, unlike the previous quests, this side quest is clearly publicized, but as you can see, the reward is still a mystery. Ryuman wondered, a big unknown. The reward for the 5th round's quest is the balance gem, which is one of the 18 gems I have to collect, and the reward for this side quest is only given to one person in each area. Of course, since it's regional, players from other regions also have a chance to get it, however, its difficulty is higher than the main quest. Even if side quests can be completed, how many people out there can meet the conditions to receive the balance gem? The angel announced the mission to the players. The side mission of this round is to collect balance stones. When you collect all 4 stones, you will immediately receive a mysterious reward, however the owner has one person who can win it. Since there are only 4 balance stones in this area, players have other questions, so what if one person cannot collect all 4 stones, wouldn't that make the side quest invalid? The angel smiled and replied, it's possible, but don't worry, you can steal balance stones from other players by killing them. The players listen attentively to the rules of the game. Can we rob them by killing them, like the regional representative position? The angel turns away, yes, but you cannot steal other items from them, only balance stones, and unlike the previous round, people will not be revived if they die, death is the end. With that, I've told you all you need to know, go out and fight with all your might. The message board displays, time until the end, 09:59:59. Ryuman watched the angel disappear, this time it would be troublesome to the end of the mission. Let's quickly kill 300 orcs first and set a record, then I can help Min Julie. He slowly approached the remaining players. He leisurely walked past the other players. The players proactively made way for him to pass. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he just left, what a relief, I was so surprised when he approached me, I thought I was about to die. A player wondered, but where is he going, should we follow him? Another group objected strongly, are you crazy, following Black Cow, do you want to be controlled by him, you may be turned into a slave for the rest of your life. The player retorted, but isn't it better to do something than just stand still here? Black Cow is always the first to act among all of us, that's why he's always ranked first. The other players also seemed to be somewhat shaken. One person spoke up, what if we get caught following him? We just need to watch from the farthest distance possible, even so. He said firmly, if you don't want to, just stay here, I'll go alone. The remaining players watched his back leave. The guy who just stopped me was also quite upset. Finally made up my mind, arg, never mind, we'll go too, that's right, I'm sure Hot Cow knows the way.